Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Legion of the Pirate King Mugiwara no ADHD. With a larger crew come unique challenges and obstacles they must overcome together, including conflicting personalities and different wants and needs to have an enjoyable and sustainable journey. The story covers canon arcs and how they are handled given the expanded roster, but also includes a heavier emphasis on the slice-of-life moments between major arcs at sea. Adios.
A nervous Usopp approaches the young woman, wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, leaning against the railing of the going shopping. Waves crash against the ship's hull, spraying white foam into the air as light from the setting sun bounces off the reflective surface of the water. Placing his forearms against the railing beside the beauty, the sniper breathes in the crisp air. Sure, it's beautiful out here, isn't it, Kaya? Nodding her head, unseen by her companion, Kaya rests her head against Usopp's shoulder. It is. She gently places her left hand on his arm, sending goosebumps down his spine. I'm glad I can experience it with you. Kaya, I wanted to know if we could get a table, just for the two of us tonight. As the girl's fingertips rest against his skin, he can feel her drawing a small circle with her index finger above his wrist. The edges of her lips curl into a smile and Kaya says in a small voice, I think I'd like that. She flicked her tongue out, tasting the hint of salt that had accumulated on her bottom lip. It's about time. I was starting to think you didn't like me. Half an hour later, Usopp knocks on the door to Kaya's room. He has changed out of his day clothes and is now wearing a black suit several sizes too large. A poorly knotted tie around his neck. In his right hand, he holds the stems of a dozen flowers he had pulled from the garden, and specks of dirt clung to his knees where he had pressed them into the planter. A soft voice responds from inside, I'll just be another minute. Usopp's heart flutters at the sound as a soft pink enters his cheeks. From beside him, Usopp hears a man clearing his throat, and turning he sees the sheep-faced former butler standing beside him. A smile on Mary's face, he reaches a pair of gloved hands towards the young man's collars. Allow me. Turning to face the shipwright, Usopp allows the more experienced man to gently remove the knot from his tie and retie it around his neck. Next, the butler pulls a pair of pins from his coat and after shuffling Usopp around manages to cinch together the fabric of his suit to fit his small frame. Usopp turns to face the older man. Mary, thank you. Mary places a gloved finger against Usopp's lips and says with a smile, it's nothing. Lady Kaya deserves the best on your date. Usopp is about to respond when the door beside him swings open. Kaya stands on the other side, wearing a long blue off-shoulder dress. He tries to speak, but his mouth is suddenly dry and he feels a lump in his throat. Spinning in a slow circle, she asks, what do you think? Midway through her spin, Usopp sees the lace running up the back of the otherwise backless dress and his heartbeat quickens. Once she faces him, he tries to force words from his mouth. You look, well, you are. Mary helpfully finishes the statement, beautiful as always, Miss Kaya. I believe that is what Usopp was trying to say. Nodding his head enthusiastically, Kaya lifts her hand in front of her face, stifling a giggle before taking a step forward and stretching it out towards the snipper. You look quite handsome yourself. Taking her hand in his, Usopp's heart pounds loud enough for him to feel the beat in his eardrums. He stutters, why, you're very handsome too. His cheeks grow hot as he realizes what came out of his mouth. Kaya giggles again and gently squeezes his hand. He is so nervous. I had no idea I had this effect on him. Her eyes drift to the flowers in his other hand. Are those for me? Yes. Usopp practically shouts as he pushes the flowers towards the girl. She shifts backwards slightly, to avoid his awkward attempt to shove the petals into her clean dress. Seeing the situation unfolding, Mary reaches toward Usopp and gently takes the flowers from his hand. Let me get these into some water for you, Miss Kaya. Kaya wordlessly mouths, thank you, to her former butler, who gives her an apologetic look before turning his back on the pair and making his way to the stairs leading to the upper levels of the ship. Finally alone, Usopp meets Kaya's eyes. She looks stunning, his eyes dart to her pillowy lips and he fights the desire to ruin her makeup with a kiss. After several moments of internal struggle, a grin splits his face. We should get going if we want a table. Before long the pair find themselves in front of a desk. The man on the other side has dark green skin everywhere but his neck, which is a muted yellow running down to the neckline of his shirt. His eyes are aligned with his forehead and spread apart almost to his ears. He lets out a strange noise. Ru Oak Elcombe to the Bharati. How many are there in your party to Ru Oak night? Placing his elbows on the table, Usopp leans across it toward the host and in a firm voice says, "Just the two of us tonight, Garak." Kaya places her hand on his back, slowly tracing her fingertips across his muscles. He relaxes his body, not realizing how much tension he was holding, and grins sheepishly, "If that's okay." The chubby host makes a sound they assume is a laugh. Crew Crow Crow Ru Oak. The CH Ru Oak EFS have a bet going in the BR Ru Oak EAK room on how long it would T Ru Oak AQ2 to make it off E Ru Oak CL. He slaps his webbed hand against a bell and in a moment Rika appears at his side. T Ru Oak Ake. These two to the top flow Ru Oak are at one of the private Boo Ru Oak THS. With a mischievous look, Rika motions for the pair to follow her. Kaya and Usopp exchange looks before following obediently. As they ascend the stairs, Usopp says in a low voice, "The others don't know about us. Think you can keep it a secret, Rika?" Continuing up without looking back, Rika replies calmly, "They know more than you think." A sly smile plays across her lips as she glances over her shoulder at Usopp. "But I won't say anything until you are ready." As they reach the top floor, Rika leads them to a small booth with privacy walls lit by a single candle in the center of the table. Pushing down against Usopp's hand as she lowers herself onto the bench, Kaya smiles at the young girl. "Thanks, sweetie. I promise we'll tell them soon." Usopp releases her hand as he walks to the opposite bench and drops onto it. Out of sight beneath the table, he carefully adjusts the edges of his suit jacket, trying to prevent it from crumpling against the seat cushion. "I know," with a smile, Rika hugs the older girl. "Enjoy your date." Releasing her hold, the young girl smiles at the pair before spinning on her heel and marching away, her head held in the air. Once the youngster has left the table, the pair carefully study the menus in front of them. After a brief pause, Usopp asks with a hint of concern, "Why is the menu so different tonight?" Reaching across the table, Kaya places her well-manicured fingernail against the top line that reads, "Prefix menu." Looking up, she sees the confusion etched on his face. She removes her finger from the menu and places her hand on top of his. Of course, he's never experienced high-end dining like this before. "How silly of me. I should have explained it earlier." Weaving her fingers carefully between his while holding eye contact, she says gently, "Up here they offer full-course meals. That's what prefix stands for. It's something high-end restaurants offer." His body visibly deflates. "Of course, one more thing I should know but don't. She probably thinks I'm an idiot. Why did I ever think I had a chance with someone as sophisticated as her?" Eyes watering slightly, Usopp tries to avoid eye contact. "Oh." Heartbreaking as she tries desperately to catch his eyes, Kaya reassuringly squeezes his hand. "It's okay, Usopp." A flicker of life returns and his eyes again meet hers. "Really, it's fine. I promise." A smile plays at the edges of Usopp's lips as hope fills his heart. "Are you sure?" A waiter sets a glass of water in front of each. Without breaking eye contact from his date, he says, "Thank you." A moment later, their privacy is returned. He's sweet and respectful. Why can't he see what a catch he is? Kaya smiles at the man across from her as she places her free hand on his. "I couldn't imagine being here with anyone else." Usopp. She is interrupted as a blonde-haired chef drops his elbows onto the table. With a dreamy expression, he looks at Kaya, ignoring the man across from her as his eyes flick down her neckline before returning to her face. "Hello, beautiful. Can I get you something to drink?" Face growing red, Usopp breaks his look away from Kaya and pulls his hands away, balling them into fists. "Damn it, San." He is cut short by Kaya's loud voice. "Knock it off, chef." She glares at the blonde-haired man. "I'm here on a date with the best-looking guy in the entire East Blue. This is not the time to shoot your shot, Sanji." Startled, the chef takes a step backward, his eyes wide. He looks at the other side of the table, seemingly seeing Usopp for the first time, and wordlessly mouths, "Him." Shaking off the shock, he narrows his eyes slightly as he studies the long-nosed man. "Anything for you?" Taken back by Kaya's declaration, Usopp flips the menu to the drinks side and stabs his finger at a drink in the beer section. Looking up to meet the chef's gaze, he says confidently, "I'll take this one." Leaning over the table to see which drink he is pointing at, the chef's chin twitches and he does his best to laugh. "You sure about that, sir?" Maintaining eye contact, Usopp reaches deep inside for his most confident self and proclaims, "Absolutely." Nodding his head and scribbling something down on his notepad, Sanji shifts his gaze back to Kaya. "And for you, milady?" Kaya places her slender finger on the menu underneath a white wine. "I'll have a glass of this with my meal." Writing down something else, Sanji opens his mouth to compliment the woman but stops short remembering the earlier rebuke she had given. Wordlessly turning away from the table, he heads to the bar to put in their drink orders. Looking down at where he is pointing on the menu, Usopp mouths the words as he reads, "Scorpion Brew. A strong hoppy beer with scorpion peppers. Caution, extremely spicy." His pupils dilate as he reaches the end of the description. A frown of concern on her forehead, Kaya asks, "Is something wrong?" She looks down at the item Usopp is pointing at and quickly finds it on her menu. A giggle escapes her lips. "Foo. Usopp, I had no idea you liked spicy things so much." Slumping back in his seat, Usopp crosses his arms. "I don't. But I can't do anything about it now." Pinching his lips together, he tries to think of a plan. "Maybe if I dilute it with my water, I can drink it slowly enough too." "Usopp, don't be silly. Just tell him you made a mistake and ask for something else." Kaya smiles at him, trying to assure him that it is okay to change his order. With a sigh, Usopp unfolds his arms and flips his menu back to the food side. As he starts looking for a meal, he says with a resigned tone, "It's fine, I'll manage. If I try to change it now, he'll win." He thinks, "Then he'll go back to flirting with you in front of me like a jerk. It's better to suffer now than put up with him acting like a creep until we leave. I don't understand why men are so stubborn about these things." Turning over her menu, Kaya looks for something appealing. "Okay. But if you change your mind, I won't think any less of you." A short time later, Sanji returns with their drinks. He gently places Kaya's wine in front of her before turning with an evil grin and placing Usopp's drink on the table. He nudges the drink towards the long-nosed man with his knuckles. Seeing a hint of terror in the man's eyes, he fibs. "I made sure they put an extra scorpion pepper for you. No need to thank me." Pulling the drink towards him, Usopp takes a small sip from the rim. The spices hit him immediately and it feels as though his lips and tongue are on fire. Eyes beginning to water, he manages to squeak out, "Delicious." Turning back towards Kaya, Sanji whips out his notepad and turns to a blank page. "What would you like for dinner tonight?" Pointing at the menu, Kaya replies, "I'll have the garden salad for the first course and for the third your roasted salmon." He writes her selection down before taking her menu with a smile before turning Usopp. Glancing down at the napkin beside the long-nosed man, he sees a dark red stain where the man had attempted to spit some of the beer. Making eye contact, he asks, "And what would you like?" Swallowing hard, Usopp immediately regrets his choice as the burning sensation in his mouth travels down his throat. Picking up his menu, he does his best to hide the pain he is experiencing. First course, clam chowder. Third course, scallops. He clamps his mouth shut as the air hitting his tongue ignites the spices in his mouth. He looks up pleadingly at the chef. Sanji sighed. The man clearly wouldn't back down and the chef was not cruel enough to continue playing this game. After writing the man's order down, he reaches towards him and takes his menu. He then, accidentally, bumps the drink, spilling it strategically onto the table so that none of the liquid reaches the seated pair. Pulling a towel from his back pocket, he wipes the liquid before it can spread and make a mess. Unfortunately, that was the last scorpion brew on tap. "I'll get you a substitute on the house." Sweeping the glass up, he again meets the man's eyes and gives him a wink before walking back to the bar. He returns a moment later with a cup full of white liquid and slides it in front of the man, who stares down quizzically. After a moment, the chef volunteers. "It's milk. Helps with spicy tea." Before the chef finishes his sentence, Usopp grabs the glass and begins gulping it down, feeling immediate relief in his mouth and throat as the burning subsides. Placing the empty cup on the table, he is about to wipe the milk mustache away with his sleeve before realizing he is on a date. Picking up the napkin, he carefully dabs his upper lip until it feels dry. Looking back up at the chef, he mouths, "Thank you." The chef grins before turning away and heading to the stairs to drop the orders off in the kitchen. Eyes returning to Kaya, Usopp dares to open his mouth again. Finding that having his mouth open no longer burns, he says calmly, "You were starting to say something before he took our drink orders." Kaya's cheeks warm as they turn a light pink. "I was." She takes a deep breath. "It's now or never, Kaya." She smiles at the man across from her and reaches out to take his hands in hers. "Usopp. We've been friends for years. But lately, I've started to think maybe," she bites her bottom lip and says softly, "we should be more than just friends. I think that maybe," she slides her fingers between his as she continues to meet his gaze. "I love you, Usopp." Heart racing and blood pumping wildly through his veins, Usopp desperately wants to leap to his feet and cheer. Everything he wanted to say to Kaya was coming out of her lips to him and he was beyond thrilled. "Get it together, Usopp. She is waiting for your answer." Usopp gently pulls her right hand further across the table to his lips and kisses her knuckles. "I love you too, Kaya." His mouth splits into the biggest smile he's ever worn. "You're my best friend. I can't imagine my life with anyone else." Kaya smiles back as her hand returns to the center of the table. "Me either. So, what does that make us?" Shrugging his shoulders, Usopp continues to smile as his heart beats wildly in his chest. "We don't need to put a label on it. Let's enjoy this for now. We'll figure out what to Kaikru." The pair continue to chat, tension now fully dissipated as they wait for their food. Eventually, Sanji arrives with their dishes and they break their handhold to eat the four-course meal, continuing to enjoy one another's company. The meal is finished, and the pair make their way onto the going shopping together. Usopp's hand on the small of Kaya's back, he leads her back to the railing where he had first proposed their date. As she leans her elbows against the cold steel bar, Kaya leans against his shoulder, resting her head on his shoulder. Turning to look at him, she says quietly, "It's so cold." Removing his arm from around her back, Usopp pulls his suit jacket off, revealing a white undershirt that clings to the muscles on his chest. Wrapping the jacket around Kaya's shoulders, he replies, "This should warm you up." Placing her right arm on his chest, Kaya looks up into Usopp's eyes. He takes a small step backward as she slides between him and the railing before wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her head into his chest. He follows suit, wrapping his strong arms around her shoulders and holding her close against him. Breathing in the strawberry scent of her shampoo, he rests his chin on top of her head. After several minutes of holding one another and listening to the lapping of the waves against the wooden hull of the ships, Kaya pulls her head back and looks up into Usopp's eyes. "It's getting late." Nodding his head, Usopp squeezes his arms tighter. "One more minute. I've wanted to do this for years. I want to hold you just a little longer." Smiling, she buries her head back into his chest. "I think I can handle that." She continues to enjoy his firm body against hers for another minute before giving him a squeeze with her arms. "It's time for bed, Usopp." Closing his eyes and inhaling deeply, wanting to memorize her scent, he releases his hold and takes a step backwards. As her arms unlink from behind him, they meet his and the fingers of his left hand intertwine with those of her right. Smiling at one another, Usopp gestures with his hand. "Let's get you to bed. A beauty like you must get their full 8 hours." Giggling, the pair walk towards the hallway. Arriving outside Kaya's room, she carefully extracts his fingers from his. With a smile, she reaches up to her shoulder and removes the suit jacket before wrapping her arms around Usopp's shoulders under the guise of returning it to him. Once the jacket is hanging from his shoulders, she wraps her arms behind his neck and stares up into his eyes. "Kiss me, damn it." She smiles up at him as her tongue flicks out, wetting her lips. Reaching down and placing his hands on Kaya's hips, he gently lifts her until she is standing on her toes. Bringing his head downward, Usopp's lips meet Kaya's as the pair close their eyes, enjoying the kiss. Tightening her arms around his neck, Kaya pulls him closer as she savors his flavor. A minute later, the pair break their kiss, panting for air. Cheeks red, Kaya releases his arms from around Usopp's neck and places her hand on his chest. "Good night, Usopp." Smiling, Usopp releases his hold on Kaya's hips, allowing her to lower her heels to the floor. "Good night, Kaya." Taking a step backwards, Kaya mimes blowing Usopp a kiss, which he mimes catching and pressing against his chest. She reaches behind her to fiddle with the door handle before throwing it open and slipping inside. She says with a smile, "I'll see you tomorrow, handsome." Before closing the door softly, she collapses backward onto her bed before squealing with joy and kicking her feet against the sheets. Making his way back to the Going Merry, Usopp can't stop smiling and he feels as though he is floating on air. As he makes his way into the men's quarters, he notices that Zoro is missing, having already started his night shift. Kobe's sleepy voice calls out, "Hey Usopp, late night?" Removing his suit before collapsing into his bed, Usopp replies, "Yep. I'll tell you about it later. Let's get some sleep." The younger boy rolls over and begins snoring as Usopp lays awake, replaying the date in his head as he smiles up at the cabin ceiling. This is the story of another universe where Luffy was given a slightly different message before starting his adventure as a pirate. How can one sentence change the fate of our hero and his crew? We enter the story 10 years before the start of Luffy's adventure, just before the red-haired pirates leave Luffy's hometown. Plopping the iconic straw hat on Luffy's head, Shanks says, "I'll leave this hat to you. It means more to me than anything, so you better take good care of it. You hear me? I want you to bring this hat back to me someday in good condition. But only once you've become a great pirate, with a mighty pirate crew. That's our promise, Luffy." From that moment on, Luffy internalized the message that to be the king of the pirates he would need to gather a large and powerful crew. Between his fateful meeting with Shanks and the start of his journey, Luffy allowed the thought to roll around in his head. The former Pirate King had a crew of over 30 pirates, which was a good starting place, but Luffy knew he had to dream bigger. In Roger's day, the Grand Line was still unexplored territory with little competition. Now it was teeming with powerful pirate crews all vying to be the first to claim the One Piece and seize the title of Pirate King, and his competition would be fierce. He would need at least 60 if not more to stand a chance. But the question remained, what would make his crew mighty? Certainly, quantity wasn't everything. He would need pirates that were brave, willing to stand up for what they believed in and driven by dreams that would carry them to greatness. They didn't all need to be warriors, though it wouldn't hurt. With a crew as large as he had in mind, he would need a lot of hands to keep up with the day-to-day tasks of sailing the seas. It was a difficult 10 years to wait. Each year his dreams and goals grew until one day he decided he had waited long enough and set sail from Fuchsia village to start his journey. After being captured by the Alvida pirates, Luffy manages to escape with help from a pink-haired boy named Kobe. The two make their way to Shell's Town, where they free the legendary pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro from execution at the hands of Helmeppo and the corrupt marine axe-hand Morgan. While in Shell's Town they also meet a young girl named Rika. Once the Marines have been dealt with, Luffy extends an offer to his new friends who come together to form the Straw Hat Pirates. After leaving, the new pirate crew journeys to Orange Town and meets a thief and navigator Nami before encountering the dangerous clown pirate Buggy and his crew. They run across a brave dog named Chow Chow before finally defeating the Buggy pirates and sailing away with their newfound crewmate and mascot. Next, the crew heads to Syrup Village, where they encounter the notorious liar and marksman Usopp and his crew of child pirates consisting of Ninjin, Piaman and Tamanegi. In search of a new ship, they meet Kaya and her butlers Mary and Klahadore. It is soon revealed that Klahadore is secretly Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. The crew manages to thwart the pirates' plan and drive away his pirates. As a reward, they are given the Going Merry and going shopping for their service. The crew then leaves the island to head to the Grand Line, but are stopped by the bounty hunters Johnny and Yosaku, who are injured and need medical care. After treating the newcomers, they detour to the Baratie, where Luffy is forced to work after damaging the ship. While there, they encounter the fiery chef Sanji, who chooses to feed Jin, a starving member of the Don Krieg pirates. Jin returns with Don Krieg and his crew and wage war against the chefs, but they are defeated by the combined effort of the Baratie staff and the Straw Hat Pirates. Secretly, Nami leaves on the Going Merry, after stealing the crew's money, and travels to her home island. Before the crew could follow her, a photographer for the Marines named Jimmy Scoops stowed away on the Going Shopping. The crew follows their navigator to the Konami Islands, where they encounter Arlong and his fishmen. They are saved by Nami's older sister Najiko and a young boy named Chabo, who brings them to Kokoyashi village. Arlong betrays Nami, who then begs Luffy to save her village. The crew heads to Arlong Park, where they defeat the Arlong pirates with help from the octopus fishman Hatchin. Returning to Kokoyashi village as heroes, they are approached by Sam, who asks to accompany them into the Grand Line, and Teru, who asks for passage to Logatown. The crew arrived in Logatown and bid farewell to their friend Teru before exploring the city. Luffy is captured by the Buggy pirates, who have allied with the Alvida pirates. Before he can be executed, the rest of the crew arrives to save their captain. A mysterious group of bounty hunters, who the crew had previously encountered at sea, joins the fray, but the battle is interrupted by Smoker and the Marines who chase both crews off the island. The crew departs for Reverse Mountain, preparing for whatever awaits them on the Grand Line. The first ray of sunshine breaks through the small window of the men's quarters, warming Luffy's cheek. He stirs as the light travels up his face before at last resting on his eyelids. Letting out a small groan and licking his lips, the young captain mutters sleepily, "Just 5 more minutes, Grandpa." From the top bunk, Zoro's mouth hangs open. A trail of drool runs from the right side of his mouth to the pillow beneath his head, forming a dark wet patch. Sucking in a large breath of air releases a guttural snore that reverberates through the room. 3 pairs of eyes snap open in response to the loud noise while the swordsman continues to sleep, blissfully unaware of the disruption he has caused. Taking hold of his pillow, Kobe pulls it around his ears, attempting to block the noise. Squeezing his eyes shut, he tries to recall the last vestige of his dream before it fades away, but it is too late. Silently cursing the swordsman, he releases his grip on the pillow and straightens his torso, pushing down his covers before stretching his arms high above his head and yawning. "Guess I'm up." He glances across the room at Zoro, still asleep in his bed. "If I knew he wouldn't chop my head off, I'd give that asshole a piece of my mind." Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, he rises to his feet. Glancing around the dimly lit room, he spots Usopp and Luffy, who are also getting out of bed. He knows without needing to check that Hatchin's top bunk is empty. Across from Kobe, Luffy's eyes flick around the room as he tries to identify the noise that disturbed his sleep. He opens his mouth to ask when another snore rips from Zoro's throat above him. The edge of his lip curls into a smile as he steps away from the bed and turns to face the swordsman. I wonder how mad he'll be if... He raises his hands to the sides of his mouth, forming a tunnel with his palms. I wake him. Taking a deep breath, he screams at the top of his lungs. "Zoro, get your ass up. We're under attack." Under attack? As the captain's words reverberate through his skull, Zoro hurls the sheets off of his body and scrambles to the ground from his bunk. His eyes are bloodshot and panic is etched onto his features as he takes hold of Luffy's shoulders. "Where?" Luffy squeezes his lips together and attempts to stifle the laugh that threatens to rip through his small frame. As he meets Zoro's eyes, his mouth splits into a wide grin. She. Just kidding." Glancing at the hatch leading to the deck, he motions with his head. "Now that you're up, we might as well." Before Luffy can finish the sentence, Zoro's knee slams into his stomach, driving the wind from his lungs. Seething with rage, Zoro doesn't notice Kobe and Usopp tiptoeing behind him as they sneak out of the room. "Just kidding." He shakes Luffy's shoulders, causing the younger man to ragdoll in his grip. "Just kidding?" Releasing his hold on the captain, he takes a step back. "Calm down, Zoro. He's your friend, not your enemy." The swordsman draws ragged breaths, desperately trying to calm the storm brewing inside. "Zoro." Panic courses through Luffy's body as he stares dumbstruck at his friend. Taking a step forward, he reaches toward the swordsman. "I didn't mean to." Before his fingertips make contact with Zoro's shoulder, he sees the man flinch and withdraws his hand. "Too far. I went too far. Dayton always said my jokes were too much, but I never thought they would push Zoro away." His lip trembles as a tear runs down his cheek. "I'm sorry." As his breathing slows, Zoro closes his eyes. He may be the captain, but he's still an impulsive boy. "I knew that when I joined this crew." His eyelids open slowly, the anger that had burned behind his eyes now extinguished. "I will not abandon you, Captain." Reaching forward, he places his hand on Luffy's shoulder and brushes the tear from the captain's cheek with his thumb. "I know." Taking a step forward, he wraps his strong arms around the captain's shoulders and pulls him in for a tight hug. "I forgive you." Resting his chin on the mop of black hair atop Luffy's head, he gives him a tight squeeze. "Just don't do it again." Nodding his head, Luffy smiles as he buries his head against Zoro's chest. "He doesn't hate me. Dayton said my jokes would drive others away, but he's still here." He says in a weak voice, "I'll try." "And you'll inevitably fail." Closing his eyes again, Zoro gives the captain another tight squeeze. "When it happens again, please forgive my anger." The dining room is buzzing with chatter from the various tables the crew has spread out across. At one of the large round tables, Kaya and Nami discuss the fashion differences between the islands they have visited. Usopp sits beside Kaya, holding her hand under the table. Glassy-eyed he picks at the food on his plate. Thoughts race through his head at the bounty from last night. He had been so caught up in the boy's excitement that he had forgotten to consider the implications of being a wanted man. Why did I have to follow these lunatics? A bead of sweat runs down his brow and he mumbles to himself, I'm a dead man. Noticing Usopp's discomfort, Kaya squeezes his hand and shoots him an apologetic look. It'll be okay. You have me. I won't let anything happen to you. Having talked him off the edge of a breakdown during their night shift, she was sensitive to his distress. Beside the sniper, Piaman and Tamanegi compare scars they had picked up in Logatown. Across the table, Ninjin asks Chabo what fruits are available in the garden as he brainstorms future cocktail recipes for the crew. Beside Chabo sits Najiko, looking tired and stressed as she flips through the pages of a history textbook while her plate sits untouched. At a nearby table, Sanji describes an upcoming menu change with Hatchin and Rika, who hang on his every word. Jin sits beside Sanji, scribbling notes on a pad of paper as Mary looks over his shoulder, offering the occasional suggestion. Kobe sits alone on the other side of the table, eating his meal in silence as he attempts to adjust to being awake. The other crewmates either haven't arrived or, in the case of Johnny and Yosaku, have already eaten and left to fish on the flying bridge. The doors burst open and Luffy and Zoro saunter into the dining room together. Kobe and Usopp shoot questioning glances at one another and Kobe mouths, "They didn't kill each other," at the sniper, who shrugs. The pair walk over to the serving table and grab empty plates before piling them high with waffles and fried chicken. Taking the syrup pitcher at the end of the table, Luffy drenches his food in the sticky brown liquid before handing it to Zoro, who fills a ramekin he had added to his plate. The pair look around the room for an open spot. Luffy points at a pair of empty seats between Hatchin and Kobe. "How about those?" "Looks good to me," replies Zoro as he makes his way over to the table and sets down his plate beside Hatchin. Luffy follows dutifully behind the swordsman, still feeling uncomfortable after their earlier confrontation, and sets his plate beside Kobe. Sitting down, he immediately begins shoveling food into his mouth. "Damn, why does Moss Head have to sit at our table?" Trying to ignore the intrusion, Sanji continues, "As I was saying, I would like to phase out a couple of our orange dishes in favor of strawberries. They are already flowering and Chabo thinks they can be harvested in the next few weeks. That means we'll be making a lot more pies and cakes than normal, and if we can snag a few jars at our next stop, we'll make some preserves." "Hey Sanji," Rika raises her hand slowly. She waits for the chef to look her way before continuing, "Won't that run through our sugar reserves pretty quickly?" Very observant. A smirk touches the edge of Sanji's lips and he nods in agreement. "I had the same thought. Unfortunately, planted won't be ready for harvest until December, so we will probably have to restock between now and then. By my estimate, we should have enough to last until the summer, but we'll make a note to stock up before then." "Maybe you could stop making so many desserts, curly brows," Zoro says with an evil glimmer in his eyes as he looks up from his food at the blonde-haired chef. "Asshole." Eyes wide and nostrils flaring, Sanji slams his fork into the wooden table. "Maybe you should mind your own damn business, Moss Head." He glares at the swordsman, daring him to make a move. "I'm just trying to help." Zoro smirks before stabbing a wedge of waffle and bringing it to his lips. "If you spent more time using your brain and less time staring at the women on the ship, I wouldn't need to." He takes the waffle into his mouth. With a smug look, he chews on the delicious morsel while meeting Sanji's furious gaze. "What an ungrateful ass. Complaining about my decisions as a chef while enjoying the fruit of my labor." Rising to his feet, Sanji stabs his finger in the air at the swordsman. "I don't have to take this shit from you. If you want to fight, then let's go." Swallowing his food, Zoro also stands up. "Oh yeah? Anytime, anyplace, pervert cook?" "Hey guys." Jin looks up from his notepad to the pair of angry men. "Maybe this isn't the time to." "So you're taking Zoro's side now?" Sanji yells, cutting off his friend as he turns his rage on Jin. Gritting his teeth, he points at the swordsman. "You're either with me or him, Jin. You can't just sit on the sidelines." "But Sanji," Mary attempts to calm the chef, "you really should listen to." "Listen to what?" Sanji shouts, his volume increasing. "Listen to Jin telling me to calm down. Are you telling me to act civil?" Turning back toward the swordsman whose arms are now folded across his chest, he again gestures at him. You've seen how he acts. Somebody needs to put this idiot in his place. Eyes wide, his chest heaves as a flush runs up his neck. Quit acting like I'm the problem. Enough. Pushing back his chair, Jin leaps to his feet and grabs Sanji's arm roughly. I'm not saying you shouldn't fight. All conversations stop as everyone at both tables turns to look at Jin in surprise. There's nothing wrong with fighting, as long as something gets accomplished. Grabbing the notepad from the table, Jin presses it into Sanji's chest. That's what Mary and I have been working on all morning. A tournament for the crew, so we can figure out everyone's strengths and weaknesses before we get to the grand line. She. Luffy drops his fork before banging his hands onto the table, doubling over with laughter. She. You tell him, Jin. He wipes away his tears as the laughter subsides. A tournament? That's so freaking cool. His chest swells as his excitement for the upcoming tournament grows. Are you saying I can kick that drunk asshole Sam's ass and nobody will care? Calls out Nami from the other table. Finally, I can get some revenge on that jerk for staring at me and Nejiko all day. Kind of. Jin turns to face the navigator. It'll be a bracketed tournament. As long as you both progress in your brackets, you'll get a chance to fight each other. But what about, carefully placing the book she had been reading on the table, Nejiko asks, what happens to the people who are eliminated early? Flipping his notepad to the next page, Jin points at a diagram he had drawn. Anybody who is eliminated will be entered into a loser's bracket. They will get the chance to face off against others who lost, and the final two combatants will fight the champion of the winner's bracket. Yes. Leaping to his feet, Luffy pumps his arms into the air. Yes. Can we do it now? Like right now? Adrenaline courses through his veins as his imagination runs wild for the upcoming event. So eager for me to kick your ass, Straw Hat? Zoro says with a grin. He hooks his arm around the captain's shoulders before locking eyes with Jin. How can we make this happen? That went better than expected. And look, Sanji and Zoro aren't at each other's throats. Jin returns Zoro's gaze, with an almost imperceptible smile. I could use some help setting up. After finishing breakfast and clearing plates from the table, Hatchin makes his way onto the deck. He was nervous about the upcoming tournament, not because he doubted his strength, but because he didn't want to hurt his crewmates. Arlong always said these humans were weak compared to us fishmen. I hope he was wrong. Making his way across the deck to the railing, he rests his elbows against the metallic bars as he stares out across the ocean. It sure is pretty out at sea. Reminds me of home. Glancing down at the water, he smiles as he reflects on his childhood on Fishman Island. His thoughts are interrupted by barking and he turns to find the source of the noise. Spotting Chow Chow racing toward the dining room, the fishman smiles. It's nice having a pet in the crew. He's not the same as my sweet Momo, but just as cute. He begins tiptoeing across the deck after the dog, doing his best not to make a noise when one of the wooden planks lets out a loud squeak. Freezing in place, he stares wide-eyed at the dog, who has turned to look back at him. Dang it. Not him. A low growl begins deep in Chow Chow's throat as he glares at the fishman, who continues toward him. He was no longer even trying to be stealthy. All I wanted was a snack. Lips curling back, Chow Chow loudly proclaims. Bark. Stay back. Bark. I'm warning you. Still skittish. He probably still associates me with my old crew. Freezing at the first bark, Hatchin drops to his knees. Still making eye contact with the dog, he reaches into his pocket. Hopefully. I still have. His hand closes around something wet and squishy. Bingo. Pulling a severed fish head from his pocket, Hatchin carefully opens his hand, presenting the prize to the small dog. Momo used to love these. I was planning on tossing it overboard in her honor, but I don't think she'd mind sharing with you. Tilting his head to the side, Chow Chow studies the object in Hatchin's hands. It smells good. Taking a cautious step forward, the dog keeps his body low to the ground. Looking up from his target to the fishman, he searches for signs of danger as he continues his slow approach. This better not be a trick. Here, boy. Hatchin says in his calmest possible voice as he places the fish head on the ground and scotches backward several feet. It's safe, I promise. A smile touches his lips. I remember when Momo was this nervous around me. Approaching the treat, Chow Chow leans down and picks it up in his mouth before looking up at the fishman. This is mine. You may have given it to me, But it's mine now. You got that? Chewing on the hunk of fish releases delicious flavors into the dog's mouth. Baby steps. Rising to his feet, Hatchin nods at Chow Chow. Enjoy the treat. There are plenty more where it came from. Turning his back on the dog, he makes his way toward the flying bridge to fish with Johnny and Yosaku. Having abandoned Jin and Zoro at the first possible opportunity, Luffy casually strolls into the training room holding a piece of paper. He is surprised that the rest of the crew has already assembled and is patiently waiting along the far wall as Jin and Zoro dutifully check over their work. I made it right on time. A grin spreads across his face as he waves his free hand wildly and shouts, "We're ready." Shifting his focus away from his work, Jin glances at the captain. His gaze immediately drops to the paper in his hand. What is that? He notices the other crewmates holding identical papers. Am I missing something? Shifting his focus back to what have ya got there, Captain? Sprinting across the room to Jin's side, Luffy excitedly presents the paper to the Master-at-Arms. It's my libel bribery waiver. Mary said we had to fill them out. Libel bribery? What the hell is he talking about? Taking the paper from Luffy, Jin glances at it and reads, "Waiver of liability." Shaking his head, he looks up at Mary and grins. Smart. That way nobody can blame their injuries on me. Mary grins back and Jin winks before shifting his focus to Luffy. Thank you for filling that out. Did everyone else fill out theirs? Most of the crew nodded with the few key exceptions of Chabo, Jimmy Scoops and Kaya. They had chosen to abstain from participating in the tournament, preferring to observe and cheer on their crewmates. Zoro says in a gravelly tone, "What about me?" Making his way to Jin's side, he glances at the paper and snorts derisively, "You going to make me sign that crap?" Nodding, Jin points at Mary, who produces a stack of blank waivers. "Sure, tough guy. I can't have you bitching when somebody knocks your teeth in." Eyes flicking back to Luffy's paper, Jin hides his smile. "Besides, I want to see if the rumors of your illiteracy are true." This is dumb. But, Zoro glances at Sanji before making his way toward Mary. "If it means I can kick Curly Brow's ass, I'll do it." Crossing the room, he grumbles, "This is so stupid." Mary hands a form to Zoro, who snatches it roughly out of his hands. "How rude." The former butler opens his mouth to chastise the swordsman, but remembering the morning's blow-up swallows his retort. Clearing his throat, Jin dismisses Luffy with a hand wave, sending the captain back to the wall. He catches Zoro out of the corner of his eye, hunched over the form filling it out, so he can read. Rumor debunked. Turning his attention back to the others, he loudly proclaims, "Form an orderly line and hand over your waivers." The crew rushed toward the Master-at-Arms before quickly sorting into a line. Zoro is the last to join, finishing his waiver in a rush to avoid being left out. As the crew hand over their papers, Jin carefully places them in a stack beside him. Once all the waivers have been handed over and the crew has returned to the wall, Jin smiles at the group. "Seems like news of this tournament spread without me." The crew chuckles as Johnny and Yosaku elbow one another. Jin waits for them to settle before continuing. "The rules are simple. Combatants can bring any weapons they like into the match. Since we are crewmates, I'd encourage you not to kill each other." "Oh lordy." Clasping her hands together, Kaya begs, "Don't be too rough. I can only take care of so many patients." "Don't worry, Kaya. I'll eliminate them all without injury," calls out Usopp as he places his hands proudly on his hips. "Nobody can stand against the might of the great Captain Usopp." "Right," says Jin as he rolls his eyes. "Anyways, like I said, the rules are simple. Bring any weapons you'd like. A match ends when one combatant is knocked out of the ring, cannot continue fighting or surrenders. If there is a tie, the winner will be decided by popular vote. Winners will continue in the winner's bracket, while losers will be added to the loser's bracket, where they will compete to redeem themselves against the victor of the winner's bracket." He motions at the port wall. The left side is painted to show the winner's bracket, while the right has been left blank. Winner's bracket. The crew's attention is drawn to the bracket and they try to find their names. Jin continues his instructions. Everyone has been assigned a seed, which determines who they fight in the tournament. He was quite proud of his work. "I have a rough idea of how to seed the tournament, based on battles I've seen and been involved in. Let me know if you see any obvious issues and we can address them now." Yeah," calls out Zoro. "How come Bushy Brows isn't my opponent? I only joined this thing to kick his ass." "We can still fight, dumbass. We just have to beat everybody else in our brackets, shouts Sanji, clearly irritated at the swordsman. That's stupid, shouts Zoro, I should be able to fight you first. It's not stupid, your head is just too full of moss to understand, responds Sanji. Idiot. Just follow the rules and you'll get what you want. Shut the hell up, shouts Luffy, turning to face the swordsman and chef. The captain glares at the duo, his face contorted with rage. I just want to fight people. The faster we get through these rules, the faster I get to hit somebody. Glancing at the board, Nijiko notices her name in the box beside Luffy's. Oh no, her eyes grow wide. Is it too late to back out? Unfortunately at this point, the waivers have already been signed. Shrugging his shoulders, Jin lifts his hands in mock surrender. Nothing I can do about that. You bastard, glaring at Jin. Nijiko crosses her arms and lets out an irritated humph. Sounds like we are clear on the rules. Does anybody have any more questions? Jin asks. He scans the crew who shake their heads. No, with a grin, he announces, excellent. Go collect your weapons. The first match starts in 10 minutes. The crew launch themselves away from the wall, speeding toward the armory. Jin casually follows them as Chabo, Jimmy and Kaya make their way over to an assortment of chairs that had been relocated to the room from across the ship. I guess we have some time to kill. Turning to the blonde-haired merchant, Jimmy attempts to make small talk, so how do you feel about? Fucking livid. Kaya cuts him off. Folding her arms she glares at the platform, as if my job wasn't hard enough, now the crew is making it harder on purpose. Shaking her head, she continues glaring. What in the hell were you thinking, Jin? Our medical supplies were already stretched thin dealing with normal injuries. Why on earth did you think this was a good idea? Well, I think it'll be fun. Chabo says from Jimmy's other side, I've always wanted to see what the others were capable of. Besides, it's important to know who can keep us safe once we enter the Grand Line. At least he gets it. Jimmy nods as he places his arm around the boy's shoulders. My thoughts exactly. Being a photographer is fun, but I'm useless in combat and the Grand Line is rough. Sure, I guess. Kaya sighs in frustration. Fine. Her shoulders relax and she leans against the back of her chair. I'd still prefer figuring that out in a less violent way. I'm the one who has to clean up the mess after this is finished. Maybe I could help, Chabo offers. I need to learn a bit more about medicine anyways. There are a lot of plants with medicinal properties that I should probably be growing. I barely know what I'm doing. Now I have to take on a student. Pressing her fingertips against her temple, Kaya gently rubs her forehead. Thanks. She closes her eyes. We'll figure something out. She tries to ignore the stress-induced headache that is beginning to throb against her skull. Having collected their gear, the crew returns to the training room. Milling about the perimeter of the room, they buzz with conversation. So what do y'all think kicked all this off? Asked Johnny in a low voice. Jin always seemed to have a plan. There had to be a bigger meaning to this. He glances at Yosaku who is leaning against the wall beside him. Taking a drag from the cigarette between his lips, Yosaku blows out a stream of smoke. His eyes remain closed as the nicotine flows through his veins, calming his nerves while giving him a slight buzz. Eyes opening slowly, he pulls the cigarette from his mouth and dangles it between his fingers as he responds to his friend. I dunno bro. I'm glad I got matched against that old drunk in the first round. He points the cigarette at Sam before returning the white stick to his mouth and taking another lungful of smoke. Oh shit, who am I against? Glancing at the board, Johnny's heart leaps and a grin splits his face. I got long nose. This is easy mode bro. Chuckling to himself he scans the group for Usopp. You're going down sniper. Cocky bastards. Seated on the ground beside them, Zoro gives the pair a wicked grin. Wouldn't be so sure of an easy win there Johnny. Usopp kicked my ass a couple of days ago. Eyes wide the two swordsmen turn toward Zoro and in unison shout, are you serious? Across the room, Sam pulls the bottle of whiskey to his lips and takes a long swig before glancing down at Ninjin sitting on the floor with his arms wrapped around his knees. Don't like so glum lad. I'm sure. A loud belch escapes his lips and he smacks his chest before continuing. Sure you'll do just fine. It's not that. Ninjin stares at the name on the wall beside his. I just don't. There was no getting around it. He knew at some point that he'd need to fight his friends, but had hoped it wouldn't happen so soon. Please forgive me Rika. I don't want to hurt you but I don't know how to stop. Following the boy's gaze, Sam reads the name beside Ninjin's. Lowering to the ground, he wraps his arm around the boy's shoulders and says in a now lucid and calm voice, "I won't let anything happen to her, Carrot." "Thanks." Ninjin rests his head against the older man's shoulder. "Hat I'd give for a drink." He glances at Sanji having an animated discussion with Hatchin. "Maybe I can sneak away." "Everybody is here and accounted for." Jin's booming voice breaks Ninjin's thoughts as the master-at-arms makes his way to the center of the room. Placing his hands on the platform, Jin hoists himself onto it before turning to face the others. "We are just about ready to begin. Our first match is between Nezuko and Luffy." All eyes turn to Nezuko, who cowers against her sister in fear. "Why did I have to get paired up against the captain? He took out Arlong by himself. I can't possibly face him." Turning to the orange-haired navigator, Nezuko whimpers, "Do I have to?" "You'll be fine. It'll be over before you know it." With a smirk, Nami wraps her arm around Nezuko's shoulders and leads her to the platform. Once they arrive, she grabs her sister's waist and hoists her onto it. "Good luck, Nezuko." Waving, she takes a step back and smiles. "Better you than me, girl." She glances around, spotting Kaya sitting beside Chabo. The orange-haired navigator crosses the room to join her friend. "Do you mind if I sit with you? Don't you look chipper?" With a sigh giving away her earlier irritation, Kaya pats the chair beside her. "Might as well stick together. We'll be dragging your sister off that platform in a couple of minutes." Nezuko's body shakes as she watches Luffy casually approach the platform, using his stretchy arms to launch himself onto it before giving her a look that sends shivers down her spine. "He won't kill me, right? He knows this is just for fun, right?" She watches as the captain cracks his knuckles before bouncing back and forth from one foot to the other. She nervously shakes her arms, trying to loosen them. Swallowing around the newly formed lump in her throat, Nezuko reaches into her pocket and pulls her protractor blade out. Slipping her fingers around the handle, she locks eyes with the captain. "I'm not." Her voice falters and she takes a deep breath before shouting, "Afraid of you, Straw Hat." "Good. She's got some fire in her." A grin spreads across Luffy's lips as he bounces on the balls of his feet. Coming to a stop, he brings his hands up in front of himself, fists clenched. His voice is calm but threatening. "You should be." His eyes dart to the side and he searches the sea of faces before finally stopping on Jin. Laughter bubbles within him as his chest swells, excitement coursing through his body. She, let's do this." Walking to the far corner of the platform, Jin raises his hand in the air. "Sorry, Nezuko. I didn't want to throw you in the deep end. I guess we'll see if you sink or swim." "Ready?" Every eye in the room is focused on Jin as he continues holding his hand in the air. "Set." The room is silent as every conversation is muted in anticipation of the match. Jin swings his hand down in front of himself and shouts, "Go." Placing his left hand on his right shoulder, Luffy pulls his right arm backward as his eyes flick from Jin back to Nezuko. Gum. He twists his body clockwise as the knuckles of his extended arm brush against the wall behind him before screaming, "Pistol." He twists counterclockwise, firing his fist across the platform at the girl in front of him. "One and done. Let's go." Eyes widening as the punch flies across the platform toward her head, Nezuko slides to the side at the last minute. As the air splits around Luffy's fist, she feels a cold breeze against her right arm. That was close. Squeezing the handle of the protractor causes the blades to extend outward. Before her opponent has a chance to launch another attack, she twists counterclockwise. Bringing her fist up, she slams the spikes of the protractor into Luffy's arm. "Ah!" Luffy howls in pain before yanking his arm back toward himself. Cradling his wounded arm with his good one, he examines the damage. A row of slits in his biceps that looked remarkably like bite marks oozed blood. That hurt. "Geez." His gaze rises from his wound to Nezuko and he narrows his eyes. "No more messing around." "First blood," shouts Jin, a smile on his face as he points at Luffy. "Good job, Nezuko. I didn't realize you had it in you." The rest of the crew lets out a loud cheer that is quickly silenced by a glare from the captain. "Huh. I thought she'd be down in one shot," says Nami as she leans forward in her seat carefully studying the match. "Guess my sister isn't as weak as I thought." Realizing that Luffy is getting distracted by the crew's reaction, Nezuko charges at the captain. "This is my shot. Either I end it here or I'm doomed." "Come on, she got one hit in on me." Simmering with frustration, Luffy catches motion out of the corner of his eye. His head flicks to Nezuko, who has almost reached him. Instinct takes over as the pirate ducks beneath her punch. His arms reach out and take hold of the back of her shirt, yanking her torso down as he slams his knee into her stomach, driving the air from her lungs. He twists his body clockwise and hurls her into the air. Extending his leg, he launches from the platform until he is above Nezuko. Extending both arms downward, he grabs hold of Nezuko's wrists. He quickly retracts his arms, sending himself flying toward her before twisting so that his legs are aimed at her midsection and extending his feet, slamming them into Nezuko's stomach. He releases her arms the moment his feet make contact, sending her crashing back to the ground. He lands in the center of the platform and stands up straight. Call it Jin. Frombe, she had been about to hit Luffy when he dodged at the last second. The next thing she knew, the air had been knocked from her lungs and she was flung into the air. She managed to twist her body in time to see the wild pirate grinning like a madman above her before he slammed his feet into her stomach, sending her flying back down. Once her body hit the platform, she blacked out. Springing from their chairs, Nami and Kaya leap onto the platform and race toward Nezuko. Chabo finds himself unable to move as tears well up in his eyes. First Mom and Dad. Now you too, Nezuko. Nami checks her sister's pulse and sighs with relief when she feels the steady thumping against her fingertips. Her face contorted in rage as she looked up at Luffy. What in the hell was that for, Straw Hat? Pulling out a packet of smelling salts, Kaya cracks it open and swipes it several times beneath Nezuko's nose. The young woman winces as her eyes flutter open. She attempts to talk, but Kaya places her finger over her lips. Not yet. I need to check you over. Nodding slowly, Nezuko winces as she moves her head. Kaya's voice sounds far away, as if she is speaking to her through a tunnel. She hears the thump of something heavy on the platform and slowly turns her head to see Hatchin racing to her side. Why him? 6 strong arms are carefully placed under her body and she is lifted into the air by the fishman. Glaring at the master-at-arms staring dumbstruck at Nezuko, Luffy shouts, I said call it, Jin. What have I done? Shaking his head, Jin blinks several times as he attempts to focus on the task at hand. As Hatchin carries Nezuko off the platform, he stammers, and Nezuko is no longer able to see continue fighting. He pauses a moment before announcing, the winner is Luffy. Rising to her feet, Nami crosses the platform to Luffy and grabs hold of his shirt. As tears run down her cheeks, she screams at the captain. I said what the hell was that for? You could have killed her. Shifting his focus to the orange-haired woman, Luffy opens his mouth to speak but closes it as a twinge of guilt bubbles in his chest. He allows her to continue shaking his shirt as tears pour from her eyes. Once she has tired herself out, he says softly, I needed to know. Needed to know what, Luffy? What we'd let you get away with? Slamming her fists into the captain's chest, Nami continues sobbing. Why? I thought you cared about us, Luffy. Her rage is slowly replaced by exhaustion and she leans against the captain, who remains silent as he wraps his arms around her shoulders. She looks up at him and croaks, why? I needed to know what she could handle. Looking down at the navigator, Luffy squeezes Nami tightly before releasing her. Turning his back on her, he walks toward the edge of the platform. Finally, something I agree with, Zoro's voice rings out, the captain is right. The pirates on the Grand Line aren't like the ones in the East Blue. We must know what everyone here is made of to survive out there. He locks eyes with Piaman and points at the boy. I'm not going to go easy on you, and I expect you to do the same. Why do I have to fight him? He's even crazier than the captain. Eyes wide, Piaman breaks eye contact with the swordsman and looks at Jin, who grins back at him. They are all nuts. Why did I join this tournament? Making his way back onto the platform, Jin announces, for our next match, we have Roronoa, Zoro and Pepper. Make your way up here, boys. Glancing at Usopp, who nods at the young boy, Piaman crosses the room and climbs onto the platform. He said I shouldn't go easy on him. Reaching behind his back, he unstraps his bow and brings it in front of his body. I guess I should use it. A smile crawls across his face as he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a black arrowhead with white lines across its surface. Removing an arrow from his sheath, he carefully unscrews the standard arrowhead and replaces it with the customized one as he waits for the match to begin. Making his way confidently to the platform, Zoro leaps onto it before reaching to his side and drawing Wado Ichimonji. He places the white blade in his mouth before resting his hands on the hilts of Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri. Kitetsu. I know you heard my threat, but you need to be patient. He's just a kid. Drawing the blades, he swings them across his body as the swordsman takes an offensive posture. He grunts around the blade in his mouth, we're ready. Then without further ado, raising his hand into the air, Jin shouts, ready, set. He pauses for a moment. His lip curls into a grin as he basks in his crewmate's anticipation before bringing his hand down while shouting, go. Knocking an arrow, Piemon closes his left eye as he follows Zoro, who is running across the platform toward him. Almost there. Taking a deep breath, he pulls the string back to his ear. He stares down the length of the arrow at the oncoming swordsman. In a calm voice he says, spider web. Releasing the string sends the arrow flying through the air at the swordsman. As the arrowhead connects with Zoro's chest, it explodes, sending ropes of sticky substance in every direction. Most end up on the swordsman while the ends fasten themselves to the ceiling and ground. Within seconds the substance solidified, stopping the charging swordsman in his tracks. With a smile, Piemon pumps his hand in the air, yes. Clever trick. Pulling at the sticky cords holding him in place. Zoro cannot help the grin spreading across his face. He takes after Usopp with his tricks. Gritting his teeth, he grips his blades tightly as he strains against the ropes before finally pulling his right arm free. Breathing hard with the effort, he raises his eyes to meet Piemon's, gonna have to. He pushes forward again, yanking his other arm free from the sticky substance. Do more than that. Flashing his teeth in a wicked smile, he continues pushing forward, attempting to pull the remainder of his body from the trap, to stop me. That's bad. Reaching his hand into his pocket, he searches for the proper arrowhead. Teru said those webs were flammable, let's see if he's right. Finding the arrowhead with a chalky exterior that coats his hand as he pulls it from his pocket, he reaches back to the quiver of arrows and pulls another free. Quickly removing the arrowhead, he replaces it with the custom one from his pocket. I need a better way to do this. Changing arrowheads constantly takes too long, and having to fish around in my pockets for the right arrowhead wastes valuable time. Notching the arrow, he aims as he draws back the string. His opponent is almost free of the trap, with only a few webs connected to his torso. He cries out, flame strike. Releasing the string sends the arrow flying through the air past Zoro and into the tangle of webbing behind him. The flint head collides with the semi-solid material, causing a small spark that catches on the gunpowder surrounding it before spreading to the webs. He missed, continuing to strain against the bindings. Zoro feels them give way as a wave of heat rushes toward him from behind. Glancing over his shoulder, he sees flames licking toward him. Shit. Pulling forward, the swordsman is pleased to notice that the resistance he had previously felt was missing, and he starts walking toward Piemon. Big mistake, kid. Crossing his arms and aiming both swords in the air, he runs towards the boy. 3-sword style. Ogre cutter. As he reaches the boy, he swings his blades. I was too late. It took too long to change arrowheads, and he got free before I could hurt him. As the swordsman charges toward Piemon, he steps back in fear. Not like this. He feels the slash of the blades against his chest, ripping his shirt and drawing blood in an X shape before he is hit by a gust of wind that knocks him backward off of the platform. Soaring into the wall and falls to the ground in a daze. Not again. Usopp races to the boy's side and places a hand gently on his chest. Eyes watering, he looks over his shoulder. First carrot and now pepper. What's wrong with you, Zoro? As the boy attempts to rise to his feet, the sniper's focus shifts back to him. Pressing downward, he says gently, don't move. We need to make sure you are okay. Did I do? Piemon blinks as his vision blurs before refocusing on Usopp. Good Captain Usopp? What a trooper. Hearing the boy's question brings a smile to Usopp's face, and he replies, you did great. Having sheathed his blades, Zoro hops from the platform. The swordsman strides casually over to the pair before squatting beside Usopp. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a roll of gauze and glancing at the sniper asks in a low voice, do you mind? What? Confused, Usopp scoots to the side, allowing Zoro to bind the boy's wounds. Why are you? Stopping himself, Usopp studies the swordsman, who is focused on his task, being so gentle. Shut up, Longnose. Grunts Zoro as he finishes wrapping the gauze and ties it off. Oh hey, I should call it. Raising his hand into the air, Jin calls out, the winner is Zoro by ring out. Making his way to the corner Zoro had started in, Jin turns and points at Tamanegi. Next up is me and Onion. Get up here. Glancing at Mary he lowers his voice. Hey Mary, do you mind announcing this one? Nodding his head, the former butler climbs onto the platform, followed by Tamanegi. The boy nervously approaches the far corner. Standing tall, Mary looks at the two combatants. Clearing his throat his voice rings out. What a terrific match that was. Good show Pepper and Zoro. Next in the ring are Jin and Tamanegi. Lifting his hand in the air he calls out, get ready. Get set. Go. He brings his hand back down, signaling the start of the match. This should be interesting. Pulling out his weighted tonfa, Jin spins it beside him as he watches the young boy. So, how do you want to do this? Here goes nothing. Pressing his thumb against the slider on the side of his pen Tamanegi pushes it upward, causing the blade to slide out. Letting out a primal scream he runs across the platform at the man who simply grins at him in response, still twirling his weapon through the air. His eyes focus on the man's wrist as he recounts the associated pressure point, lung meridian 5, the tonification point. When triggered, this point, his thoughts are interrupted as Jin seemingly glides across the platform toward him and smashes the ball of the tonfa into the boy's stomach. His eyes widen as he is flung backward through the air. No, not like this. Don't let me go down so easily. He lands just outside of the ring and as soon as his feet hit the ground he knows the match is over. Closing his eyes, a tear runs down the boy's cheek and he sinks to his knees as Ninjin rushes to his side. It's okay Onion. You tried your best. Wrapping his arms around his friend's shoulder, Ninjin attempts to comfort him. I couldn't. Sniffling, Tamanegi rubs his sleeve against his nose, leaving a trail of snot on the fabric. Even hit him once. More tears run down the boy's face and he leans into Ninjin. I'm a weakling. Don't say that. Squeezing his friend, Ninjin makes eye contact with Usopp before returning his focus to Tamanegi. You were brave enough to try and that's what matters. I can't be everywhere at once. Looking down at Piemon, Usopp's voice shakes. You think you can manage on your own, Pepper? No more bleeding. I should start to feel better soon. Nodding weakly, Piemon smiles at the sniper. I'm good Captain Usopp. Go be with Onion, he needs you. Rising to his feet, Usopp looks sternly at Zoro. Keep an eye on him. Not waiting for a response he darts over to join Ninjin and Tamanegi. Well. Mary glances at Tamanegi who is being tended to by his friends. This got awkward pretty fast. He glances back at Jin, who is strolling toward him. I suppose the winner by ring out is Jin. The rest of the crew gave a half-hearted applause, somewhat disappointed by how fast and lackluster the match had been. Thanks for doing that for me, says Jin as he leans close to the lamb-faced man before shifting his focus to the others. Placing his tonfa back on his belt, he points at Sanji and Cao Cao. The next two combatants are Sanji and Cao Cao. Come on up here boys. Here's my opening. As the pair ascend to the platform, Rika crosses the room and sits beside Nami. As the others focus on the upcoming match, she says quietly, I miss our special girl time. Ah? Nami wraps her arm around the young girl's shoulders and squeezes her tightly. I miss our girl time too. It's not the same on these big ships as it was back on the dingies, is it? Shaking her head, a tear runs down Rika's cheek and she presses her small frame against the orange-haired navigator. Ever since, she glances at Kaya and Najiko who are engrossed in the platform. Our crew started growing, I've been left out. Turning her head toward Nami she sees the older girl staring compassionately at her, a smile lighting up her face. Nami is about to reply when Jin interrupts the conversation. Ready? Set? Go! With a snarl Cao Cao races across the platform toward the blonde-haired cook. I have been neglecting her. I was so excited when Kaya came on board that there was another woman my age and with my sister, placing her hand on Rika's cheek. Nami carefully wipes away the tear before tipping the girl's face up toward her. Would you like some special girl time tomorrow morning? We can even invite Kaya and Najiko if you would like. At the sound of their names, the other two women turn to look at Rika who is now blushing. Najiko raises her eyebrows. Did I hear special girl time? That sounds fun. Looking down at her nails, she notices that the paint is chipped. Maybe I can convince Nami to paint these. Kaya turns her chair to face the others. ignoring Sanji's yelp as Chow Chow sinks his teeth into the chef's leg. I'd love some girl time. These boys are something else. I could use a break. She aims her thumb over her shoulder at Sanji shaking his leg, attempting to dislodge the determined mutt. All of the big girls want to spend the day with me? A smile lights up Rika's face. I'd love that. We can do all of the things I used to do with. She goes quiet and her smile fades. Mommy. Tears stream down her face as her small body is flooded with sadness. Seeing the young girl's pain, the three women all dive in to hug Rika. Rubbing the youngster's back, Kaya-ku, there sweetie. I know you miss your mom, but you've got us. From behind them, Sanji lets out a primal yell. Pietrine, there is a thud as Chow Chow's body slams into the platform. A fierce howl can be heard moments later as the dog rises to his feet, transformed into his wolf form. The chef shouts, "Come on, that's not fair." As the tears dry on Rika's cheek, she breathes in the fragrances of the women's perfumes. I'm loved here. Closing her eyes, she nuzzles into the hug. After several moments, the women break their hug and lean back in their chairs. Nami breaks the silence. What would you like to do first? I could use some nail polish. Nijiko glances back down at her hands in disgust. Fighting with the captain did a number on these. That sounds fun, shouts Rika, allowing joy to bubble through her body, replacing her sadness. Then we can get our hair done. Ambitious, aren't we? Kaya glances at Nami and mimes scissors with her fingers. Winking at her friend, Nami subtly nods. I've got a pair in my map making supplies that will do the trick. That sounds great. K's her focus to the young girl who had luckily failed to notice her unspoken exchange with Nami. Woof, Chow Chow flies toward the girls, back in his dog form. Chow Chow, the girls' discussion is interrupted as Rika catches the dog out of the air and cradles him in her lap. Are you okay, boy? The dog looks up sadly before looking back at the platform and growling at Sanji. The chef ignores the dog's threat and casually walks toward them. The winner is Sanji, shouts Jin from the platform, and what a wild match that was. One you'd have to see to believe, simply incredible. Leaping to the ground, Sanji approaches the women. Chow Chow's growl increases in pitch with each step. He stops beside Kaya. Good evening, ladies. Do you mind if I borrow Kaya for a minute? Why does he need me too? Turning to face the chef, Kaya's eyes grow wide as she takes in his torn clothing and the blood oozing from his leg and arms. Sanji, what happened? Oh, nothing much. Just a light sparring match with a friend. Glancing at the dog, Sanji gives him a wink. Wait, he's not an enemy. Why am I still so agitated? Taken aback, Chow Chow stops growling. He continues to stare at the chef. Let me get you bandaged up. Ushering Sanji into a chair, Kaya reaches under her own and pulls out a first aid kit. Sit still while I wrap up those wounds. Not sure how we can top that match, but I'm sure we'll try our best. Next in the arena, we have a couple of powerhouses. Head on up, Hatchin and Mary, calls out Jin from the platform. Reeled up after the excitement of the previous match, the crew whistles and shouts words of encouragement at the pair as they make their way onto the platform for their fight. I think Mary will win this fight, Kaya says confidently, not looking away from Sanji's wounds as she continues binding them with gauze. He is brave and noble. Huh? Scoffs Nijiko. Fat chance. Hatchin is a fish man. They are as strong as 10 humans. After surviving Kuro, he can do anything. Kaya reflects on Mary's miraculous recovery after being attacked in Syrup Village. Mary is stronger than you think. I would bet on him any day. A bet? A grin spreads across Nami's lips as a predatory look enters her eyes. What kind of a bet? Feeling backed into a corner, Kaya's eyes dart between Nami and Nijiko. Both sisters seem unwilling to let her back out and she swallows hard. I guess, a thought occurs to the blonde-haired woman and she smiles. I had planned on keeping this a surprise. She meets her friend's gaze. What about an increase in your salary at the next island we visit? Several of the crewmates, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, creep closer. Salary? Nami looks at her friend in confusion. What are you talking about? Well, Kaya reaches into her pocket and pulls out a coin. She begins rolling it between her fingers to calm her nerves as she can feel a dozen pairs of eyes burrowing into the back of her head. We did so well with the shop in Logatown, I figured we could invest in a bit of fun. I was thinking 20,000 belly on the next island. That's not a lot, says Jin, leaning over the side of the platform. There's 20 of us in the crew. I'm not sure what we could buy with 1,000 each. No silly. Foo 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 foo. Kaya places her hand over her mouth to stifle her laughter. She turns to face Jin, 20,000 each. No way. Shouts Nami before throwing her hands into the air. I could buy so many cute clothes with that. From the other side of the platform, Ninjin yells out happily, so much candy. The other boys cheer and begin dancing, having recovered from their wounds. Time to go all in. Grinning wickedly, Nami rises to her feet and places her hand on Kaya's shoulder. What if the bet was a bit more interesting? What do you mean? Kaya turns to face her friend, confusion evident on her face. What game are you playing, Nami? Lips splitting to show her teeth. Nami smiles at her friend. I'll bet you 20,000 belly that Hatchin beats Mary. If I win, I'll double my spending money. If I lose, I get nothing. Me too. Najiko chimes in, 20,000 on Hatchin beating Mary. Worry flashes across Kaya's face as she looks at Nami and Najiko, who appear very confident. She turns to look at the pair on the platform. Is he really that strong? What do they know that I don't? She locks eyes with Mary and nods her head. Mind made up, she again turns to face the women. I'll take those bets. A smile spreads across her face. It'll make my job easier when you lose. Those girls are in for a rude awakening. Rising to his feet, Jin clears his throat to get his crewmates' attention. Our next match between Hatchin and Mary has some big stakes. Are you ready? The crew cheered in response, causing his lips to curl into a grin. Get set, go. Leaping backward, he scrambles off the platform, not wanting to get caught up in the explosive match. Gripping the hilt of his blades, Hatchin draws them as he stares at the innocent-looking man across from him. He tosses a sword, catching it easily before slashing it through the air. I ain't going easy on you, old man. Mary pauses, fastening the brass knuckles to his hands, and glances up at the fishman. Who are you calling old? I'm only 28. Shaking his head, he resumes pulling on the knuckles before dropping into a defensive stance. What? No way. He's younger than I am. Eyes wide, the fishman stares at Mary. You're only 28. Why do you dress like that? These pirates have no class. Rolling his eyes, Mary clenches his fists around the metallic weapons. Who cares how I dress? Glancing at the audience, who seem to be losing interest in the match, he flicks his eyes back to the fishman. Are we going to do this or not, Hachi? The fishman grimaces. Fine. But I am not going easy on you. With a roar, he charges across the battlefield. Sword swinging wildly in the air. Gotta get this over with fast so I don't hurt him too much. Dodging the flurry of attacks, Mary looks for his opening. He's too fast. Spotting a gap to the right, he dives forward, sliding between two blades that slash through the air before twisting and slamming his right fist into the fishman's arm. Gah! The former butler screams as he hits what feels like a solid wall. Dropping back, he releases his grip on the brass knuckles in his right hand, allowing them to fall to the ground. His arm hangs limply at his side and he looks up at the fishman in shock. What in the heck was that? Ha-cha-cha-cha. Cackling with laughter, Hatchin stomps menacingly toward his opponent. You've never fought against a fishman before, have y'all? We are 10 times as strong as a human. Stopping, he tilts his head to the side, taking in the fur on the man's head and horns protruding from his skull. You are a human, right? Am I a human? Mary doesn't respond. Cradling his limp arm, he glares up at the fishman. He hears feet slapping against the concrete as someone approaches from behind. Jin's gentle voice calls out, "Do it, Mary. You don't have to be afraid anymore." He's right. I don't have to be afraid. I have my crew now. As the fishman begins lumbering toward him, Mary feels a spark of electricity jump between the strands of wool on his head. His right arm throbs and he allows it to drop limply to the side. Hopefully, Miss Kaya can do something about this after the fight. More sparks jump between the wool on his head and dance down his arms before finally arriving at his bronze knuckles, which glow blue. An arc of electricity leaps from one end of the weapon to the other. This isn't a curse. It's a gift. Mom and Dad were wrong. His expression morphs into a smile as the fishman continues to advance. What trick is this? Calls out a confused and slightly concerned Hatchin. He can't be one of the animal people from the New World, can he? Raising his swords into the air, Hatchin charges at Mary. Let's see how you like this, one big guy. Mary dashes toward the oncoming fishman. As the first slash sails over his head, the lamb-faced man pushes his right leg out and slides across the ground, between the fishman's legs. Popping up on the other side, he spins clockwise to face Hatchin and slams his fist into the fishman. The electrical current leaps from his weapon and into the unsuspecting fishman's back. Hot, 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 hot. The first sensation Hatchin feels is searing pain as the bolt of electricity pierces his skin. Frozen in place, he stands paralyzed as the current courses through his body. It spreads from his chest down each arm, before finally discharging toward his swords. As the lightning bolts exit his fingertips, his hands are forced to relax and the massive blades crash to the ground around him. It takes Hatchin a moment to realize that he hasn't been breathing and he gasps for air. What? Turning to face his opponent, the fishman's eyes open wide. He watches in horror as more sparks of electricity leap down Mary's arms. What was that? Dunno. Grinning at the fishman, Mary begins walking toward him as Hatchin steps backward in fear. Bet it hurt though. Stepping over the fallen swords, he continues advancing on his opponent who is getting dangerously close to the edge of the platform. Just a few more steps, big guy, and I'll get an easy ring out. Oh, so he is one of the animal people. I guess I'll need to deal with this the old-fashioned way. Thighs is replaced by determination and he ends his retreat. Taking a deep breath he shouts, "Zero visibility." Octopus Hachi black. Black liquid sprays from his mouth, coating Mary and the ground around him. What was that? I can't see. Stumbling forward, Mary attempts to wipe the ink from his eyes. Unfortunately, that only worsens the situation as the ink on his hands adds to what is already on his face. He takes another blind step forward and immediately feels the loss of traction between his foot and the ground. His feet slip out from under him, sending him sprawling onto his back. No fair! He shouts as he hears the lumbering footsteps of the fishman approach. The next thing he feels is a vice grip around his ankle as he is lifted into the air. His opponent carries him several feet before unceremoniously dropping him off the side of the platform. He lands on his side with a grunt. A tear runs down his face and he slams his fist against the ground. I lost. I'm so sorry, Miss Kaya. There is silence in the room as the crew process what they just saw before Luffy's voice cuts through the silence. That was so awesome. Leaping onto the platform, he points at Mary lying prone on the ground, having surrendered to the slippery ink. What was that electric attack? That was so cool. I want to do that. Spinning to Hatchin, he points at the fishman. And where did you get all that ink? Did you take it from Usopp? How did it come out of your mouth? His mind races with possibilities. I bet if I could do that electric thing I could do stretchy shock attacks. That would be so cool. And if I squirted ink, I could make rude drawings on people's faces after I kick their ass. Face splitting into a grin, he starts jumping from foot to foot. Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me. Settle down, Captain. Jin pulls himself onto the platform. I thought Mary had him. That was pretty close. Glancing down at Mary for a moment, he switches his focus back to Hatchin. Taking hold of the fishman's right hand, he raises it into the air. The winner is Hatchin. Before our next match, he motions at the ink covering most of the platform. We need to do some cleanup. On it, shouts Kobe, leaping to his feet. Placing his fingers in his mouth, he lets out a high-pitched whistle. Cleaning crew, assemble. On cue, Chabo, Ninjin, Piaman, Rika and Tamanegi race to the older boy. Snapping their hands to their foreheads in a marine salute, they shout in unison, ready. Of course, he's teaching them to be little marines. Jin rolls his eyes at the ridiculous display. Let's get this mess cleaned up, shouts Kobe. As soon as the words leave his mouth, the children scatter in search of cleaning supplies. Crossing his arms, Luffy lets out a disappointed harumph. He allows Jin to lead him off the platform, shooting glances over his shoulder at the two fighters. Kaya makes her way to Mary, who is struggling to find his footing. Retrieving a tissue from her pocket, she says in a soft voice, "Don't worry. I've got you, Mary." Lowering to her knees, she carefully wipes the ink from his left hand and takes it in her own. Leaning backward, she hoists the man to his feet. Dropping the soiled tissue on the ground, she pulls another from her pocket and dabs at Mary's face. "I'm sorry I lost you the money, Miss Kaya," Mary says sheepishly, allowing the woman to lead him to a chair so that she can better address his injured arm. "I didn't realize he could. Enough ink has been removed from his face for him to see properly." "You were amazing, Mary." Kaya's voice cuts through as she smiles at her former butler. She holds his gaze for a moment before continuing. I had no idea you could do that. What an amazing gift you have. She doesn't think I'm a monster. Tears form at the corner of Mary's eyes. He smiles at the young woman. Thank you, Miss Kaya. But what of the money? Foo. Letting out a giggle, Kaya digs through her first aid kit. What of it? We have plenty of money. I don't think the ship treasury is going to miss an extra 40,000 belly. Finding a sling, she places it on her lap before looking back up at Mary. What matters is that you did your best. Now hold still. I'm going to put this sling on your hurt arm and then you are going to head to the showers to wash off all that oil. Speaking of money, Jimmy says from his seat behind the group where he had been quietly observing the tournament, I've got a bunch I had been saving for passage, that I suppose won't be needed now that I'm part of the crew. Shifting his focus to Nami, he raises his eyebrow. Watching you and your sister gamble on that match was pretty interesting. Would you mind using what I've got as seed money for the rest of the tournament? He catches the girl's eyes and can see a spark behind them as greed fills her heart. Not like I'll miss it. Morgan's promised to pay top dollar for articles I write about this crew. How much money are we talking? The orange-haired navigator asks skeptically. She turns her chair around to face the man. What kind of angle are you playing here, pal? Can I even trust money from a former Marine? Oh, I dunno. Grinning, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a wad of bills. Flipping through them he says casually, about 1 million belly. Move aside, Kaya. I have a new best friend, eyes wide. Nami reaches for the money and stops just before her fingers touch the bills. She glances back up at the photographer. Are you sure? Nodding, Jimmy hands the bills to the eager woman. Sure. Now this isn't a gift for you. It's for use in betting. That means anything left over goes into the treasury. He sees Nami visibly deflate. To keep you invested, you can keep, he ponders the amount, 1% of the winnings for yourself. 5%. Nami boldly suggests. Fixing his gaze on the woman, Jimmy repeats, 1%. Take it or leave it. Fine. Deal. Pocketing the money, Nami sticks out her hand and is met with Jimmy's. If I want to maximize this opportunity, I need to convince the crew to bet as much as possible on each match. A short time later, as the kids finish cleaning ink from the platform and surrounding area, Jin makes his way to the center. The crew has been filling the wait time between matches with idle chatter. Raising his hand he loudly proclaims, the next match is about to start. Conversations die as every eye turns to look at him. Can I get Sam and Yosaku up here? Leaping to his feet, Johnny places his hands on either side of his mouth and shouts, you got this, bro. I do have this. Some old drunk ain't gonna beat me. With a grin, Yosaku climbs onto the platform. Across from him, Sam lifts himself onto the stage. Cheeks red and a goofy grin on his feet, he looks at Yosaku before flashing him a thumbs up. Let's do this, I'm gonna. He lets out a loud hiccup. Gonna beat y'all up. Before Jin can start the match, Nami shouts, alright everybody, get your bets in, let's maximize your winnings. She nudges Najiko with her elbow, come on sis, start us off. Oh yeah. Turning, Najiko winks at her sister who winks back. I'll make a bet, 5,000 on Sam. Wait, she is going with the drunk? Furrowing her brows, Nami gives her sister a confused look and mouths, really? I'm in too, shouts Johnny across the room, 20,000 for my bro. Oh my, you sure are confident, grinning. Nami writes the bets down on a paper. Looking back up she calls out, anyone else want to put some money on this match? From beside Johnny, Zoro's sarcastic drawl rings out, sure. I'll put 10,000 on. He grins wickedly at the fighters, the old drunk. Seriously, big bro? Whines Johnny. BEF shuts him up. If Mosshead is betting on Sam, I have to put 10,000 on Yosaku, calls out Sanji. I'll go all in on Sam. Ninjin calls from Zoro's other side. He grins up at the men on the platform. I could probably kick Yosaku's ass and Sam is twice the fighter won him. This should be a piece of cake. 5,000 for me on Yosaku. Hatchin says while pointing at the swordsman, that drunk looks like he's about to fall over. Anybody else? Calls out Nami, trying to hide the smile as she writes more numbers on the paper. No matter which side wins, I still get my 1%. This is too easy. Jin waits a moment before calling out, sounds like all bets are in, get ready. Wait, Sam calls out. He smiles at Nami, 100,000 on. He stabs his thumbs at his chest, me. Seriously? Nami shakes her head and writes down the bet. You better have enough to cover this old man? I'm good for it. Sam's gaze slowly rolls back to Yosaku. Sides I'm not gonna lose against. He loudly belches and blinks several times before continuing, against this guy. Alright, enough. Enough. Jin waves his hands to get both fighters' attention. Let's start the match. Ready, set, go, he shouts before backing away from the two fighters. If his drunken fist is anything like ninjas, this should be a fast fight. Hopping off the stage, he walks past Nami and drops a slip of paper onto her lap. Opening the paper, Nami reads, 20,000 on Sam. Folding the paper, she looks up quizzically at Jin, who nods before walking across the room toward Mary. Shrugging, Nami writes the value down on the paper. I might have pitched this too hard. Yosaku better win. You are going down. Angling his sword at the drunk, Yosaku charges across the platform at Sam. Take this old man. Sam stumbles to the side as the swordsman is about to make contact. His leg hooks under the swordsman's foot, causing him to tumble forward. Johnny rolls off the side of the platform, landing with a loud crash on the ground. Turning awkwardly, Sam scratches the back of his head. Where did he go? That was faster than I thought. Looking forlornly at Mary, who he hadn't managed to reach, Jin sighs. Turning to the platform, he pulls himself onto it. That was a fast match. I guess that means everybody should come to collect their winnings. The next match is going to be between, he glances at the tournament bracket, Usopp and Johnny. Seriously, as the others walk toward her, Nami hands them their winnings. Yosaku, you idiot. She scowls at the swordsman lying prone on the ground. At least I made a profit of 35,000 off the people who lost that bet. As Nami hands out the winnings, Kaya makes her way around the room and hands each crewmate a stack of bills she had taken from the vault while the platform was being cleaned. Better to do it now than when everybody is trying to get off the ships. She delivers the amount that Hachin, Johnny and Sanji had lost to Nami, to avoid making her hunt them down. Nami shakes her head, still frustrated at the lost money. Any bets on this next match? I'm all in on Usopp. That's 10,000 for me. I heard he kicked Zoro's ass the other night. Sanji shoots the swordsman a threatening look. Try and deny it, tough guy. Stupid cook. Zoro rolls his eyes. I'll put 20,000 on Johnny. Go kick that sniper's ass. He meets Sanji's glare with a derisive sneer. Picking himself off the ground, Yosaku glances at his friend stepping onto the platform. The pair's eyes meet and he nods. I'm all in on Johnny. Nobody is going to beat my bro. He's a pretty skilled sniper. Should I risk it? Tamanegi chews on his lip as he glances at Usopp, who is also making his way to the platform. Making up his mind, he calls out, 10,000 on Captain Usopp. 15,000 for Captain Usopp, comes Piimon's voice from beside him. 20,000 for me. Go, Captain Usopp, shouts Ninjin, rising to his feet. Hey, no surprise there. Nami writes down the numbers. Any other bets? Biting her lip, Rika glances between Johnny and Usopp. Should I go with my friends or my instinct? She says in a hesitant voice. I'll put 5,000 on Johnny. She knows them better than I do. Shrugging her shoulders, Najiko leafs through the bills in her hand. I'll put 25,000 on Johnny. All in on Usopp. Calls out Luffy as he leaps into the air. Go Usopp. You can do this. 50,000. Sam tips back his flask and takes a big swig. Wiping his mouth, he lets out another loud belch. On Johnny. He mumbles under his breath. I like his hair. Anyone else? Jin asks, glancing around the room. He gives the crew a moment to reply before raising his hand in the air. In that case. Get ready. Get set. Go. The boys are counting on me. Body shaking, Usopp looks across the platform at Johnny taking practice swings with his blade. He swallows the lump that had formed in his throat. I can't let them down. Glancing up, he notices that several of the webs from Piimon's match are still attached to the ceiling. If I can figure out a way to dislodge that stuff, I might be able to set them on fire with a flame star. His thoughts are interrupted as Johnny charges toward him. Oh crap, I wasn't ready. Spinning on his heel, he races toward the far corner of the platform. Gotta keep space, can't let him get close. Slow down, bro. I'm not going to hurt you. An evil sneer spreads across Johnny's face. Much His foot slides across a wooden board that had not been fully cleaned of Hatchin's ink and he stumbles forward. Woo! Gotta be careful. Catching his balance just before falling over the edge, he scans the crowd for Kobe. Spotting the pink-haired man, he shouts, "Bro, you gotta do a better job of cleaning this thing. Don't try to blame this on me. You need to pay more attention to where you are going." Kobe represses his desire to laugh at the swordsman and replies calmly, "Must have missed a spot." Perfect, he's distracted. Usopp reaches into his satchel and pulls out a dark gray stone. Tucking it into the pad of his slingshot, he calls out, "Hey meathead. Don't forget about me." He pulls the satchel back to his ear as he feigns aiming at the swordsman. "I just need him to get a bit closer to spring my trap." "What did you call me, bro?" Johnny spins to face Usopp. His face is red as anger bubbles up within him. "I'm not a meathead." He charges toward the sniper, avoiding the slippery board as he raises his sword above his head. Now, aiming the slingshot at the ceiling, Usopp releases the projectile. Lead star. As the gray pellet flies through the air, he flicks his eyes back down toward the swordsman. That should be perfect. The pellet connects with the ceiling with a crash, splintering the wood and freeing the webbing, which drops onto Johnny, ensnaring him. What the heck is this? Johnny attempts to extract himself from the sticky substance. Cheater. What are you doing, Captain Usopp? Piaman shouts with horror as he looks at the newly formed hole in the ceiling. Oh, dear, Mary slaps his hand against his face. I supposed we'll need to fix that. Sorry guys. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Reaching down into his pouch, Usopp pulls out a yellow projectile. I'll help you fix it when I'm done. Closing his left eye, he aims his shot. Perfect. Releasing the projectile, he shouts, "Flame Star." The ball slams into the swordsman's chest, igniting the webbing around him. Hot, hot, hot. Panicked, Johnny struggles against the webbing as the heat from the flames lick around his body. He notices that the webbing on his feet is giving way and manages to yank himself free. Dropping to the Gand fourth to put out the flames, And with that, Usopp relaxes his shoulders and walks to the swordsman's side. Crouching down beside him, he says in a condescending tone, "I think this match is done. This is why only a fool would dare to stand against the great captain." His sentence is cut off as Johnny grabs hold of Usopp's leg and yanks it forward. The sniper is caught by surprise and falls on his butt. Woo! Rising to his feet, Johnny brushes the soot from his clothing with his free hand while aiming his sword at Usopp's throat. Not so fast, bro. His lips split, showing white teeth, and a dangerous look enters his eyes. Did ya forget Yosaku and I used Tabi bounty hunters? We know exactly how to deal with tricksters like you. You tell him, Johnny, Yosaku shouts at his friend. Not good, not good. Usopp reaches toward the pouch on his waist. He freezes as Johnny drives his sword downward into the bag, spilling the colored projectiles across the ground. Woo, he almost took my hand off. The sniper looks up at Johnny as tears enter his eyes and sputters. Why you aren't G going to R really hurt me right? Maintaining eye contact with the swordsman, he slyly reaches into his pocket and fishes out a handful of claptraps. That's right. Focus on the waterworks, you dullard. That all depends on you, bro. Twisting his sword to further shred the pouch, Johnny lifts it and returns the tip to Usopp's neck. If y'all give up, I won't have to. Ha! Usopp throws the claptraps at Johnny's chest and arm. He grabs a pellet without looking before Crab walking out of range of the swordsman. Pushing himself to his feet, he glances down at the projectile in his hand and a smile spreads across his face. Score! Loading the orb in his slingshot, he pulls back the rubber band. Dodge this. Gah! This guy is all tricks. Still attempting to pull the claptraps from his arms, Johnny looks up to see the sniper aiming a red projectile at him from a few feet away. Hang on. Let's talk about Gunpowder Star. Usopp doesn't wait for Johnny to finish before releasing his projectile. The red orb flies through the air, connecting with his opponent's chest and exploding on impact. Due to how close he is standing, Usopp is knocked to the ground. Johnny's body is flung through the air. He slams into the far wall and slowly slides to the ground, a dazed look on his face. The Usopp pirates leap to their feet and begin cheering except for Rika, who is attempting to hide in her chair. Why didn't I bet on Captain Usopp? Burying her face in her hands, a tear rolls down Rika's cheek. She mumbles, I should never have doubted you. Wow! Leaping onto the stage, Jin walks over to Usopp and helps him to his feet. That was quite the match. The Master at Arms was alive with the energy in the room. This was the closest he had felt to the crew since joining, and it showed in his voice and energy. Lifting the sniper's hand into the air, he shouts, "The winner is Usopp." Yosaku and Zoro rush across the room to tend to the injured Johnny as Nami pays out the winning bets. Chabo, Ninjin and Tamanegi swarm around Usopp, chanting his name. Mary catches Piemon's eye and the pair make a beeline for the door to find a ladder, wood and tools to repair the damaged ceiling. Well, I'm not sure how our next match is going to top that one. Jin glances at Nami with a grin, but the next round is between Nami and Kobe. The pair begin to rise and he raises his hand to stop them, which will start as soon as the ceiling is repaired. He points upward at the hole above his head as a chunk of drywall falls to the wooden platform, emphasizing his point. Shifting his gaze to Sanji, he raises his eyebrows. Would our handsome chef mind bringing us some snacks while we wait? Why does Jin have to be the one who calls me handsome and not one of the ladies? Rolling his eyes, Sanji rises to his feet. He gestures at the door with his hands. Rika and Hatchin, let's get some food. You too, Carrot, see if you can mix up something strong. He takes a step towards the door and winces in pain as the wound on his leg throbs. Stupid Chow Chow. No more special treats for you. The crew repairs the damages from the previous fight and prepares for the next match. As the sun reaches its peak, waves slap against the ships. A pair of eyes slowly rise from the water, as a massive creature drifts lazily after the two vessels. Driving in the last nail. Piemon calls out to Mary standing at the ladder's base, "I think that's it." He's getting better. Inspecting the patch job from the platform, Mary replies, "Good work and just in time. Food has arrived." Scurrying down the ladder, Piemon quickly crosses the room to join his friends. Grabbing a cup, he walks over to the drink station and fills it with a warm cider marked, "For kids." Following behind the boy, Mary is stopped by Hatchin, who places a large hand on his shoulder. "You fought well." "Why, thank you." "You fought with." He thinks back on the oil slick and feels a twinge of regret at previously calling it unfair. "Amazing vigor." "I sure did." Chest puffing up, Hatchin is filled with pride. His expression suddenly changes to confusion and he places his hand on Mary's cheek. "Why do you have so little hair?" "How does he?" Pulling back slightly, Mary looks up at the fishman in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Well, the rest of your people are covered in it. But you only have hair on your head." Hatchin steps forward but stops when Mary retreats away from his grasp. "My people?" Mary's eyes shake as he meets the fishman's steady gaze. "Do you know," he swallows hard, "more people like me?" "Of course." "Ha-cha-cha-cha." Hatchin roars with laughter. It had taken him a while to remember the name, but like an old memory, it had returned to him. "We used to see other minks from time to time on the archipelago." "Why do you ask?" "Minks?" Mary looks down at his hands. His vision begins to blur as tears form in his eyes. "Is that who I am?" He looks back up at the fishman who appears puzzled by his response. "Tell me everything." "Well, I don't know too much." Hatchin takes another step toward Mary. The time the lamb-faced man doesn't attempt to avoid him. Hooking a thick arm around his shoulder, he leads him to the appetizer table. They are a secretive group. "But I'll tell you what I know." Walking over to Kaya, Nami takes a seat beside her friend. She chooses her words carefully. "Can you?" As if reading the navigator's mind, Kaya finishes the sentence. "Take bets for you during your match?" "Of course." Placing her hand on Nami's head, Kaya gently ran her fingers through the navigator's orange hair. "We have to make a profit somehow on this thing." Leaning against Kaya, Nami closes her eyes enjoying her friend's head massage. "It's like you are in my head. This is why you're my best friend." Her eyes pop open as she realizes what she just said. She's my best friend. I have a best friend. A smile spreads across her lips and she nuzzles against the blonde-haired merchant. Mouth full of food, Jin carefully swallows the last bite of pastry as he scans the room. Things seem to be in order. He sets down his empty plate and makes his way to the platform. Climbing onto the top, he places his fingers into his mouth and lets out a loud whistle, halting the conversations in the room and drawing all eyes toward him. "Is everyone ready for our next match?" The crew yells and claps and he raises his hands to quiet them. "Then Nami and Kobe get on up here." Patting Tamanegi on the back, Kobe nods at the boy before taking hold of his club. "Wish me luck, kid." He swings the weapon over his shoulder and saunters to the platform. This should be a piece of cake. Let's make some money. Extracting herself from Kaya's hug, Nami winks at her before scrambling onto the stage. Reaching into a bag at her waist, she removes the pieces of her bow staff and snaps them together. Taking her cue from the orange-haired navigator, Kaya calls out, "Place your bets, folks. Let's give these two something to fight for." "All in on my sister," shouts Nijiko, shoving a wad of bills at Kaya before turning to face the platform. Placing her hands on either side of her mouth, she shouts at the top of her lungs, "You can do it, Nami." Such beauty. Rushing to Kaya's side, Sanji hands over his money. "Me too, all in for my Nami swan." If the shitty cook is betting on the witch, then I gotta go all in on Kobe. Zoro glances at Sanji, who gives him a dirty look. We'll see who's right and who's poor. Crossing the room to Kaya, he drops his crumpled bills into the pile. Chabo looks from the blue-haired woman to her sister and back. "I know she's your sister, but I don't think she can handle that guy," he says in a quiet voice. 10,000 on Kobe. Handing the money to Kaya, he glances back up at Nijiko, who looks down at him in disappointment. "Please don't be too mad." A bead of sweat runs down Rika's face. "Do I go for Nami or Kobe?" Her face scrunches up as she wrestles with the question. "Nami has always looked out for me, but Kobe is so strong." Making up her mind, she says in a semi-confident voice, "All of my money on Kobe." She hands her money to Kaya, who adds it to the stack on Nami's seat. "Really, Rika? So eager to throw away your money?" Nami smiles at the girl, showing that she is only kidding. "As long as somebody wins, I make money. Throw it at whoever you want. The boy can certainly fight. I suppose I can part with some of this money on the off chance that I'm wrong." Nodding his head, Mary says calmly, 5,000 on Kobe. Don't let me down." Gulping down the remainder of his cocktail, Sam shouts, 40,000 on the redhead. He waves his money in the air before slumping back in his chair. Lazy drunk. Walking past Sam on his way to Kaya, Usopp snatches the money from his hand, as cowards have to stick together. 10,000 on Nami. As he passes by Nami's chair, he drops the money into it before sitting beside Kaya. He takes hold of her hand and squeezes it. Following on Usopp's heels, Tamanegi mumbles, 30,000 on Kobe. He turns to the platform and shouts, "Bookworms unite," earning him a chuckle from the pink-haired young man. Looking at the others, Hatchin grins. Nami is a tough one to have survived with us Arlong pirates. He bellows, 10,000 on Nami. Walking confidently toward Kaya, he drops his money into the ever-growing pile. Turning to face Nami, he points at the pinwheel tattoo he had gotten with the orange-haired navigator. "Do it for them. I need to maximize the amount spent so I can make more money." Cheeks slightly flushed, Nami calls out, "Does anyone else want to get in on this action?" Turning to look at her crewmates, she spots Jimmy Scoops lounging in his chair. Stabbing her finger at the man, she calls out, "What about you, photographer? This whole thing wouldn't be possible without your money. Why don't you risk a bit more?" "How greedy." Jimmy carefully pulls out his money and counts 5 bills. "Fine. I'll put 5,000 on the chatty navigator." He meets Nami's eyes. "That enough to ensure I don't get robbed on the way to my room?" "What a jerk." Face red, Nami places her hands on her hips. "I wouldn't rob you." Her eyes bore into the man's as he casually saunters over to the pile of money to contribute his bet. "I wasn't going to at least, but now I might." Ooh, I want in." Leaping to his feet, Luffy races across the room and shoves a handful of money at Kaya. "This much on Nami." Studying the pair, Ninjin absent-mindedly leafs through the money in his hand. Kobe is pretty tough, but Nami is a wild card. Shrugging his shoulders, he reaches to his side and brings a beer bottle to his lips. Taking a quick swig, he places it back on the ground. 10,000 on Kobe. Struggling to his feet, he feels slightly lightheaded as he walks across the room to the pile of money. "Been a while since I've had any actual alcohol. It feels different, somehow." Ninjin, Mary and Tamanegi all went for Kobe. They've been around long enough to have an idea of how well they can both fight. Fishin counts out half of it, sliding the remainder back into his pocket. 20,000 from me on Kobe. Leaning over the side of the platform, he stretches his hand until it is above Nami's seat and carefully drops his bet onto the stack. "That's most of the crew. Why not spice it up? Even if I lose, I'll still get back 1% of it as part of the house winnings." Nami's lips curl into a mischievous smile. I'll put 20,000 on myself. She points at Kobe. That's how confident I am that I can kick your ass. Oh please. Kobe scoffs as he takes a practice swing with his spiked club. Not very smart coming from somebody who runs away from most of her fights. He grins as his eyes focus on the orange-haired navigator. To make it interesting, I'll match your bet on myself. That way I can make you pay for the privilege of getting your ass kicked. A chorus of oohs from the rest of the crew fills the room. Nami's face flushes bright red. She turns her attention to Jin. You better start this match so I can kick his ass. Ah yes. Straightening his shirt, Jin meets Nami's steel gaze. I think I can do that. Raising his hands in the air he calls out, get ready. Get set. Go. He hops backward, landing on the ground next to the platform. She's pissed. I better stay out of the way on this one. I'm gonna kick your ass, kid. Nami takes off like a rocket, rushing across the platform toward her opponent. Kobe stands idly in his corner, watching the oncoming woman with a look of amusement on his face. What should I eat after the fight? Those hot dogs Sanji made were pretty great. His thoughts are interrupted as Nami swings her staff at his head. Ducking beneath the blow, he pulls his right arm back, tightly gripping the club's handle. Feeling nothing but air as her opponent dodges the attack, Nami lets out a primal growl. She whips her staff back in the opposite direction. Pop that head up, I dare you. Staying low, Kobe hears the air slide around the edge of Nami's staff and feels the wind kiss the back of his neck. She's not thinking clearly. This is going to be too easy. Twisting his body counterclockwise, he slams the center of his club into Nami's stomach, sending her flying several feet backward. Landing on her back, Nami is both grateful for the solid flooring and frustrated at its lack of elasticity. Gah! She screams out as pain rips through her body. Reaching down, she places her hand over the spot Kobe had hit and winces. I'll feel that in the morning. Pressing her other hand against the ground, she pushes herself hesitantly to her feet. A look of determination on her face. She glares at the pink-haired man. Didn't your mom ever tell you not to hit a lady? Yeah, shouts Sanji as he attempts to scramble onto the platform. Jin sprints across the room to stop the chef. He crosses the distance in seconds and places his hand on the blonde-haired man's shoulder. She's fine, Sanji. Let her have this moment. But my Nami swan. Sanji steps back and shoves Jin's hand away from his shoulder. He shoots his friend a dark look. She better be. Crossing his arms, he walks back to his chair and drops into it with a loud harumph. The angrier she gets, the easier this fight will be. Focusing his attention back on the navigator, who is still holding her stomach, Kobe's lips curl into a grin. I don't see any ladies here. He drops his club, handle angled at the ground. It bounces against the wooden floor before rising back into the air. He grabs the handle as soon as it is within range. I bet that looked pretty badass. Meeting Nami's eyes, he says in a low voice, but I do see somebody who's being a total language, shouts Najiko from behind, interrupting the boy before he can get his derogatory remark out. There are children here, Kobe. Was he about to call me a bitch? Twirling the bow staff through the air, Nami swings it around her body as it glides seamlessly from one hand to the other before returning in front of her. She holds the staff parallel to the ground as her eyes lock on the pink-haired man. Playtime is over. Let's do this. Charging at Kobe, she swings the weapon behind her back and prepares to strike. I was too cocky before. I can't make that mistake again. Kobe meets the first strike with his club. This is different, as Nami continues to press her attack. He meets each blow with one of his own. Each time their weapons collide, a loud slap reverberates through the room. I didn't know she could fight so well. Kobe subtly rotates clockwise as he exchanges blows with the navigator until his back is away from the edge and Nami's is toward it. Nami notices that she is losing ground and, looking behind Kobe, calculates that she is nearing the side of the platform. I'm not going to make it that easy on you. Unnoticed by her opponent, she bends her right foot back before driving it upward between the pink-haired man's legs. My balls. Searing pain radiates from Kobe's groin as Nami slams her foot into his most sensitive region. Stumbling backward, he cups his crotch with his left hand. His body hunched over, he whimpers. Why? Tears in his eyes. He raises his gaze to meet Nami's as she walks confidently toward him. Why did you have to kick me in the balls? The men in the crew wince and several reach for their nether regions in sympathetic pain. It serves you right. Nami swings her bow staff at Kobe's head, knocking him to the ground. She continues forward until she is standing over him. You ready to give up? Kobe groans as the pain continues to radiate through his body. He can feel it fading and uses the opportunity to look for an opening. She should have finished me off. His face splits into a grin. Not a chance. Grabbing hold of Nami's leg, he lifts it upward while using the club to push himself off the ground. Nami's eyes widen as she is hurled backward onto the wooden platform. Her head hits first and black spots fill her vision as pain radiates from the point of impact down her body. She manages to stay conscious and looks up at Kobe grinning down at her. Wah! She mumbles, struggling to make a coherent sound come out. Oh shit. His grin fades as Kobe looks down at the woman who is clearly on the verge of unconsciousness. Kaya, you need to get up here. I think Nami has a concussion. Dropping the club, he drops to his knees and takes the navigator's head in his hands. Stay with me, Nami. It's going to be okay. A line of drool runs down Nami's cheek and she attempts to wipe it away but struggles to move her arms. Why can't I move? She sees the blonde-haired merchant come into view above her. Everything feels foggy and her voice seems far away, but she realizes that Kaya is asking her to follow a light with her eyes. She does her best to track it as the light moves back and forth across her field of vision. Oh yeah. This is a concussion all right. Kaya notices that Nami's pupils are extremely dilated as they drift from side to side substantially behind the movement of the light. Clicking a button on the back of the flashlight to turn it off, she turns to Kobe. Do you think you can carry her? How can I help? Shouts Sanji as he joins the pair. Desperation in his eyes. He places his hand on Nami's cheek. Nami Swan. I should have protected you. His eyelids narrow and he turns to face Kobe. What in the hell were you thinking? Stop it, shouts Kaya as she glares at the chef. Her eyes soften as they flick back down to Nami. We can figure out your feelings later. Right now we need to get her somewhere she can rest. I got a mattress, shouts Hatchin as the men's locker room door slams shut behind him. He drops a large mattress unceremoniously onto the ground before giving Mary a sheepish look. His cheeks turn bright pink. I kinda. Maybe. Rip the door. To your room, off its hinges. Oh dear Lord. Pressing the fingers of his good hand against the bridge of his nose, Mary applies gentle pressure to the front of his sinus cavity to calm himself down. It's fine, Hachi. We'll get it fixed. His eyes flick to Piaman, who nods and rises to his feet. Sanji moves until he is standing behind Nami's head while Kobe moves between her legs. The pair both place their hands under her, scooping the navigator into the air. Sanji hooks his hand under her armpits while Kobe holds onto her ankles. Don't look. Don't look. Sanji attempts to resist staring down the navigator's shirt as he helps Kobe carry her across the platform. Suddenly Kobe stops, earning an irritated grunt from Sanji. He looks at Jin. I won right? I won't lose on a technicality for leaving the platform first? Are you fucking serious? Shouts Sanji. Fire in his eyes as he glares at Kobe. You gave her a concussion and the only thing you care about is who won the fight? I kinda want to know too. Zoro says in a sarcastic tone. I've got money on this fight, curly brows. You two are lunatics, Sanji snaps back. If I don't get to fight you in this tournament, I'm hunting you down afterward, Moss Head. He shifts his focus back to Kobe. As for you, you're supposed to be the smart one, quit being such a selfish. Kobe wins. Jin says, cutting off Sanji's rant. He stares blankly after the men as they carry Nami off the platform. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. We won't survive on the Grand Line if most of us are out of commission. It feels as though the room is spinning as he looks at the rest of the crew. Should we end this tournament? His eyes flick back to Nami, who is being lowered onto the mattress by the two men. Crossing the room in what feels like an instant, Luffy slams his finger into Jin's chest. No. Jin stumbles back and stares wide-eyed at the captain, who has a cold look in his eyes. See, Captain? I said no. He meets Jin's panic with his steel gaze. The crew has a lot of anger inside. They need a way to get it out. If people get hurt, that's part of being a pirate. His eyes soften and he cracks a smile. Don't tell me you're afraid of getting your ass kicked. Jin looks around and sees the rest of the crew nodding along with their captain. This crew is tougher than I thought. His face hardens as he focuses on the mantra that got him through his time with the Krieg pirates. Existence is pain. A cruel smile crawls across his lips and he licks them quickly before turning to face the others. You all heard the captain. The tournament continues. The crew cheers in appreciation. Raising his hands to quiet the group, he says coldly, "This is your last chance to back out." He is met with silence from the rest of the crew. In that case, hang on. Kaya stands up and turns from the mattress to face the master at arms. I don't think Nami should keep going. She motions at the injured woman. She's lucky she made it through that last. No, Nami says in a dreamy voice. A smile on her face. She opens her eyes just wide enough to make out the blurry shapes of her crewmates without letting in too much light. I want to. Pushing her arm backward, she lifts her head and shoulders off the mattress. Keep going. Nami, please. Lowering her voice, Kaya shifts her focus back to her friend. You shouldn't do this. It's fine, Kaya. Nami forces her eyes open. The light causes her head to throb. I'm tougher than you know. Pushing against the mattress again, she straightens her back. Swinging her legs over the side, she carefully rises to her feet. Fake it, till you make it. If I drop out, other people might quit, then I won't make as much money. Well, Jin looks helplessly at Kaya, who sighs and rolls her eyes. I guess that settles it. All of the matches of this round are complete and we will start the next. Excuse me, shouts Rika, leaping to her feet. Drawing her short sword, she aims it at the tournament bracket. I think you missed an important one, Jin. Glancing at the board, Jin scans for any missed fights. His eyes grow wide as he spots the mistake. Oh. He looks back at the young girl wearing a wide grin. I'm so sorry. You are right. The final match this round will be between Rika and Carrot. Wrapping her arm around Kaya's shoulder, Nami walks carefully back to her seat. She whispers under her breath, "Thanks for the painkillers." Sure. Kaya replies before clicking her tongue against the roof of her mouth in irritation. Why are you doing this, Nami? It can't feel good to be moving around so soon. Money, Nami says as a smile spreads across her lips. The girls are followed by their crewmates who have come to collect their winnings. Once seated, they begin paying out the winning bets. Ninjin takes one last sip from his beer, places the bottle on the ground and rises to his feet. Glancing at Rika, he says in a surprisingly sober voice, "You ready to do this?" "Yeah." Grinning like a mad woman, the girl dashes to the platform. Due to her small frame, it is difficult for her to get her legs over the side. With some assistance from Johnny, she manages to get onto it. Jogging to her corner, she draws both swords and says with a mischievous grin, "I'm ready when you are, Carrot." The older boy follows behind the precocious youngster. Placing his hands on the platform, he pulls himself onto it without assistance. Sauntering over to his corner, he brings both fists in front of his face. "Whenever you're ready, Jin." Glancing at Nami, who is starting to look stressed, Kaya realizes that bets haven't been taken and says in a loud, clear voice, "Hang on, you two. We have important business before you can start the match." Turning to Nami, she says in a much quieter voice, "Do you want me to do it or?" "Please." Nodding her head slowly, Nami smiles at the blonde-haired merchant. She grimaces as the movement causes momentary discomfort. "Alrighty, come on and place your bets, friends," Kaya calls out to the crew. 50,000 on Carrot. Sam calls out. "Rika is tough. This is an easy bet." Kobe rises to his feet. 30,000 on Rika. "I'll take that action." 5,000 on Rika. As he passes by Sam, Jimmy collects his bet and makes his way to Nami to deliver the money. She may be psychologically scarred, but that girl knows how to fight. Biting his lip, Usopp studies the two combatants. Rika is scary, but the things I've seen Carrot do on the battlefield are worse. Standing up, he walks to the platform. "Carrot, what do you think? Can I count on you to win this one?" "Yes, Captain Usopp," calls out Ninjin with a grin. "That settles it, I'm all in on Carrot," shouts Usopp before walking over to Nami and handing her his remaining money. Piemon and Tamanegi glance at one another and nod. As two, all in on Carrot, they leap to their feet and race to Nami with their money. "Hey, what the hell? It's just money." Zoro cups his hand around his mouth. 10,000 on Rika. He grins at the girl. "Kick his ass, kid." "Any other takers?" Kaya calls out. The crew responds with silence and she nods at Jin. "Since that's settled, you can start the match." "Thank you, Kaya." Approaching the center of the platform, Jin raises his hands into the air. "On your marks. Get set. Go." He swings his hands down before backing out of the way of the fighters. This will be interesting. Rika has a lot of skill, but that drunken fist will be tricky. Ninjin's eyelids droop as he focuses on his mantra, "Trust your body." His veins pulse as the alcohol he previously consumed is absorbed into his blood. It flows through his body, massaging each limb. He feels his extremities grow limp as the warmth from the alcohol blends with his meditation to numb his senses. Staggering slightly to the side, he catches himself just before falling over. Come, air. Why are boys so weird? Rika stares at her opponent, who continues to stumble from side to side. She takes a few steps forward but stops herself from racing across the platform. He beat up Hachi. I have to be careful. Moving cautiously, she holds both swords in a defensive stance as she approaches Ninjin. This feels better when I drink. A dopey grin spreads across Ninjin's face as he tries to focus on the approaching girl. Here goes nothing. She swings her short sword horizontally at Ninjin's chest. Hiya! The steel blade slices through the air as her opponent leans backward, avoiding the attack. Reversing her grip on the blade, she levels it with her longsword. Hiya! Taking a half step forward, she swings both swords through the air, aiming at his chest and midsection. Stumbling backward, Ninjin narrowly misses being nicked by the blades. His heels press against the platform edge and he windmills his hands, attempting to maintain his balance. Just as he seems about to topple over the side, his body lurches forward and he is taken safely away from the edge and toward his opponent. Ah! As the boy lunges toward her, Rika jumps backward to safety. She crosses both swords in front of her chest. The memory of Ninjin manhandling Hachin floods her mind and she swallows hard. I can't let him get his hands on me. You can do it, kid, Zoro shouts from his position against the wall. She's playing it smart by not letting him get close. Leaning forward in his chair, Sam appears uncharacteristically sober. In a calm and steady voice, he encourages the young boy, trust your body, carrot. Rika watches Ninjin, who has a dreamy look on his face. Is he not going to attack? She steps toward the boy and swings her long sword at his legs, attempting to force him into a more vulnerable position. His body moves on its own as Ninjin leaps over the blade. That felt weird. He lands unsteadily and his arms fling out to either side to stop him from toppling over. Hang on, eh? His words are cut off as Rika swings at him again with her short sword, aiming diagonally at his shoulder. He steps backward to avoid the blade. Woo! Arms pinwheeling again. He tries to evade toppling over as Rika continues her assault, swinging the long sword at his stomach. So that's the trick. He can avoid anything I throw at him, but he won't fight back unless I give him an opening. The corner of Rika's lip curls into a smirk as she takes calculated swings at her opponent, each attack driving him closer to the side of the platform. She starts counting down the steps, 3 from the edge. She swings her short sword at Ninjin's midsection and takes another step toward him. 2 more steps. As her short sword cuts through the air, she follows up with another strike with her long sword, edging her feet forward to close the gap and prevent a counter-assault. 1 last step, almost there. She reverses her earlier strike and swings her short sword through the air. The blade comes just shy of the boy's chin and he stumbles backward again. Come on, carrot. Don't let her beat you like this, shouts Usopp. His voice is tinged with despair, having reached the same conclusion as Rika. Finish him off, little sis, Johnny calls out. Yosaku echoes the sentiment. You got this. Show that punk who's boss. This isn't good. Ninjin's head starts to clear and he begins to panic. What do I do? There has to be more than just defense. You're finished. Drawing back both blades, Rika stabs them at Ninjin's chest. Taking a step backward, Ninjin feels only air beneath his feet. He falls backward and lands with a thud against the hard ground. Letting out a groan, he lifts his head to look up at Rika, still standing on the platform. Having sheathed her swords and placed her hands on her hips, she is basking in the glory of her victory. He flops his head backward onto the ground and mutters, "You win, Radish." His friends rush to his side as Usopp helps Ninjin to his feet and dusts him off. You tried hard and that's what counts. Usopp fakes a smile despite feeling disappointed at losing all of his money. From behind Rika, Jin's voice booms out, and the winner is Rika. Sticking her tongue out at the older boy, Rika leaps to the ground and hurries over to Zoro and the other swordsman. Johnny and Yosaku pat her on the back while Hachin smiles warmly at the young girl. "You did good, kid," says Zoro, grinning at her. "You realize this means your next match is against Luffy, right?" "What?" Rika feels as if her heart has stopped as she slowly turns to look at the brackets on the wall. As the all comes into view, a thought races through her mind. Oh no, he's right. Her eyes scan the room for the captain. She finally spots him staring at as he cracks his knuckles. Her voice catches in her throat as she whirls to face the older swordsman. "Do I have to? He'll kill me? Can we trade and I fight Kobe while you go against?" Placing his hand on the girl's shoulder, Zoro bends down so they are at eye level. "You are going to be fine." "But what if he?" Rika attempts to ask before Zoro places his finger against her mouth. "Trust me. If the captain tries anything stupid," he stops and his eyes narrow, "I won't let him." He thinks back to the warning he gave Piamin less than an hour earlier. "I'll stop him from killing you. But whatever he does is probably going to hurt, kid." "You got us, little sis," Yosaku says confidently. Placing his hand firmly on his friend's shoulder, Johnny grins at the girl. "Damn straight. Even the captain ain't dumb enough to go against us all." "Sanji would kill me if our waitress got hurt," calls out Hachin before breaking into laughter. "Ha-cha-cha-cha. It might be enough to get him to team up with Zoro." Biting her lip, Rika attempts to hold back her laughter. Each ridiculous statement makes it harder, and by the time Hachin starts laughing she cannot hold back and laughs with the fish man. "Foo-foo-foo-foo. I'd pay to see Zoro and Sanji working together." "Da ha 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 ha." Grabbing his sides, Zoro cannot contain his laughter. He wipes a tear from his eye as he recovers. Might be the time he and that shitty cook agree. Ignoring the commotion in the room, Jin makes his way to the brackets. Picking up a piece of chalk, he carefully writes in the winning names for each match in the first round. Some of those fights were pretty intense. The next one will be even more so. Placing down the chalk, he looks around at his crewmates who are gathered in groups discussing the previous matches and speculating about the next round. A smile spreads across his face. This was just what we needed. Winner's bracket making his way to the opposite end of the wall. He takes hold of a sheet of paper covering the other half of the tournament. Pulling hard, he tears the paper from the wall, revealing the loser bracket. The rest of the crew turn and gawk as Jin fills in names in the second bracket based on their previous matches. Losers bracket: Mary and Zoro exchange knowing looks, having helped set up the big reveal. While the crew is preoccupied with the brackets, Jimmy Scoops casually picks up his camera. He quickly double-checks that the lens cap has been removed. Looking through the viewfinder, he attempts to line up a picture to commemorate the occasion. A smile spreads as he sees the older swordsman laughing with Rika. That is adorable. Placing his hand on the zoom ring, he rotates it back and forth, framing the shot before adjusting the exposure with the control ring. Once satisfied with the shot, he yells, "Fire!" He taps the shutter button and a loud click is accompanied by a flash of light. The hell was that? Zoro blinks several times as his pupils dilate due to the sudden burst of light. The flash from the camera renders him unable to see across the room. By the time his eyes adjust, Jimmy has put down his camera. "Hey everyone." Jimmy attempts to call the attention of the rest of the crew. "If you don't mind, I'd like to get a picture of the winners from the first." "Yes," shouts Luffy, launching to his feet and racing over to Jimmy. "Finally, I get to do something. I've been sitting around watching other people forever." Eyes wide and a manic look on his face, he stares into the photograph's eyes. "Where do I go? What do I do? Can I punch somebody?" "Punch somebody?" Furrowing his brows for a moment, Jimmy prepares to respond to the strange question before thinking better of it. Pointing his finger at Jin, who is standing back admiring his work, the photographer replies, "Head over there. I'll give you more instructions when." "You got it." Racing across the room to Jin, Luffy slams into his chest at full speed, knocking the air from his lungs and causing him to double over. Barely registering the man's pain, Luffy spins to face the others. "Hurry up. It's picture time." He mimes a camera with his hands while grinning. "That hurt like hell." Gritting his teeth, Jin straightens his back while glaring at Luffy. "Why did?" He stops and takes a deep breath. "He's on your side, Jin. Don't mess this up." He forces himself to smile and clamps his teeth together. "Come on, Zoro. Pictures are fun." Rika yanks on the older swordsman's sleeve, attempting to pull him toward the group assembling around Luffy and Jin. Eyes closed, Zoro grinds his teeth as he tries to ignore the girl's tugging. There's not a damn chance I'm taking a picture with that shitty cook. His legs must be tired. Hatchin attempts to offer a solution. If you don't want to walk, I can carry ya. Touch me and you're a dead man, Hachi. Zoro says coldly as his eyes snap open. His eyes flick to the girl still tugging on his shirt. Why do you want this so badly? It's just a picture. Please, sensei. Releasing the man's sleeve, Rika gives the older man her best puppy dog eyes. If this doesn't work, I don't know what will. Clasping her hands together, she forces a tear out of one eye. I've always wanted to take a victory picture. Give me a break. Rolling his eyes, Zoro decides this is not a fight worth having. Fine. I'll take the stupid picture, but I'm not standing with curly brows. He follows behind Rika and Hatchin as they join the others. Once the group is assembled, Jimmy begins barking directions. We won't be able to see you back there, Rika. Take a step forward and move a little to your right. Perfect. Alright, Sanji and Zoro, I need you both to look at me and stop glaring at each other. The pair let out loud, harumph noises but obeyed his direction. I swear, these two are more childish than the actual children. Usopp, get your finger out of your nose, and Luffy, you can't keep making that face. Yes, that one. If you need something to do with your hands, put them in your pockets. Jin, stop giving me the serial killer look. This is supposed to be a happy picture. Luffy, stop slapping Kobe. I said hands in your pockets. He picks up his camera and brings it to his face. Staring through the viewfinder, Jimmy tightens the zoom ring slightly. Sam, I'm going to need you to put down the beer for a second. I promise nobody is going to take it from you. He adjusts the exposure with the control ring before zooming out enough to include the winner's bracket on the wall behind the group. Satisfied, he yells, "Fire!" Pressing the shutter button, there is a loud snap and a blinding light from the camera. He taps the shutter button several more times, taking additional pictures. Once satisfied, he lowers the camera to his chest. Perfect. Thank you, everybody. As Jimmy wanders back to his seat, the others blink and rub their eyes. Once their vision has fully returned, they walk back to the wall and await the next match. Staring at her notes, Nami does some mental math and a horrible thought dawns on her. Johnny, Nijiko, Pepper, Onion, Sanji, Usopp and Yosaku are all out of money. That means they can't lose any bets and I can't earn as much. Turning to Kaya, she puts on her most winning smile. Hey Kaya. I was wondering if you could give everybody more money to lose? A smile spreads across Kaya's face as she locks eyes with the navigator. Yes. How did you know I was going to ask that? Asks a confused Nami. I know she's good with money, but that's impressive. Kaya continues to smile at her friend. Must be my intuition. Feel free to give everybody another 5,000 each. This betting pool is interesting. Intuition? I doubt that. Counting out the bills, Nami smiles. Thanks Kaya. Rising slowly to her feet, she braces herself as blood rushes to it slow. I'm still not at 100%. The navigator carefully walks around the room, handing out money to the rest of the crew before returning to her chair. She looks at Jin, who is still admiring his tournament. Hey, Prison Break, let's start the next round already. She smirks as the startled man jumps and spins to face her. I've got money to make, so get going. Oh yes. Clearing his throat, Jin glances at the bracket and selects a match. We'll start the next round now. To keep things interesting, we'll run both brackets together. Glancing back at the group of girls, a grin spreads across his face. Our first match is going to be Nijiko versus Carrot. Get up here. Wait, I have to fight Carrot? Eyes wide, Nijiko looked at the bracket. Sure enough, his name was right beside hers. First Luffy, now this. I can't catch a break. Rising to her feet, she walks cautiously to the side of the platform and pulls herself onto it. Once steady, she walks to her corner. I'll probably lose, but I'm not going down without a fight. If Rika could pull off a win, why can't I? I'll be back in a second, Ninjin says to his friends with a grin. Turning to the platform, he glances at Nijiko as he scrambles up the side. Try not to take this personally. As his knees touch the wooden surface, he springs to his feet and marches to his corner. Turning again to face his opponent, he locks eyes with the older woman. Class is over, teacher. With a smirk, he cracks his knuckles. Now I'm going to kick your ass. These poor kids. I feel bad for their future therapist. Jimmy Scoops blinks several times. not believing the aggressive words coming from this boy's mouth. Carrot. Placing her right hand on her hip, Najiko wags the pointer finger of her left at the boy. That is not appropriate language. Time to place your bets. We've got my lovely sister Najiko against wise-cracking kitchen hand Ninjin, shouts Nami, interrupting the pair. Taking hold of a bill, she winks at her sister. I'll kick us off with 5,000 on Najiko. You are an idiot. There's no way she can beat that kid. Just look at him. Zoro motions at Ninjin, who is wearing a devilish smile. Nobody looks that confident unless they know they can win. I'll put 15,000 on Carrot. It pains me to agree, but Moss Head makes a good point. Sanji avoids making eye contact with the swordsman. 5,000 on Carrot. As the chef rises to his feet to drop off the bet, he reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a cigarette. Placing it between his lips, he flicks open a lighter and ignites the tip. Flicking the lighter closed, he deposits it back into his coat and breathes in the smoke. He's an insufferable asshole, but Zoro seems to know how to pick winners in these fights. Blowing out a gray stream, he walks toward Nami. I'll put 5,000 on Carrot too, shouts Usopp. Me too, cries out Tamanegi. Me 3, says Piemon. The trio race across the room and deliver their bets to Nami, who is beginning to scowl. Why am I the only one betting on Najiko? She cut Luffy. That's impressive. Chabo's eyes dart between Najiko and Ninjin as he clutches his money. What do I do? Najiko practically raised me, but Carrot is so strong. Making up his mind, he leans his chair toward Nami and hands her several bills. 15,000 on Najiko. You can do it. 50,000 on the boy. Sam calls out. Lurching to his feet, he stumbles over to Nami and drops a wad of bills onto her lap. Why does he keep betting so high? Nami carefully counts the money out before adding it to the stack. She looks up at the drunken man leaning against the platform and staring lecherously at her. Just how much money do you have, Sam? I dunno. Raising a beer to his lips, Sam takes a big swig. A dopey grin spreads across his lips. Maybe if you're nice to me all. He belches loudly. I'll let you count the money in my room. I promise it'll be worth your time. He winks at the redhead. Ew, stop being a creep. Kaya removes her shoe, throwing it at the drunkard, who scampers back to his seat. Shaking her head, she glances at Nami and is disturbed to see her staring dreamily after the man. Nami, you aren't seriously considering his offer, are you? What? Shaking her head, Nami feels the mental fog lift. It's just money, Nami. Have some self-respect. She avoids her friend's eyes. No, I just was dreaming about the Grand Line, that's all. Oh, my favorite. In my dreams, I'm riding on a giant lion. The Grand Line is going to be so cool, shouts Luffy, who had somehow managed to sneak up on the girls. He drops a stack of bills into the pile. All in on Carrot for me. With a grin, he returns to his position against the wall. Writing down some info on her sheet, Nami looks up at Jin. I think that's it, Jin. Feel free to start the match. Jin lifts his hand above his head. Get ready. Get set. Go. Slicing downward through the air signals the start of the match. With alcohol still pumping through his system, Ninjin has no trouble losing himself in the internal fog. Trust your body. A dopey grin spreads across his face and he lazily observes the older woman charging toward him. I have to hit him hard and fast. Squeezing the handle of her protractor causes the blades to extend as Najiko speeds toward the boy, who has begun to sway back and forth. Closing the gap, she swings at his chest but misses as Ninjin steps backward with his left foot. Before Najiko can react, Ninjin's body twists counterclockwise and his right fist slams into her stomach, knocking the air from her lungs. Ouch, he packs a punch. Rising to his feet, Sam closely studies Ninjin's movements. Keep pushing, kid. You're almost there. As Najiko stumbles backward, Ninjin steps toward her. Trust your body. This felt different and new. The usual fog was there, but he had more control than normal. Recovering quickly, Najiko swings her blade at his face. His body naturally rolls clockwise, allowing the blade to pass harmlessly by his face. Kick. Lifting his left leg, he uses the momentum of his twist to kick his opponent in the stomach. Wow! Balling her hands into fists, Rika slams them into her knees as she watches the fight unfold. His movements are so different. Against me he was all defensive and reactive. What change? Nijiko's body is flung several feet across the platform from the kick. She desperately swings the protractor blade at the ground. Its spikes catch in the wood, bringing her to a halt. Looking up at Ninjin, she is surprised that he has already closed most of the distance between them. Before she can react, he slams his fist into her face, knocking her to the ground. As her vision begins to fade, she hears footsteps approaching. "Ninjin, stop!" shouts Kaya as she and Nami race toward the fighters. Ninjin stops, his foot above Nijiko's face, and turns to face the two women. They watch his face as he regains control and lowers his foot to the ground. Too far. Looking down at Nijiko lying unconscious on the ground, Ninjin tries not to think about what he almost did. Taking a step back, he allows space for Kaya and Nami to tend to his opponent's wounds. Well, this is awkward. Walking up behind Ninjin, he grabs the boy's hand and raises it. The winner is Carrot. Several crewmates nervously applaud. Their hearts aren't in it as they nervously wait to see how Nijiko is doing. What happened? Nijiko's eyes flutter open and she sees the two women above her. Did I win? Seriously? Narrowing her eyes, Kaya continues pressing an ice pack to the bruise beneath Nijiko's eyes. Is that all you care about? Shaking her head, she rolls her eyes. No, you didn't win, Nijiko. A smile spreads across Nijiko's face and she says quietly, getting my ass kicked. She closes her eyes, allowing Kaya to treat her wounds. Brat. Nami softly taps her sister's arm with her knuckles. You lost me money. Breathing a sigh of relief, Ninjin relaxes his shoulders and turns with Jin to face the rest of the crew. He grins, she's alive. The rest of the crew cheer as the tension in the room breaks. As Ninjin makes his way off the platform, he is joined by Tamanegi, Piaman and Usopp, who congratulate him on his victory. The crewmates who won their bets awkwardly make their way to Nami's chair and retrieve the winnings Nami had prepared for them during the match. As the crew continues to enjoy the tournament, the creature behind the ships follows in silence. A white foam forms beside it as a second head splits the water's surface. The first creature lets out a guttural groan that reverberates across the water, unheard by the crew. Thank you, Mary, for the waivers. Jin glances at the board while taking his place in the center of the stage. His heart skips a beat as he sees the names for the next match. He quickly recovers. For our next match we have the headstrong swordswoman of the kitchen Rika against our captain Monkey D. Luffy. You got this, little sis, calls out Johnny as he pats the young girl on the back. A sly smile spreads across Zoro's face. Knock him around for me, kiddo. He places his hand on the girl's hair and ruffles it, earning him an irritated look. It's now or never. With a sigh, Rika squeezes her fists tightly as she walks to the platform. Before she can ask for a boost, Yosaku is at her side. The man offers his cupped hands as a step. She smiles at the swordsman and mouths, "Thank you," before stepping onto his hands and scrambling onto the platform. That wasn't too embarrassing. As she rises to her feet, she sneaks a peek at the opposite end and catches sight of Luffy, grinning like a madman. His dark eyes are focused on her and she slowly turns to meet his gaze. I guess it's up to me to take you down, huh, Captain? The young girl's mouth splits into a smile, showing off a row of white teeth. Sheesh. Luffy continues to hold the girl's gaze as he laughs. She's not the same girl we met back in Shell's Town. He brings his fists up into a defensive posture. In your dreams, kid. This feels so wrong. Watching the pair square up against one another, Nami can't help but feel bad for the young girl. I guess this is the start of betting. 20,000 on the girl. Zoro's voice rings out as he continues to lounge against the wall. The captain may be tough, but I've seen what she can do when pushed into a corner. Here I thought you had no heart. Pulling a new cigarette from his coat pocket, Sanji places it into his mouth. He flicks his lighter and ignites the tip. 5,000 on Rika. Taking a deep breath, he feels the smoke fill his lungs as the nicotine is absorbed into his blood. A gray cloud slowly escapes his mouth. Mosshead is right for once. Rika is a firecracker. They believe in me. A blush creeps up Rika's neck and her cheeks turn bright pink on hearing the men's kind words. Don't they realize who I'm up against? She continues to watch Luffy as he grins at her. Johnny shoots Zoro an apologetic look. Get that she's tough, but this is big bro Luffy. He glances around the room at the others. The rest of the crew refuse to make eye contact with him. Come on. This is the most obvious bet of all time. Rolling his eyes he continues, whatever. All in for Luffy. Lova ya Rika, but I gotta go with my gut on this one. Glad I wasn't the first. Yosaku raises his money into the air, same here. All in for Luffy. Nothing personal Rika. Humans are so weird. Why not just bet on the one who is going to win? Hatchin pulls the money from his pocket and walks across the room toward Nami, me too. I agree. Usopp counts his money before heading toward Nami. Rika is scary, but Luffy is something else. Sorry Rika, I have to go Luffy, says Piemon, following after the sniper. Me too, calls out Tamanegi as he hurries to catch up with the others. Ninjin sits stone-faced, waiting for the others to return. This seems like an obvious match, but so did my fight with Rika. Best not to risk it. Sorry kid, I can't pass up an easy win. Nami pulls out all of her money and adds it to the pile, writing down her bet for Luffy on the paper. Tears run down Rika's cheek as she hears the crew rallying behind her opponent. I know he's strong, but I'm strong too. Her hand slowly lowers to the hilt of her short sword when another voice cuts through the room. 30,000 on Rika. Rising to his feet, Kobe pulls out a wad of bills. A month ago this would have been a no-brainer for Luffy, but after all we've been through, he catches the girl's attention and smiles, flashing her a thumbs up. I know she has what it takes. Kobe, I knew you'd have my back. Reaching to wipe away the tears, Rika smiles back at the older boy. She returns the thumbs up before shifting her focus back toward Luffy. This is awkward. Head resting in Nami's lap as she lays out across the chairs, recovering from her previous fight. Nijiko carefully places her money onto the table and points at Luffy's column. She makes eye contact with her sister who nods and jots down her bet. We done? Asks Luffy, tapping his toe on the platform. I want to fight already. Patience captain. Looking around the room, Jin gives the others a moment to submit any final bets. Once he is certain none remain, he calls out, alright, let's get this started. Get ready. Get set. Go. He quickly retreats, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire of the two fighters. Go time. Taking a large gulp of air, Rika draws her swords. Swinging them in front of her body she watches the captain. Alright. Lacing his fingers together, Luffy pushes his hands forward cracking his knuckles. What should I do first? Unlacing his fingers he presses his thumb under his chin and pointer finger against his temple. An idea pops into his head and he grins mischievously. I know, twisting clockwise, he swings his leg backward. The crewmates standing along the wall behind Luffy duck for cover as his foot flies toward them. Gum gum, Luffy stretches his foot until it touches the wall. Whip, spinning counterclockwise, he sweeps his leg across the platform toward Rika. Now, as the foot swings toward her, Rika leaps into the air. Her small body barely clears Luffy's leg which passes harmlessly beneath her. Landing on her feet, she swings both swords behind her body. Two-sword style, stretching her arms behind herself and dipping her head, she charges across the platform toward her exposed opponent. Just before slamming into the older man, she skids to a stop and swings both swords horizontally across her body at his midsection, cross-slash. Ah! Thrown off balance by his missed kick, Luffy attempts to recover as the girl charges toward him. As she swings her blades at his midsection his eyes grow wide and he thinks on his feet, she'll cut me in half. Lacing his fingers together again, he pushes his hands toward the girl as his fingers expand, forming a net in front of himself, gum gum net. The blades slam into his fingers and pierce his skin, causing his pinkies to bleed. He pushes through the pain as his fingers continue extending. Shoving his hands forward, he wraps the makeshift net around the young girl. His shock is replaced with glee and a grin spreads across his face. He begins to laugh, she, you almost had me. Lifting the now trapped girl into the air, he unlaces his fingers allowing her to drop through the net to the platform below. Landing on her side on the wooden floor, Rika feels pain shoot through her left arm and she instinctively drops her longsword. Dang it! I thought that would work. She looks up and sees Luffy walking toward her. Get up Rika! You have to get up! Attempting to move her left arm causes another bolt of pain to rip through her body and a tear runs down her cheek. It's not fair. Rika, get up! Zoro's calm voice calls. His thick arms rest on the platform. Beside him, Sanji's elbows nearly touch the swordsman's. You can do it, kid. The crew stares in shock at the rivals who for a brief moment are not screaming at one another. Sensei, Rika lifts her head enough to see the two men staring at her, and Sanji. They believe in me. Cradling her wounded left arm against her chest, she places the handle of her short sword, still tightly gripped in her right hand against the ground. Back arching, she slowly rises to her feet and meets Luffy's gaze. I won't go down, she swh the air, without a fight, Straw Hat. That's more like it, grinning. Luffy pulls back his right arm. Then let's fight, Gum Gum. He continues walking toward the girl. Pistol. His arm flings forward toward Rika's midsection. Hiya. Swinging her short sword at the fist, Rika manages to deflect it with the side of the blade just before it makes contact with her stomach. The fist slams into the ground beside her with a loud thud before retracting toward Luffy. Arg. When the metallic blade connects with Luffy's knuckles, he feels the impact reverberate down his arm. Rika charges toward him, hoping to reach the captain before he can recover. Take this. She swings her sword diagonally at Luffy's chest. Pulling the arm back as fast as he can, Luffy realizes that Rika is too fast. Here goes nothing. While his right arm zips toward him, he pulls back his left fist, Gum Gum Pistol. The moment Rika begins her strike, he flings his left fist forward. The knuckles connect with her stomach, hurling her off the platform. A moment later he hears a crash as her small frame slams into the ground. He allows his left arm to snap back to his side and lowers both hands, panting hard. She's so much tougher. A smile spreading across his face, he thinks about how far she has come and how much potential she still has. That's my cue. Rushing onto the platform, Jin grabs Luffy's left hand and lifts it into the air, and the winner is Luffy. A moment later, Rika pops up from the ground. Irritation is painted on her face and she drops her sword as she places her good fist against her hip. Glaring at the captain, she shouts, "No fair, I want a rematch." She. Pulling his arm free from Jin's grasp, Luffy makes his way to the side of the platform. Crouching down so that he is closer to the young girl, he places his hand in her hair and runs his fingers through it. You did good, Rika. A month ago you were scared of your own shadow. Today you went toe-to-toe against the future king of the pirates. He grins down at the girl, warmth emanating from behind his eyes. Rika tries desperately to fight a smile, but her sour look softens and a smile spreads across her face. It was so fun. She reaches up toward the captain with her good arm. It was fun. Reaching down, Luffy scoops the small girl into his arms and raises her above his head. He spins the youngster in a circle above him. It was a lot of fun. But we can't hog all of the fun for ourselves. Placing the girl back down on the platform, he smiles. Besides, I want to see the others fight, don't you? Rika nodded enthusiastically before wrapping her right arm around Luffy's hip and hugging him tightly. I do. Releasing her hold on the man, she glances at Kaya, who is motioning with her finger for the girl to come. Scrambling down from the platform, she makes her way to the older girl. Holding out her left arm, she asks in a bubbly voice, "My arm hurts. Can you fix it?" "Hey Hatchin, can we get some more snacks?" asks Luffy as he hops down from the platform and approaches the large fish man. "I'm hungry." Nodding, Hatchin makes his way out of the training room as the other crewmates collect their winnings from Nami. He returns a few minutes later carrying a plate stacked high with sushi. "Food's here, Captain." "Awesome." Sprinting toward the fish man, Luffy gathers a handful of sushi. Looks delicious. He crams the food into his mouth and attempts to chew it all at once. This is going so well. A smile touches the edge of Jin's lips as he observes the crew bustling around the room. Johnny and Yosaku sing Bink's Sake while Luffy and the kids dance along with the words. Sanji and Zoro are engaged in a borderline civil conversation about Rika's fight. Kaya, Nami and Najiko pore over the numbers on Nami's spreadsheet and double-check that the balances are accurate. This is how things should be. Placing his fingers into his mouth, he lets out a loud whistle, calling the others' attention to himself. Our next match is the beautiful navigator Nami against our clever carpenter Pepper. Come on up here. My turn. Waving at his friends, Piaman turns his back on the group and walks to the platform. As he pulls himself up, a thought races through his mind. I should build some stairs. Once at the top, he retreats to his corner. Unfastening the bow from his back, he carefully studies it for damages as he waits for the match to begin. You don't have to do this. Placing her hand on Nami's shoulder, Kaya cautions her friend. The others saw how badly you were hurt in the last match. Nobody will think less of you if. It's fine. Giving the blonde a stern look, Nami brushes the hand from her shoulder and rises to her feet. Pointing at the notebook she barks, "Don't forget about the betting pool." Turning her back on her friend, Nami swiftly walks to the side of the platform and pulls herself onto it. What am I doing? My head is still throbbing from the fight against Kobe. This is madness. Once she reaches the top, she makes her way to the opposite corner from her opponent and carefully removes the pieces of her bow staff from her waist pouch. Staring at Piaman, she connects them. At least it's just one of the kids this time. I hope she's not too mad at me. I'm just trying to help. Standing up, Kaya glances at Nami once final time before announcing, "Betting is now open. Do we have any takers?" "All of my money on my sweet Nami Swan," shouts Sanji, breaking from his conversation with Zoro and moving swiftly toward Kaya. "Pervert," mumbles Zoro, rolling his eyes. He glances at the two combatants, sizing them up. Nami isn't particularly tough, but she's got a lot of practice with that bow staff compared to Pepper's use of the bow and arrow. He lets out a long sigh. "I'll put 10,000 on the witch." He follows Sanji to deliver his money. "What did you call her, Moss Head?" Stopping in his tracks, Sanji turns to face the swordsman with an angry look. Not bothering to respond, Zoro pushes past the chef and continues toward his destination. Pepper can't hit the broadside of a barn and Naim's even more of a coward than I am. This is tough. Usopp's eyes dart back and forth between the pair as he makes up his mind. Swallowing hard he calls out, 5,000 on Pepper. You can do it. Me too. Tamanegi quickly follows up. Me 3, says Ninjin as he pulls several bills from his pocket. The trio quickly cross the room and deliver their money to Kaya before returning to their seats. Well, Hatchin nervously scratches at the back of his head. Nami was strong enough to keep up with some of Arlong's men, but most of her skills require a larger battlefield than this. On the other hand, Pepper doesn't seem particularly skilled with that bow yet. Making up his mind, a grin spreads across the fishman's face. 10,000 on the best navigator in the East Blue. Huh? Placing her hands on her hips, Nami looks indignantly at the fishman, more like the best navigator in the world. 30,000 on the pretty one, Sam calls out. He attempts to stand up but his legs refuse to cooperate and he instead slumps back into his chair and takes another swig from his beer. Can one of ya kids come get? He belches loudly. Get my bet for me. Why the show? We all know you can walk if you try. Grinning at the older man, Ninjin walks over to collect his bet. Put me down for 10,000 on Pepper, Mary says in a calm voice. He makes eye contact with the young boy and winks at him as he drops off his bet. Anyone else? Kaya's voice rings out. She looks around and sees the others avoiding eye contact. Well, alright then. Take it away, Jin. Sitting down, Kaya carefully checks over her notes. Less better why? Jin's heart sinks as he sees Sanji and Zoro glaring at one another once again. You were so close. Why do you always have to mess it up? Sighing, he shifts his focus to the two combatants. It sounds like we are ready. On your mark. Get so. Go. He leaps backward off the platform, landing gracefully on his feet. As long as I can keep my distance, this should be easy. Drawing an arrow, Piaman knocks it to his string and aims. He releases the string, sending the arrow flying through the air at the navigator. All out of trick arrows? The bow staff in Nami's hand twirls in the air as she deftly rotates it while keeping her sights locked on the young boy. As the arrow is about to land, she twists to the side. Her spinning weapon slaps the arrow and it drops harmlessly to the ground. You're going to need to do a lot better than that, Pepper. Grinning at the boy, Nami begins slowly advancing toward him. Beginning to panic, Piaman reaches back and draws 2 more arrows. Knocking them both, he closes his left eye to better aim. Take this. Releasing the string, he sends both projectiles whizzing toward his target. Nice try. Nami easily deflects both arrows as she picks up her pace. Her head throbs, a reminder of her earlier concussion, as she attempts to calculate the distance between them. At this rate, he'll have enough time to get off one more volley before I reach him. The poor kid never stood a chance. This isn't working. Drawing another arrow, Piaman is about to reach into his pocket to pull out a trick arrowhead but realizes he won't have enough time before his opponent reaches him. Darn it. Knocking the arrow, he aims it at Nami's hand. If I can just disarm her, I can buy myself time. He releases the arrow at his target. Seeing where the boy is aiming, Nami adjusts her course slightly to the right. The arrow is again struck to the ground. Closing the final few steps, Nami swings her bow staff at the boy's ankles. Let's make this fast. Ah! As the wooden pole connects, Piaman tumbles face first to the ground. His head smacks against the wooden floor, followed by his chest. Dropping his bow, he uses his right hand to push himself up and his left to wipe at the moisture he feels on his upper lip. Glancing down at his hand, he sees it covered in blood. Tears form in the corners of his eyes and he begins bawling. It hurts. That might have been too fast. Crouching beside the crying boy, Nami quickly assesses the injury. I think it's just a bloody nose. Reaching forward with her bow staff, she gently taps it against the boy's forehead. Do you want to give up? Yes. Piaman nods vigorously as tears stream down his face. It hurts so bad, I give up. He places his hand over his nose and attempts to pinch off the bleeding. As Kaya jumps onto the platform to care for the injured boy, Jin clears his throat. Well, that was fast. Sanji and Zoro chuckle before spotting one another and crossing their arms. They both huff indignantly at one another. These two act more like children than the kids on the crew. Jin ignores the obnoxious duo and continues, the winner is Nami, go ahead and collect your winnings, folks. As the crew settles and returns to what they were doing before the match, Usopp makes his way to Piaman, who is now sitting beside Nijiko. Finding a chair beside the boy, he motions at his quiver draped over the chair. Do you mind if I take a look? Who cares? I'm too weak to do anything with them. Shrugging his shoulders, Piaman rests his head against Nijiko's arm. Pulling out an arrow, Usopp examines it. Placing his fingers on the arrowhead, he twists it gently, unscrewing it from the arrow. He glances back at the young boy. Can I look at those trick arrowheads? Without answering, Piaman tosses the bag filled with the specialized arrowheads onto Usopp's lap. The sniper carefully draws out a webbing arrow and gently presses it against the shaft of the arrow. It's an interesting design, but I think I can do better. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a pair of magnets he had been playing with earlier that day. Dropping one into the arrowhead, he balances the other on the end of the arrow. Carefully he lowers the arrowhead onto the stick until he hears a snap as the two magnets slam into one another. What is he? Turning to look at Usopp, Piaman's eyes widen as he realizes what the sniper is doing. That's genius. A smile spreads across his face. That could work. It would be so much faster than unscrewing them and screwing them back on in the middle of a fight. Nodding at the boy, Usopp pulls the arrowhead free and dumps the magnets into his palm. Looks like we've got a project for tomorrow. He smiles and hands the pieces back to the young boy. Scanning the group, Jin spots Tamanegi resting against a wall by himself. Hopping off the platform, he makes his way to the young boy. Crouching down so that he is at eye level, he says gently, I'm sorry I didn't get to talk to you after our match. Rolling his eyes, Tamanegi crosses his arms. What's to talk about? You kicked my butt without breaking a sweat. A tear runs down his cheek as he remembers his humiliating defeat. He avoids the man's steady gaze. Nodding slowly, Jin places his hand on Tamanegi's shoulder. You're right. But I have an idea of how to fix that. Pupils dilating slightly, Tamanegi meets Jin's gaze. How? His chest fills with hope at the man's words. Placing his pointer finger against the boy's forehead, Jin says, You're in your head too much. I could tell the second you started charging at me. He lowers his hand to the boy's shoulder. You were so focused on what you were going to do, that you forgot to pay attention to what was happening around you. Maybe he's right. I was trying so hard to think about my own attack that I missed his counterattack. Smiling at the older man, Tamanegi nods slowly. I think I understand what you're saying. But how do I get from where I am to where I should be? Practice and repetition. Rising to his feet, Jin grins at the boy. Meet me here tomorrow and we'll get started. Turning away from the youngster, he returns to the platform. Making his way to the center of the platform, Jin calls out loudly, For our next match, we have a couple of powerhouses. Give it up for Kobe and Zoro. The crew cheers loudly as the fighters rise from their seats and walk toward the platform. As Kobe makes his way to one of the platform corners, he ponders the upcoming match. Zoro taught me to fight, but I'm still learning. Do I have what it takes to challenge him? Turning to face his opponent, an uncontrollable shiver races down his spine as the green-haired samurai meets his gaze. For a moment his mouth goes dry, but he manages to break free of the trance. See something you like? Eyes narrowing, Zoro places his hand on Wado Ichimonji's hilt. Is that supposed to be a joke? 4 eyes? His fingers wrap around the white handle as he prepares to draw the blade. Today is not the day to mess with me, kid. Hang on boys, calls out Nami from beside the platform. Her eyes frantically dart to Jin, pleading for him to intervene. I haven't even taken bets yet. Hurry up witch. Zoro spits out as the veins in his arms bulge. It was taking all of his focus not to blitz the pink-haired boy. 25,000 on Kobe. Jin calls out in a calm voice. Zoro is too riled up. If he makes a mistake, Kobe is going to capitalize on it. I can't believe I have to do this. Sanji withdraws the cigarette he had been smoking and blows out a stream of gray smoke toward the combatants. All in on Zoro. He wouldn't dare lose before I get a chance to kick his ass. 20,000 on. Rika's eyes dart back and forth between the men. Zoro taught me everything I know, but I've seen how strong Kobe is. This is so hard. She swallows hard. Making up her mind, she shouts, Kobe. Really? Glancing at the girl in confusion. Johnny shakes his head. No loyalty at all. Oh well, your loss is my gain. Digging out his money, he says in a calm voice, I'm all in on Zoro. Sorry little sis, but ain't nobody gonna beat big bro. You know it. Yosaku leaps to his feet and follows his friend. Big bro is an easy bet, every day. Take him down. Sorry, Kobe. Hatchin follows after the swordsman. You're tough, but Zoro is in another league. I'll go all in on him too. Come on guys. Dropping his head, Kobe kicks at the platform with his foot. You don't have to be mean about it. I'm still your crewmate. Yeah, you are, shouts Luffy, leaping to his feet. He grins like a madman as he races toward Nami with a fistful of money. 20,000 on Kobe. I'm feeling lucky today. I'm so sorry. With a pained expression, Mary withdraws his money and flips through it. Kobe. He slowly lets his breath out. I'm sorry, but I'm going with Zoro on this one. 10,000 for me. You can do it, Kobe. Knock him down a peg. Usopp calls out. He fishes in his pocket and pulls out several bills. I'll put 5,000 on Kobe. Anyone else? Nami looks around as she receives the final bet payment from Usopp. Shrugging her shoulders, she smiles at Jin. If not, you can start the match. Alrighty. We all know how this goes. Raising his hand, he calls out loudly, get ready, get set, go. Finally, I can't stand waiting. Withdrawing the white blade from its sheath, Zoro places Wado Ichimonji's handle into his mouth. His hands drop to his sides and a moment later Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri are drawn. He brings the blades in front of his body as his eyes narrow into slits, prepared to die, marine lover. He bursts from the corner, feet hardly touching the platform as he dashes toward his opponent. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Tightly gripping the handle of his war club, Kobe fearfully watches Zoro race toward him. Glancing at his club, a thought flashes through his mind. Lifting his weapon into the air, he screams, "Boomerang strike!" He hurls his club at the ground in front of him. The tip slams into the wooden platform before launching into the air. It spins toward Zoro at high speed. The fuck is? Zoro spots the club flying through the air moments before it slams into his face. Blood streams down his face in rivulets from his nostril as he is flung backward through the air. Stretching his arms to either side, he angles his swords at the ceiling to avoid stabbing himself. Damn it. This will hurt. His back slams into the platform and he slides several feet before finally stopping with his hair dangling over the platform's edge. Blood continues to flow from his nose, which is unnaturally bent to the side. Zoro, are you okay? Kaya calls out as she races toward the swordsman. She stops behind his head and carefully reaches forward to assess his wounds. Touch me and I'll cut your hands off, Zoro growls. Kaya freezes, her hands inches from the swordsman's face. He's joking, right? He can't keep fighting with a broken nose. Throwing his body weight forward, Zoro sits up. Blood rushes to his head at the sudden movement, causing him to feel slightly dizzy and blurring his vision. He shakes his head as much as the sword in his mouth will allow. The dizziness fades away and his vision returns in time to see Kobe charging toward him. Bringing the swords across his chest, Zoro forms an X with the blades. This will hurt. Ha, take this. Raising his club into the air, Kobe swings it down toward Zoro's head. Zoro braces for impact as the club slams into the blades in his hands. The muscles in his arms ripple and he grits his teeth. Gah! Mustering his energy, Zoro shoves back. He feels Kobe react to the pressure before seeing him stumble backward. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Zoro springs toward the boy. Crossing his arms, he angles the blades at Kobe and begins charging, three-sword style. Bull needles. He spins the blades through the air at the pink-haired man. The first strike hits Kobe's side followed by two more on his midsection and shoulder. He feels his body rise into the air as the strikes keep coming, hitting along his legs, arms and torso. With each blow, he involuntarily flinches away from the blade. Help me. It feels like time has slowed and he is hanging in the air while the strikes rain on his body. Suddenly his perception of time returns to normal and he hears the skidding of Zoro's shoes against the platform. His body is flung through the air toward Johnny and Yosaku. Kobe's body slams into the former bounty hunters, sending them all toppling to the ground in a heap. Closing his eyes, Kobe assesses his body. Luckily the two men had cushioned his fall. He felt a knee jabbing into his side and an elbow against his chest. Based on how bony the limbs were, he was fairly confident they belonged to Johnny. As his mind returns to the fight he can feel a heaviness on his chest that only partially has to do with the man lying on top of him. Dang. I thought I had him. Dumbstruck by the chaos he had just witnessed, it takes Jin a moment to regain his composure, and the winner by ring out is. Hang on. Zoro interrupts the announcement. He turns to meet Jin's eyes. Can we keep going? His bottom lip curls into a grin as he holds Wado Ichimonji with his teeth. It was just starting to get fun. Jin shifts his gaze to Kobe. I guess if Kobe agrees we can bend the. Hell no, shouts Kobe. He shoves Yosaku off his chest. I'm lucky I survived as long as I did. That's Pirate Hunter Zoro, pass. Suit yourself. Shrugging his shoulders, Zoro sheaths his blades, call it Jin. A bead of sweat runs down Jin's forehead. The winner. He shakes his head and blinks several times. The winner is Zoro. Several crew members leap to their feet to collect their winnings from Nami. Zoro makes his way off the platform and is approached by Kaya. Sit down. Kaya glares at the swordsman and points to a chair. Now. What's her problem? Zoro flops onto the chair and rolls his eyes. What did I do, blonde? Leaning forward, Kaya gently prods the swordman's nose, causing him to wince in pain. It's as bad as I feared. Close out a stream of air. Her eyes snap open and meet the swordsman's. Your nose is broken. Stay here while I get something for it. Hurrying to her chair she mutters to herself, stubborn idiot. Flipping open the first aid kit, she pulls out gauze and medical tape. It's not a big deal. Zoro stares at the blonde as she gathers supplies. What is wrong with her? People like us get hurt. It's the life we chose when we joined this crew. Returning to Zoro's side, Kaya ignores the comment. This is going to hurt pretty bad, but if I don't reset the bone it won't heal. Her eyes flick over to where Usopp and the kids are gathered. Hey Carrot, do you mind grabbing a stiff drink for Zoro? He's going to need it. What do you mean reset the bone? A hint of panic enters Zoro's voice. I don't like that sound of that. Scrambling to mix a drink, Ninjin rushes over to the pair and hands it to Zoro. Here ya go, it's whiskey and coke. Drink up sunshine. Kaya grins at the swordsman. Enjoying this more than she should, you're going to need it. For a pacifist, she sure seems eager to hurt me. Placing the cup against his lips, Zoro swings his head back and gulps down the drink. Placing the empty glass on the ground, his eyes again meet Kaya's. Fine. Get it over with quick. Reaching forward, Kaya takes hold of Zoro's nose and tugs it to the right. She hears a crunch as bone fragments grind against one another. Holy shit, this hurts. Zoro's eyes water, but he refuses to let a drop of liquid escape. Biting down on his tongue he fights back the scream that threatens to uncover his weakness. Ripping a piece of medical tape, Kaya places the center against the bridge of Zoro's nose and folds the sides over his cheeks. That should keep it in place. She adds a few more pieces of tape to the top and bottom to keep it secure. Placing the tape on an empty chair beside Zoro, she picks up the gauze and carefully rolls it into a tube. A cruel grin on her face, she mumbles, "Open wide." Before Zoro can react, she shoves the gauze into his nostril. The cloth immediately transforms from white to dark crimson as it absorbs blood. Grabbing the tape, she steps back, admiring her work. "That should do it. The gauze will keep you from bleeding everywhere and the tape will help your nose heal straight." Why does she care so much? Just let my body heal on its own. Seething with rage, Zoro curses the blonde in his head. His pride won't allow him to do it aloud, for fear of looking weak. Once he has regained his composure, he says coldly, "Great. Now get out of the way so I can see the next fight." Rude. Opening her mouth to tell him off, Kaya thinks better of it. With a huff, she turns away from the swordsman and returns to her seat. Damn Zoro. What's with the tough guy act? Jin carefully steps over a small puddle of Zoro's blood as he walks to the center of the platform. Turning to face the crew, he raises his hands. Our next match is between Onion and Johnny. Head on up here, boys. He catches Tamanaji's eyes and gives him a subtle nod. Let's see if you can stay out of your head this time. The pair make their way to the platform. They quickly head to their opposing corners. Making eye contact with Nami, Jin calls out, "Time to cast your bets on the match. I'll go first, 20,000 on Onion." He glances once more at the boy as he makes his way off the platform. "You can do it. I believe in you." "Seriously, bro?" Johnny raises his eyebrow at the master at arms. He's a kid with a freaking pen. Raising his sword above his head, he slices through the air. "Throw your money away if you want, idiot." 5,000 on Onion, calls out Najiko with a grin. "Kick his ass, kid." She hands her money to Nami, not bothering to get out of her seat. Johnny looks dramatically at the ceiling. Now the hottie's going for him? Could this day get any worse? "I got you, bro." All in on Johnny. Shooting a grin to his friend, Yosaku proudly marches across the room to hand over his bet. Studying the pair, Chabo mulls over his options. Despite feeling like somewhat of an outsider, he had been paying close attention to their previous matches. Johnny handled himself fairly well against Usopp while Onion got knocked out with ease by Jin. The answer seems obvious. Digging out his money, he says quietly, 20,000 on Johnny. He passes it to Najiko, who hands the bills to Nami. "I'll be a bro for Johnny," Hachin says as he counts out several bills. "That's how you say it, right?" He watches Yosaku intently. Turning to the fishman, Yosaku nods and flashes a thumbs up. "Great." A smile spreads across the fishman's face. "Then I'll do 30,000 on bro Johnny." He runs to catch up to his fellow swordsman. "What the hell? I'll do 20,000 on Johnny." Zoro grins and hands Yosaku the money as he walks past. "You better not let me down. We creatives have to stick together, right?" Jimmy Scoops smiles at the young boy. "I'll go in for 10,000 with Onion." Rising from his chair, he walks to Nami and hands her his money. 40,000 on Onion. Ninjin's voice rings out. Standing up, he counts the money before shouting, "Usopp pirates forever." 10,000 for Onion. Show him what his kids are made of. Piaman leaps to his feet and joins his friend. "Screw it." Kobe glares at Johnny. "Don't think I forgot about that elbow." He calls out in a loud voice, 20,000 on Onion. Show this idiot what you're made of. Standing up, he limps after the kids as they walk toward Nami. 100,000 on the vegetable. Sam burps and places his hand on his stomach. "Better take it easy." "My guts are mad." He kicks an empty beer can under his chair before remembering his half-finished thought. The vegetable kid, slowly pushing himself to his feet, he lurches to the side before heading to Nami. How much money does he have? A grin spreads across Nami's face as she places all her money into the pile and writes out her bet for Johnny. The crew seems to be betting against Johnny out of spite. Their loss is my gain. Glancing around, she wonders aloud, who else has? All in on Johnny, bellows Luffy. Leaping over the chair he had been standing behind, he races to Nami and slaps his money on the table. Turning back to the platform, he throws his hands into the air. Gambling is fun. "Oh, Captain," shaking his head, Mary says in a calm tone, "is that the message we should be giving the kids?" "I dunno." Luffy shrugs and grins before racing back to the chair. He can't seem to stay in for more than 5 minutes. This is so exciting. "Hey Jin, let's do this already," shouts Johnny before stabbing his finger at Tamanegi. "I'm sick of waiting. I want to kick this punk's ass." "Geez, you are as bad as the captain." Rolling his eyes, Jin looks expectantly at the rest of the crew. "Any other bets?" He leaves the question hanging for a moment. Hearing no response, he follows up, "Well then. Let's get ready. Get set." He swings his hand into the air dramatically, and go. He brings his hand down before hopping off the stage. "Show him what you're made of, onion." "Stay out of my head." "How do I do that?" Tamanegi doesn't have long to think as Johnny begins charging, blade raised above his head. He focuses on the man's wrist. "I'll try the same thing I tried with Jin." Lung Meridian 5. Pressing his finger against the slider on the pen, he pushes it upward, revealing the blade hidden within. He watches the approaching swordsman. "I'll need to get into the danger zone to get a clean shot." "Take this kid." Charging toward the boy, Johnny slashes at Tamanegi's head. At the last minute, he spins the blade so that the flat will connect rather than the sharp edge, not willing to deca. Darting forward, Tamanegi slams his head into the swordsman's chest. The sword passes harmlessly above his head, slicing through the air behind him. Twisting clockwise, he drives the knife into Johnny's left wrist. Score. It wasn't what I originally wanted, but it's still good. The sedation point, connected to the respiratory system. This point should reduce blood oxygen levels and make breathing more difficult. Rolling to the side, he turns to face his opponent. "Why is it so hard to breathe?" Johnny pants, trying to fill his lungs as blood drips from his arm. "What did you?" He gasps for breath. A manic look in his eyes. "Do to me." "Well, you see," Tamanegi tosses the pen into the air. It spins several times before landing again in his palm. He grins smugly at the swordsman and walks toward him. "I hit you in the sedation point wedge." Now, as soon as the boy is within range, Johnny swings the flat of his blade at his head. The steel connects with a crack and Tamanegi falls to the ground unconscious. "Don't get." He takes in another labored breath, cocky. He sinks to his knees as the lack of oxygen takes its toll. His sword clatters to the ground beside him and he stares blankly down at the blonde-haired boy. "Hurry up and call it Jin. I don't know how much longer I can last." Pulling himself back onto the platform, Jin rushes to Johnny and grabs his limp arm. Raising it into the air declares, "The winner is." The swordsman's eyes begin to close. Jin tightens his grip on the man's wrist, holding him upright. "Johnny." He drops the arm and it falls limply to the ground. Johnny's vision begins to blur and he slumps to the side. Leaping to her feet, Kaya sprints across the room. Scrambling onto the platform, she checks Tamanegi's pulse with her fingers. A smile spreads across her face as she feels the rhythmic thumping and she shifts her focus to Johnny. "Hang in there, I got you." Nodding slowly, Johnny attempts to focus as a dozen Kayas float around the periphery of his vision. Glancing at the trickle of blood still flowing from Johnny's arm, Kaya snaps her fingers, gauze and tape. Holding her hand behind her, she doesn't bother to turn around. Two objects are pressed into her palm by an unseen hand and she quickly brings them forward. She gets to work bandaging the wound. Ripping off a length of tape, she presses the center against the gauze before wrapping the makeshift bandage around Johnny's wound. That should stop the bleeding. Snapping her fingers again, she motions for someone to join her. Hearing the thud of boots hitting the platform, she calls out, "Get the two of them over the mattress to rest and get an ice pack for his arm." Sanji's voice rings out, "You got it, beautiful." "Hey, that's my line," calls out Usopp, shoving the chef. Mary's voice rises above theirs, "Stop it, you two. Miss Kaya needs your help. If my hand felt better I would do it myself, but alas I must rely on you." There is more shuffling as the pair separate. A moment later they sweep both injured fighters into their arms and carefully make their way off the platform and to the mattress. Once the hurt crewmates are situated, Sanji dashes off and returns with a bag of ice that is placed over Johnny's injury. Holding his friend's hand, a tear runs down Yosaku's face. "You gonna make it, bro? I can't do this without you." He thinks back on what first led to him and Johnny joining the crew. "You were willing to do anything for me back then. Nothing will stop me from returning the favor now, bro." Johnny lifts his head enough to smile weakly at his friend before allowing it to drop back onto the soft mattress. The cooling ice was numbing the pain radiating from his arm. As the wound started to close, He could feel his breathing return to normal. Each breath was more productive than the last. Usopp kneels beside Tamanegi. Tears roll down his cheeks as he holds his hands over the young boy's chest. I should never, his chest heaves as more tears flow from his eyes, have let you leave home. Snot runs from his nose and down his lip. He snorts it back into his nose before another wave of tears overtakes him. This is my fault. I knew it was too dangerous for them. Captain Usopp, timidly placing his hand on the sniper's shoulder. Pieman attempts to get the man's attention. Shrugging away from the boy's touch, Usopp barks, not now Pepper, can't you see Onion is? I'm what? Eyes snapping open. A grin splits Tamanegi's face. He turns to look at Usopp who is staring back with wide eyes, playing dead. Wrapping his arms around the boy's shoulders, Usopp squeezes him tightly, don't do that to me. Onion, fresh tears rain down each cheek as he is filled with joy over the boy's miraculous recovery. Scaring me half to death, the nerve. He releases his grip and stands up. What do you have to say for yourself, young man? Crossing his arms in front of his chest he glares down at the boy. Sorry, Tamanegi casts his eyes down to the ground for a moment before looking back up at the sniper. His lip trembles. I lost your bet. He shifts his gaze to Ninjin and Pieman. I lost all of your bets. I let the Usopp pirates down. Oh, Onion. Carefully wiping the tears from his cheeks, Usopp smiles at the boy, it's just money. Nami loudly scoffs, overhearing the comments. What else is there in the world besides money? What matters is that you are safe. Usopp ignores the navigator as he attempts to impart an important lesson to the youngster. He's right, ya know, says Johnny. Grinning, he allows his head to flop to the side toward the group. Sometimes it's better to take the loss and fight another day. He looks up at the sniper. A wry smile spreads across his face. Speaking of taking the loss, aren't you up against Jin in the next fight? What? Alarmed, Usopp's head snaps up and he scans the board. His pupils dilate as he reads his name beside Jin's. No. Glancing at the platform he spots Jin wearing a cruel grin as he motions for the sniper to join him. Please no anybody but him. Usopp, it's time. Jin holds the sniper's gaze as he continues to motion with his finger for the man to come to him. Don't worry, I'll make it quick so you can get back to your friends. He watches as Usopp reluctantly makes his way forward. Glancing around he looks for someone to call the match. Mary needs to rest his arm. Maybe I can ask. Spotting Sanji he nods his head at the chef who nods back, good old Sanji. Without needing to exchange words, the blonde-haired chef leaps onto the platform and walks the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next match, we have none other than the demon himself, Jin. And going against him is... He grins at Usopp struggling to pull himself onto the platform, the cowardly Usopp. Hey, I'm not a coward, shouts Usopp as he manages to get both legs over the edge and rises to his feet. And so what if I am? I didn't run away, did I? Why are you always so mean? This is going to be a bloodbath. Poor Usopp, smiling. Nami calls out in a cheery voice, place your bets. The crew is silent before erupting into a cacophony of noise as everyone scrambles to place their bets. It's hard to distinguish the voices as bets are called out. All in on Jin. Jin please. Putting it all on Jin. Jin you got this. All on you. As Nami collects the bets, her heart begins to sink. Not a single bet for Usopp. I guess I won't make any extra this match. That's too bad. Collecting the last of the bets she writes them into her notebook. Letting out a loud belch, Sam rises to his feet. He scans the crew before announcing in a harsh and surprisingly sober voice. This is aimed at the sniper. Without looking he continues, Usopp's part of your crew. Not a damn one of you has any faith in him? Turning slowly to face the sniper he reaches into his wallet and pulls out a wad of bills. Well I have faith. Without you, we'd have never made it away from that magician back in Logatown. Marching to Nami, he slaps the money on the table, 500,000 on Usopp. The crew stares at the man, mouths open in shock. Usopp breaks the silence. A bead of sweat runs down his brow. Ya sure Sam? He glances across the platform at the master-at-arms who is casually testing his weapons trying to figure out which one to use. Even I'd bet on him if I weren't the one up here. Shrugging his shoulders, Sam sits back in his chair and rests his feet against the side of the platform. I dunno. It seemed like the right thing to do. He smiles at the sniper. You can do it long nose. Biting her lip, Nami fights the urge to scream for joy. I'm going to be rich. A thought flashes through her mind and she turns to Kaya and says in a low voice, "Where do you think he got all that money?" Good question. Shrugging her shoulders, Kaya glances at the old man. Who knows? Money is money, right? Yeah, nodding, Nami squints at the man. I guess so. It just seems. Pursing her lips, she studies the drunkard. Weird. The girls are interrupted by Sanji. He raises his foot above his head. With all the bets in, let's go ahead and start this match. Ready. Set. Go. He smashes his foot loudly into the platform, signaling the start of the match. Usopp instinctively reaches toward the pouch on his waist for a projectile and finds nothing. Recalling how Johnny had destroyed the bag, he silently curses the swordsman. Damn it, Johnny. Mentally flashing back to the chaos after his previous match, he reaches into his pocket where he had hastily stored his ammo. Sliding his hand through the leather straps of the shield, Jin feels the iron edge brush against his flesh, sending a shiver down his spine. Grabbing hold of the straps, he tightens them before reaching down to draw the rapier from its sheath on his waist. Let's see if I still remember how to use this. Glancing up, he notices that Usopp is still fiddling with his ammo. Good. I should have plenty of time. Feeling the weight of the blade in his hand, he gives it a practice swing. The weapon cleaves the air and he hears a subtle whoosh of wind rushing along its edge. Perfect. It's balanced fine. He begins walking toward Usopp. I need to take this slow. If I spook him, he's liable to be more reactive. Come on, come on. I need something more than just lead stars. Placing 3 dark gray orbs into his pocket, Usopp sticks his tongue out of the side of his mouth as he again digs for ammo. Spotting Jin walking toward him, he takes hold of the first projectile his fingers come into contact with and loads it into the leather pad of his slingshot. Glancing at it a moment before drawing the strings back, he sees the gray sheen reflecting the overhead light. Dang it. Better make it count. Pulling the pad behind his ear, he closes his left eye and stares between the handles, aiming his shot. Lead star. Releasing the rubber band sends the projectile hurling through the air, and he notices as it flies between the handles that it is significantly lighter than the others. Smoke bomb. Yelling your attacks isn't the smartest plan here, Usopp. A grin crawls across Jin's face as he brings the shield in front of himself. Planting his back foot for impact, Jin feels the projectile slam into the front of the shield. Expecting it to bounce harmlessly to the side, he is surprised when it explodes and a cloud of gray smoke fills his field of vision. Looking from side to side, he quickly realizes that the smoke has surrounded him, severely limiting his visibility. You're smarter than I gave you credit for. Fixing his vision on the curtain of smoke before him, Jin charges through the darkness toward his opponent. Yes, shouts Usopp, throwing his hand into the air. The smile that had spread across his face vanishes as Jin bursts through the cloud of smoke and races toward him. Not good. Tucking his slingshot under his arm, Usopp turns clockwise and runs toward the corner. While running, he digs into his pocket with his free hand and pulls out another projectile. Please be something useful. Glancing at the ball in his hand, his heart sinks upon seeing the familiar dark gray. I have to fix my pouch. This is nuts. Upon exiting the smoke, Jin searches desperately for his opponent. Seeing the sniper fleeing in a panic, he slows to a jog, maintaining an even distance between them. Keep running. It won't do you any good. Several steps from the corner, Usopp skids to a stop and spins to face his opponent. Seeing Jin casually jogging behind him, he rolls his eyes. How cocky are you? I'm a freaking sniper. Why wouldn't you take the opportunity to get close? Taking hold of the slingshot, he loads the ammo and sneers at the oncoming man. Get ready. Gunpowder star. Pulling back the rubber bands, he quickly releases the dark gray projectile. When in doubt, lie. That better be a lie or this is going to hurt. Bringing his shield in front of himself, Jin tries to hold it as still as possible. If it's what I think it is, this is the perfect angle. The projectile slams into the iron shield with a dull thud and ricochets toward Usopp. That's what I thought. A smile crawls across his lips. Unable to dodge his projectile as it is flung back toward him, Usopp is hit in the stomach. Doubling over in pain, he drops his slingshot. His right knee slams into the platform and he catches himself with his left hand before the rest of his body follows suit. Pressing his right hand against his stomach, the sniper groans. Raising his head, he is surprised to feel the cold tip of Jin's rapier press against his Adam's apple. Looking up into the man's eyes, he croaks, "Please." "Please what?" Placing his boot onto Usopp's slingshot, Jin casually slides it out of the sniper's reach. Maintaining eye contact, he watches Usopp's hands in the periphery of his vision. "I'm not letting you get away with the same trick you pulled on Johnny. Don't hurt me." He crawls his left hand toward his pants, hoping to find something to get him out of this situation. Not so fast. Stomping on the sniper's hand, Jin halts his progress. Dropping his shield, he grabs Usopp by the throat. His eyes narrow into slits. "Surrender now." The edges of his lips curl into a grin and he begins choking the man, "Or I'll kill you." "Not here. Not like this." Tears well up in Usopp's eyes as he looks back at the dangerous man. He feels the hand around his throat relax enough to let him speak. I surrender, don't kill me." "Good." Withdrawing the blade, he slides it back into its sheath. Turning away from Usopp, he walks towards the center of the platform. "Call it, Sanji." "You cheater, I won't let you get away with this." Reaching into his pocket, Usopp fishes out a projectile when he feels a firm grip on his arm. Turning, he meets Zoro's eyes. Shaking his head back and forth, the swordsman waits until Usopp drops the projectile before releasing his grip. "Not like this. He won, Usopp." Looking down at his hands, Usopp begins sobbing. "Why am I so weak?" His shoulders shake as tears run down his face. Jin barely had to try. Sanji nods at his friend. "The winner is Jin." With a smile, he walks to the side of the platform and hops to the ground. Making his way back to Usopp, Jin sits down beside him. He wraps his arm around the sniper's shoulders, comforting him as the others collect their winnings. As the crying subsides, he says in a low voice, "You did good." "Really?" Wiping the tears and snot from his face, Usopp looks at the man. A glimmer of hope swells within him. "I thought I was a fool out." "You weren't." Jin squeezes his shoulders before releasing his grip. "You did the best you could given the circumstances. It would have been much closer if Johnny hadn't ruined your pouch in the last round." As if, it might have lasted longer, but it would have been just as one-sided. Snorting, Usopp cracks a smile. He chooses to save face by playing along. "That meathead screwed me over, didn't he?" "He did." Pushing himself to his feet, Jin offers Usopp his hand. The sniper gladly accepts, and as he pulls him to his feet he continues, "Somebody as inventive as you can adapt." Nodding, Usopp presses his pointer finger against his chin. "I can adapt." Lost in thought, he makes his way to the side of the platform and nearly falls over the edge. Catching himself in the nick of time, he carefully drops to the ground. But how? Ignoring the others returning to their seats, he walks through the men's locker and heads to the basement. Giving the others a moment to return to their seats, Jin announces loudly, "Our next match will be one for the ages. Former bounty hunter Yosaku against the terrifying beast Chow Chow." While the crowd cheers, Rika helps Chow Chow onto the platform. The dog saunters into his corner, before turning around and baring his teeth at the swordsman who has made his way to the opposite side of the platform. Terrifying beast. But he's so cute. With a dopey look, Yosaku waves at the dog who growls in response. 20,000 on Chow Chow. Sanji calls out. Sauntering toward Nami, he glances at the dog. "If you go easy on him, no late night snacks. Understand?" "For the snacks." Nodding, Chow Chow locks eyes with his opponent. A string of drool escapes from the side of his mouth and splashes against the platform. Biting her lip, Rika's eyes bounce between the two combatants. Fumbling with her money, she says hesitantly, 10,000 for Chow Chow. "Really?" Shaking his head, Johnny holds a wad of bills above his head. "All in for my bro." Rika takes the money from Johnny's outstretched hand while passing the mattress on her way to Nami. "Is that it? I'm barely making anything on this fight." Disappointed, Nami calls out. "Anyone else?" Taking the silence as an answer, she purses her lips and says dejectedly, "I guess you can start." "All right." Raising his hand into the air, Jin looks at Chow Chow before shifting his gaze to Johnny. "Get ready. Get set. Go." He brings his hand downward before backing away to the edge of the platform. "This should be fast. It would be a waste to get down." As Yosaku draws his sword, Chow Chow notices a faint blue glow on the blade's surface. Tilting his head to the side, He studies what appear to be symbols etched into the steel. The symbols fade quickly. Chow Chow shakes his head and blinks several times. Did I imagine that? Unnoticed by the rest of the crew, the blade at Johnny's side also glows before fading to gray. What are y'all looking at? Yosaku calls out. He slices his blade through the air. Never seen anyone as badass as me, dog bro. Refocusing on the fight at hand, Chow Chow presses the gloves on his paws against the ground. The hair on his back stands up straight as his tail stretches backward. On high alert, he again bares his fangs. Bark? Enough talk. Bark, come and get me. Right. Swinging the sword onto his shoulder, Yosaku casually strolls across the platform toward the dog. Let's make this easy, why don't we just? Sprinting toward the swordsman, Chow Chow leaps into the air. Pulling back his right paw, the steel blades on the tips of his gloves reflect the light in the room as he aims his strike. Bark, shadow strike. He scratches with his right paw, followed by his left. He continues again with his right before finally landing behind his opponent. What the? Strips of fabric slowly fall to the ground as Yosaku's mouth drops open in shock. Ooh! Blood begins to pour from his side as pain radiates through his body. Dropping his sword, he grabs the wound and attempts to stop the bleeding. Sinking to his knees, he says in a weak voice, I give up. Easy. Raising his nose into the air, Chow Chow saunters toward Jin. The winner in Chow Chow calls out Jin. I knew it would be fast, but that was ridiculous. Kaya grabs her first aid kit and races to Yosaku. The man is still holding his wound and appears to be in shock. Popping the kit open, she grabs a handful of bandages. I'll need you to move your hands out of the way. Huh? With a vacant look, Yosaku complies with her request and his arms drop to his side. Kaya quickly bandages his wounds and leads him by the arm to a chair. Once he is situated, she walks back to her seat, mumbling under her breath, we're going to be out of supplies pretty soon. On the other side of the platform, Chow Chow gracefully leaps to the ground. Making his way to the doggy bed he had previously been lying on, he notices a fish head sitting on it. Tilting his head to the side, he scans the crew, finally locking eyes with Hatchin, who smiles while pointing at the fish. What's your game here, fish monster? Picking up the fish head, he sinks his teeth into it, filling his mouth with the salty fish oils. He circles the bed before deciding upon the perfect spot and lying down. We've almost finished another round. This tournament is flying by. Jin raises his hands. We saved the best for last, folks. The final match of this round is between our very own chain-smoking chef Sanji and the mysterious Sam. Get up here. Placing his beer on the ground, Sam pushes himself to his feet. Stretching his arms above his head, he cracks his back before allowing his arms to drop back to his sides. About damn time. I've been gettin'. He lets out a loud belch followed by a fart. Gettin' real bored watching, losing his train of thought. He blinks several times. The thought refuses to return and he shrugs, it's fightin' time. So eager to get your ass kicked, you old drunk? Calls out Sanji. The blonde-haired chef removes the cigarette from his mouth and taps it out against the side of the platform before dropping it to the ground. Glancing at the tournament bracket, he follows the lines to the next match. Great, after I win I can fight that green-haired lunatic. The pair pull themselves onto the platform and retreat to opposite corners. Once the fighters are in the position, Nami calls out, do we have any? 60,000 on curly brows. Shouts Zoro, cutting the navigator off. He grins at the combatants. That bastard wouldn't dare lose before facing me. I dunno about that, big bro. Sam's got hands, says Johnny from the mattress. Y'all saw what he did to Yosaku last round. Shifting his attention to his friend, he yells, put some money on drunk bro. Put money on drunk bro? Woozy from blood loss. Yosaku raises his hand, all in on. He pauses for a moment as the room starts to spin. Shaking his head to clear his vision, he continues, on drunk bro. He hands his money to Zoro as he passes. His hands drop to his sides. I don't feel so good. Sneaking over to Chow Chow, Rika kneels beside the dog and whispers, who should I put money on, Sam or Sanji? Why are you asking me? I'm a dog. Tilting his head to the side, Chow Chow studies the girl. When she doesn't budge, he rolls his eyes. Aiming his snout at the closest fighter, he lets out a low bark. On Sanji. Bark, he's strong. Smart dog. Rika rises to her feet, 20,000 on Sanji. He trusted Captain Usopp, even when we didn't. Pieman calls out in a loud voice, I'm all in on Sam. Me too, comes Ninjin's voice. The boy jumps to his feet and races to join his friend walking toward Nami. Me three, shouts Tamanegi, who likewise springs into the air and hurries after his friends. Oh, you boys. Clicking her tongue against the roof of her mouth, Nejiko carefully counts out her money. Such impulsive children. She hands it all to Nami and says in a low voice, all in on Sanji. Anyone else? Calls out Nami. Not looking up, she counts half of her money and places it into the pile, adding her bet for Sanji to the paper. Hearing nothing in response, she says dismissively, go ahead Jin. Why am I letting Nami boss me around? Glancing at Luffy for support, Jin sees the captain digging a finger into his nose. Nope, not going there. Shifting his focus back to the fighters, he raises his hand, get ready, get set, go. He swings his hand down, signaling the start of the match. Tightening the muscles in his leg, Sanji feels a dull ache in the spot Chow Chow had bitten him the previous round. He watches the old drunk who has begun to sway from side to side. Try not to fall off the side, old man. A smile spreads across his face. I want the chance to knock you down. Nah, lurching to the side. Sam manages to stop before stepping over the edge. You done even wanna try dis? Looking down at his hand, he is disappointed that his drink is missing. He's distracted. Seeing the older man staring at his empty hand, Sanji sprints across the platform toward him. Preferring speed over stealth, his boots slap against the wooden boards, alerting the older man to his imminent arrival. Leaping into the air, he swings his leg at Sam's neck, collier shot. Ducking at the last moment, Sam allows the kick trail his head. Reaching his hands down, Sanji spreads his legs wide. Spinning like a top, he shouts, Coatlet. Once the blow lands, he flings himself into the air before landing on his feet. So fast, unable to react quickly enough, the foot smacks Sam's chest, causing him to stumble backward. He stops just before the edge and pinwheels his arms, to prevent himself from falling to the ground below. Once his balance is regained, he glares at his opponent and charges toward the chef. Pulling back his right arm, he lets out a guttural scream, Erk. As the old drunkard swings at his head, Sanji steps to the side. Feeling overly confident, he fails to notice that Sam has thrown a second punch until it is too late. The blow connects with his forehead, flinging him backward. Regaining his footing, the chef brings his hand up and carefully wipes blood from his cheek. He can feel more blood oozing from a wound above his eyes and grits his teeth in anger, damn it. Feeling more confident, Sam lumbers toward the chef. He picks up the pace as his body shuffles from side to side. Get back, air cook. His foot catches on a crack in the wood and he begins to fall as he throws his fist at the chef's face. Not this time. Sidestepping the attack, Sanji sweeps his foot forward and catches Sam's ankle. Kicking his foot upward causes the man to faceplant into the wooden platform. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he lifts his foot above his head. Instinct takes over and Sam rolls to the side. Slamming his foot into the spot Sam had just occupied, Sanji grunts as the wood cracks and flecks of wood are flung into the air. Baring his teeth, he growls, Hold still, you old bastard. Lifting his foot back into the air, he slams it back down, but Sam again manages to roll out of the way. Sanji, stop, shouts Pieman, his face revealing the panic in his heart. You're going to destroy the platform. Balling his hands into fists, he slams them against his knees in frustration. I have to fix this place. Fine. Gritting his teeth, Sanji takes a step back. As Sam gets to his feet, the chef calls out in a frustrated voice, There, are you happy now, Pepper? Not waiting for an answer, he runs at the older man. Flank it. He attempts to kick Sam in the stomach. Holding his hands in front of his body to steady himself, Sam catches the oncoming kick and deflects it to the side. Letting out a loud burp, he swings his head forward to headbutt the chef. Ducking to avoid the attack, Sanji twists his body toward the drunkard. He sweeps his leg across the ground. Jigget, his foot connects with Sam's ankle, knocking him slightly into the air. Not giving his opponent a chance to recover, he lifts his leg into the air and snaps it toward his opponent. Newton shot. His leg becomes a blur as he repeatedly strikes and retracts his foot. As the flurry of blows is delivered to his midsection, Sam groans in pain. Once the attack has finished, he feels his body flying through the air away from the platform. He braces for impact. His chest slams against the wall and he drops to the ground in a heap. "Wow!" shouts Jin, leaping onto the platform and rushing to his friend. Taking hold of the chef's hand, he raises it. "We have a winner, folks. What a match to end this round on." The crew cheers loudly as several crewmates rush to Nami to collect their winnings. Unnoticed by the others, Usopp slips through the men's locker room door. A belt lined with tubes is slung around his waist. Kaya briskly walks across the room to check on Sam. When she gets there, she finds him lying in a heap, snoring loudly. Dropping to her knees, she shakes his shoulders. "Are you okay?" "5 more minutes," Sam says in a sleepy voice as he rolls away from the woman's touch. There's no painkiller quite like booze. Rolling her eyes, Kaya rises to her feet and returns to her chair. Making his way off the platform, Jin heads to the whiteboard. Grabbing a piece of chalk, he fills in the winners on both brackets. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Jin turns and sees Mary smiling at him. "Hey there, handsome." Wrapping his good arm around the master at arm's waist, Mary stares deeply into his eyes. "You did it." Rotating his body away from Jin, he motions at the others. "Look at them. Could you ever have dreamed the crew would get along so well?" Jin takes a moment to admire the crew talking and laughing with one another. The children had started a game of tag and convinced several adults to play with them. Around the room, small pockets of crew members who had previously been nothing more than acquaintances are now deep in conversation. "Pretty cool, huh?" says Luffy from beside the pair. They both turn to look at him and he gives them both a mischievous grin. "This is what I've always dreamed of. More than just pirates who happen to sail together, real nakama." "Yeah," Jin reflects on his time with the Krieg pirates. "You've created something special here, Straw Hat." With a faraway look in his eyes, Luffy mulls over Jin's words. "It's not just me. Everyone here brings something unique. Without everyone, our family would be incomplete. This is a much more mature side of our captain." Tears well up in Mary's eyes and he removes his arm from Jin's waist and reaches toward the captain. "Oh, Luffy." "Oh yeah." Eyes snapping to meet Mary's, Luffy's mischievous grin returns. "I almost forgot why I came over here." Reaching out, he grabs the mink's face and squeezes his cheeks together. "How did you do that lightning thing? That was so cool." Mary's eyes widen in fear as the young man assaults him with questions. "Can I do it? Can you show me? What does it feel like? Have you tried using it with other weapons?" Questions pour from Luffy's mouth. He bounces excitedly while staring into Mary's eyes. "That's the wild captain we know and love." Stifling a chuckle, Jin extracts himself from the pair while Luffy is distracted and resumes writing names on the board. Placing a hand against his chin, he carefully considers where to put the additions to the loser's bracket. "I can get Johnny a shot at redemption against Usopp. Hopefully, he won't underestimate the sniper this time." He writes Usopp's name beside Johnny's on the board. "I don't want to traumatize Nami by putting her up against Kobe too soon after their last fight, and I don't think she'll do well against Rika either. Maybe she'll figure out a creative way to deal with Sam." Moving up on the board, he writes in Sam's name beside Nami's. "Who would pair best against Chow Chow? I have a feeling Rika would hold back with him, so it would probably be best to put Kobe in that match, which leaves Rika against Mary." Filling in the final 2 names, he takes a step back to admire his work. "I like it." Clearing his throat to get the master at arm's attention, Johnny says in a low voice, "Ya put me up against big bro Usopp again, huh?" Woozy from his previous fight, Johnny was struggling to retain his balance and placed his hand on Jin's arm for stability. Turning to the man, Jin raises his eyebrow. "Think that'll be a problem?" "Well, it's just," letting out a sigh. Johnny casts his eyes to the ground. He gathers his courage. Lifting his head to meet Jin's eyes, he says calmly, "I dunno if it'll be any different." Turning his head, he glances at the sniper. A smile spreads across his face. "Yosaku and I ain't got a lot of tricks. If we can't get close enough to stab him, there ain't much we can do." He's starting to realize his limits. That's the first step. Nodding, Jin places his hand on Johnny's shoulder. "You're probably right." He feels the man physically wilt with his words and quickly follows up, "But that can change." "Change?" Johnny's body stiffens at the sound of the word and his stomach twists in hard. Licking his lips, he says hesitantly, "What if I can't?" You can. Meet me here tomorrow and I'll show you how. Smiling Jin searches the crew. Make sure you bring. His brows pinch together and he scans the room. Where did Yosaku go? Hey. Johnny grunts before turning back toward Jin. He took off after the last fight. Told me he felt like shit and needed to lie down. It takes him a moment to connect the dots. Oh, you want me to bring him too? For sure, big bro. Cool, I'll see you. Before Jin can finish the sentence, Johnny has already begun to walk away. Rude, we were talking. He rolls his eyes at the retreating man. Shaking his head in frustration, he makes his way onto the platform to announce the start of the next round. The sea roars with fury, boiling as more sea kings surge from the depths. Their enormous, serpentine bodies slice through the surface, scales reflecting blinding bursts of sunlight. Each creature, an ancient titan, locks its primordial gaze on the ships, their eyes burning with otherworldly menace. Emboldened by the swelling ranks, the behemoths close the gap with terrifying speed, their monstrous forms descending upon the helpless vessels. Signed, Monkey D. Dragon. Oh, Dragon, you certainly have a way without words, don't you? Let's see if there's one of these with an actual question. Invite to the circus. Come one come all to the greatest circus on the Grand Line. Bring your family, friends and all your gold to see a wild show, performing this month only in Karai Bari Island. Seriously, people aren't falling for this, are they? That's just Buggy trying to. You know what, never mind. I hope you all enjoy this week's chapter text. Ehem. Clearing his throat, Jin waits as the conversations fade away and every eye is focused on him. Once he is certain he commands the room's attention, he continues. Thank you, everyone. We will commence with the next round unless there are any. Luffy's hand shoots into the air and he waves it emphatically. Yes, Captain? Jin asks, raising his eyebrows at the man. What's this about? Leaping to his feet, Luffy cups his hands on either side of his mouth and yells, who will be in the next match? He can't help but grin as he waits for Jin's answer. I hope it's me. I can't keep the captain waiting too long. Glancing at the board, Jin scans it for a quick match, because there are more in the loser's bracket than the winner's bracket. I was planning on doing one of those matches first and following up with your fight against Hatchin. Oh, Luffy's shoulders slump and he drops back into his chair. Disappointment is etched onto his face. So I have to wait? Yes, but I promise we will go as fast as possible. Jin reassures the captain. Taking one last look at the board, he makes a split-second decision. Johnny and Usopp, can you both get up here? Let's make it quick, boys. The captain is in a hurry. Oh shit. Johnny's eyes widen as he glances at Usopp, who is making his way onto the platform. I thought I'd had more time. Turning to his friends, he asks in a low voice, what should I do? He kicked my ass last time. His eyes meet Zoro's. Any idea how I can win, big bro? Da ha ha ha. Laughing, Zoro grabs Johnny's shoulders and forces him to face the platform. Placing his foot on the man's back, he shoves him forward. Try not to be a complete dumbass this time. Gee, thanks. Rolling his eyes, Johnny stumbles toward the platform. Catching his balance, he stands up straight and walks the remaining distance. Pulling himself up, thoughts race through his head. Last time must have been a fluke. I can take Usopp. I just gotta try harder. He glances over his shoulder to where Yosaku should have been. Why did my bro have to get sick right before my fight? Ready for round 2, tough guy? Asks Usopp. With a grin he motions at his belt. I custom made this to replace the bag you messed up. The hell is that thing? Johnny tilts his head to the side as he studies the strange device. He raises his vision to meet the sniper's gaze. Why's it got a bunch of tubes on it? You'll see. Usopp shifts his attention to Nami. Captain wants us to be quick, so you should probably start taking bets. Oh yeah, sorry. Clearing her throat, Nami calls out, place your bets on this rematch. Will Usopp win again or will Johnny perform a miracle? She flicks her gaze to the swordsman. Why did she have to say it like that? Blood rushes up Johnny's neck and his cheeks flush. Shoot, I didn't realize how many people are out of money. Glancing at Kaya, Nami mouths, please, to her friend. Kaya nods and motions at the pile in front of the navigator. Nami does some quick math. To spice things up, we are giving an extra 10,000 belly to everybody in the crew. Reaching for the pile, she quickly counts the bills and hands them to the blonde chef. Sanji, would you be a dear and hand this out? Anything for you, Nami Swan, Sanji says, taking the money. He flits around the room, delivering the bills to his crewmates. In that case, Ninjin says in a confident voice, I'll put all of my money on Captain Usopp. Me too, shouts Piaman, Captain Usopp, you can do it. He won last time and probably will win again. Shrugging, Tamanegi agrees with his friends, I'll put it all in for Captain Usopp as well. Get him. Squinting at the duo, Zoro notices something off about Johnny's sword. Hey Johnny. Why is your sword glowing? The other crewmates shift their focus to the swordsman and several gasps can be heard. Shrugging his shoulders, Johnny quickly replies, I dunno, it does that sometimes. Weird. Zoro pulls out a wad of bills. I'll put 30,000 on Johnny. He struggles to pull his gaze away from the glowing symbols on the side of Johnny's blade. It just does that. Ha. Of course, you would throw your money away on that idiot, shouts Sanji. He pulls out a stack of bills and stomps after the swordsman. 30,000 on Usopp. Anyone else? Calls out Nami. She gives the others a moment to answer. When nobody speaks up, she loudly proclaims, Alrighty, bets are closed. Let's make some money. Alrighty. Jin glances first at Usopp, then at Johnny. Noticing the glowing blade, he tilts his head slightly. That's pretty weird. He raises his hand into the air and calls in a deep voice, Get ready, get set, go. Swinging the hand down, he steps backward to avoid the line of fire. What are those symbols on the side of your sword? Usopp asks casually as he lowers his hand to his belt. He hovers his finger below a button on one of the flasks as he holds Johnny's gaze. Come on, you oaf. Let's see how much you've learned from our last fight. Huh? Turning the blade so that the side faces him, Johnny looks at the strange glowing patterns. I dunno. Why does it matter? Moron. Usopp presses the button. A spring within the tube is released, flinging a dark gray projectile into the air. He swipes the projectile out of the air and loads it into the leather pad of his slingshot. Pulling the rubber bands to his ear, he looks down the handle at his opponent. It doesn't. Lead star. Releasing the rubber bands sends the orb flying at his opponent. Damn it. Looking up from the blade, Johnny's eyes grow wide as the projectile flies towards him. He turns to the side. The orb slams into his left shoulder and burrows into his flesh, causing him to scream out in pain. Gah! Dropping his sword, which clatters to the ground, he reaches his right hand up to the wound. A tear runs down his cheek. Cheater. Cheater? All I did was shoot you. Lowering his slingshot to his side, Usopp again places his finger on a button beneath the belt. I have to keep my guard up. This fight isn't over until it's... I quit, Johnny yells as tears run down both cheeks. My arm feels like it's going to fall off, you jerk. Seriously, shouts Zoro, leaping to his feet. I just put 30,000 on you, dumbass. Calm down, Zoro. Rika attempts to soothe the angry swordsman. It's not just about the money. Zoro shifts his anger at the young girl. He's giving up the minute it gets hard. How is he supposed to stay alive on the Grand Line? Do you think the warlords will stop if you give up? What about the Marines? He reaches without thinking for his blade as anger swells within him. Zoro, calm down, Sanji shouts. Having run over to the pair, he grabs the swordsman's wrist tightly, stopping him from drawing his sword. Backing away in fear, Rika bumps into Hatchin, who guides her away. Why is Sensei acting like this? Don't tell me to calm down, curly brows. Zoro yells in rage. He relaxes his arm, realizing how close he had come to crossing the line but unwilling to relent. Enough, screams Luffy. He pushes his way between the pair and placing his hands on their chests shoves them apart. At one another over Luffy's head. Eyes narrowed into slits, Luffy glares at Zoro. Quit delaying this tournament, I want to fight, not listen to you yell. Shifting his gaze to Sanji, he says in a threatening tone. You too? I'm sick of listening to you guys barking at each other. Save it for your fight. The two continue to glare at one another for a moment before turning and heading to opposite sides of the room. Both sit down, cross their arms and stare at the platform. Jin realizes that he has not called the fight. Making his way to Usopp, he takes hold of his hand and raises it into the air. The winner is Usopp. He lets go of the sniper's hand and walks to Johnny. Helping the swordsman down from the platform, he leads him to Kaya, who begins to bandage his wound. Luffy's mouth contorts into a smile and he begins clapping and cheering for his friend, you rock Usopp. The Usopp pirates charge the platform as they cheer for their pretend captain who makes his way toward them. Oh no, you don't need to cheer for me. He winks and subtly motions with his hands for them to increase their volume, which the children happily comply with. Casting his eyes to the ground, Johnny sits patiently as Kaya finishes binding his wound. The doctor had managed to remove the projectile that was lodged in his shoulder and stop the bleeding. As he waits, a thought goes through his head. Why is my sword still glowing? It's never done it this long. He glances down at the blade and sees that it is even brighter than it had been on the platform. Satisfied with the bandage, Kaya pats Johnny's knee. You made the right choice out there. I'd encourage you to. Whatever. Johnny says dismissively, rising to his feet. I'm gonna go see what my bro is up to. Thanks. I guess. Turning his back on the blonde-haired woman, he swiftly exits the training room to find his friend. On his way past Nami's chair, he grabs a pile of bills set aside for Yosaku. Racing to Jin, Luffy places his hand on the man's shoulder and shakes him. Is it my turn? Is it my turn? Is it my turn? His mouth splits into a grin as adrenaline courses through his body. I'm so excited, I get to fight Hachi? Jin casually removes the excitable young pirate's hand and meets his gaze. Yes, it's your. Awesome. Pushing past the man, Luffy leaps onto the platform. Cupping his hands around his mouth he screams. Wahoo! Get up here Hachi, let's do this. Placing his hands on the hilts of his blades, Hatchin draws them as he walks toward the platform. So excited to beat me up again, Captain? Huh? Tipping his head to the side, Luffy looks down at the fishman in confusion. His eyes shift from Hatchin to Zoro and back again. We've never fought before. I can't tell who's dumber. Letting out a loud snort, Zoro slaps his knee. Hachi, you idiot, Rika and I are the ones you fought back in Arlong Park, remember? Oh yeah. Grinning, Hatchin bends his knees slightly before leaping onto the platform. I guess we haven't fought, Straw Hat. With a low growl, Chow Chow eyes the combatants through slitted eyelids. Bark, you can do it, bark, Hatchin. Hey, Captain, Rika calls out, pulling the rubbery man's focus. What did Chow Chow just say? Lips curling into a grin, Luffy glances at the dog before shifting his focus to the girl. Oh, he just said that Hatchin better watch out, otherwise He trails off as Chow Chow's growl gets deeper and more aggressive. A bead of sweat forms on his brow and he turns to meet the dog's eyes, which are filled with rage. Fine, I'll tell the truth. Rolling his eyes, he refocuses on the young girl. He didn't say that. What he said is that Hatchin can win. Which is crazy. He again turns to the dog. You know that's crazy, right? Lips curling up into a grin, Chow Chow stops growling and flops onto the dog bed, satisfied by Luffy's correction. As Jin heads onto the platform to meet the combatants, Nami raises her voice. Before the next match starts, let me take. No, says Luffy in a cold voice, cutting her off. His eyes are locked on Hatchin's and his previous manic energy has been replaced with a stoic calm that seems to emanate from him. Tightening his fists, he stares daggers at the fishman. Everybody here knows how this fight will end. Save your money. A shiver runs down Nami's spine as she feels the weight of the captain's words. But, how will I get my cut? Her lip trembles and she stares at the captain. Are you? She wets her lips, sure? Nodding slowly, Luffy takes a half step back and raises his fists into a defensive posture. I'm sure. His brown pupils dart to the man in the center of the platform. Start the match, Jin. I'm tired of waiting. Looking down apologetically at Nami, Jin shrugs his shoulders before turning to meet Luffy's gaze. Alrighty. You asked for it. The next match is between our ferocious Captain Luffy and the deadly fishman Hatchin. The crew is silent as every eye is focused on the two combatants. Lifting his hand, Jin calls out, "Get ready. Get set. Go." He swings his hand downward, signaling the beginning of the match. With a feral growl, Luffy charges across the platform toward Hatchin. Pulling back his right arm, he squeezes his hand into a tight fist. Gum gum bullet. Twisting counterclockwise, he throws the fist toward his opponent. He's so fast, Hatchin braces himself as the punch flies toward him. Just before it makes contact, he slashes with one of his blades, deflecting the attack to the left while sidestepping to the right to avoid taking the hit. Once clear, Hatchin charges at the pirate who is still racing toward him. His swords begin to dance around his body as he slices through the air, 6-sword style. Octopus foot miracle swords. Eyes bulging slightly, Luffy twists clockwise, retracting his arm. Thoughts race through his head as the spinning blades draw closer to him. He'll slice me up like cheese if I don't do something fast. Instincts take over. He slams his left foot into the platform, halting his forward momentum while pulling both fists backward. Gum gum. Eyes meeting Hatchin's one last time. A manic grin spreads across the young pirate's lips. Gatling. Launching his fists forward, they slam against the blades before rebounding back toward him. As soon as each fist returns, it is launched anew, only to be reflected away. The force of the impacts causes Luffy to slide backward with each blow. Hatchin's momentum is also stopped and he slides backward while defending against each incoming strike. Shi. Luffy laughs as his fists continue to pound against Hatchin's steel blades. Feeling the strength and density of his opponent's weapons, a thought rolls through his mind: Hachi's pretty strong carrying those things around. The punches begin to slow down. At the same time, the whirling blades slow. Eventually, both attacks stop, leaving their users panting for breath. Holy shit, Zoro breathes out as he watches the two combatants. You two are monsters. He instinctively reaches for the handle of his white blade and rests his fingers against the hard leather. I know I beat him in Arlong Park, but this is not the same Hatchin we faced back then. A bead of sweat runs down his brow and he vows to redouble his training to match the fishman's ferocious strength. Recovering first, Hatchin begins slowly walking toward the pirate captain. His blades again rotate as he advances. I'm not sure I have the energy left for a full-on attack, but if he's as winded as I am. Hatchin's thoughts are broken as Luffy suddenly stops panting and his face splits into a smile. Stretching both hands backward, he resumes laughing. Shi. You almost had me there, Hachi. The muscles in his legs tighten for a memento toward his opponent, still roaring with laughter. Shi. Gum gum. As he closes the gap between the pair, he launches his attack before Hatchin can properly defend himself. Bazooka. Both hands are flung forward, palms open. His arms extend through the small gap between them and slide between his opponent's blades to slam into Hatchin's chest. What? It feels to Hatchin like he is being hit with sledgehammers rather than hands. His body is lifted into the air and he is flung off the platform. He slams against the far wall before crumpling to the ground. Lifting his head, Hatchin blinks several times as the room comes back into focus. Jin's voice rings out. The winner is Luffy. Placing his hand against the ground, Hatchin attempts to push himself to his feet when suddenly the ground below him seemingly disappears. Launched in the air, he looks around to see several other crewmates have also been catapulted from their seats. He lands hard and lets out a low groan. What was? A small snail tucked in the corner of the room lights up. Both antennae glow green before Johnny's voice cuts through. We're under. There is a brief pause as the snail seems to wilt before lighting back up. Both ships. The hell was that? Shouts Sanji, glaring at the Den Mushi. Does that dumbass not know how to hold down the call button? The room shakes again. Several crewmates grab desperately at their chairs as they are flung into the air. Hands on deck, comes Johnny's voice from the snail. There is another pause as the Den Mushi's glow disappears before the voice again returns much louder than before. Seakings. There's no way Johnny can handle that alone. Drawing Wado Ichimonji, Zoro sprints for the exit, followed by Sanji, Kobe and Rika. Before they reach their destination, Luffy's voice booms out. Stop. The Ford turned to look at their captain. Eyes wide with panic. Aiming a finger at the brackets on the wall, Luffy scowls. If you haven't been eliminated, sit down. Are you mad? Screams Sanji, reaching for the handle of the men's locker room. He feels the edge of Zoro's blade press against his throat and freezes in place. This is insanity. We are all going to die because of a stupid tournament. You heard the captain. Gritting his teeth, Zoro presses the edge of his blade against Sanji's Adam's apple, drawing a single drop of blood. Sit down or die. Curly brows. Grinding his teeth, Sanji pulls his hand away from the handle. He is relieved when Zoro's blade is removed from his throat. Pulling out a cigarette, he places it between his lips. Flicking open a lighter, he ignites the tip. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he saunters to his chair and drops into it. It's your funeral, "Captain. At least I can swim." Crossing his right leg over his left, he locks eyes with Luffy. "Don't expect me to rescue you when your stupid decision gets us all drowned." The others return to their seats, unwilling to challenge Luffy's order. Tamanegi and Piaman exchange looks and nod, realizing that their earlier elimination meant they could help defend the ships. Crossing the room, they are joined by Najiko. The trio quickly exits through the locker rooms and races onto the upper decks. "We need to hurry the tournament up to have a chance at fighting those things off." The room shakes again and a faint roar can be heard in the distance. Jin catches Nami's eyes. There is an intensity behind his voice as he proclaims, "No more bets. Each match will run back to back. When somebody in the loser's bracket is eliminated, they join the ship defense. Understood?" The remaining crew nods and several flash thumbs up. "Good." His eyes scan the room before locking on the next combatants. "Mary and Rika, you're up. Let's get a move on, we don't have much." The room again shakes and he stumbles forward several steps. Regaining his balance he finishes his thought, "Time." The Den Den Mushi lights up and this time Yosaku's voice can be heard coming through. "Johnny and I got the going Mary. We need somebody on the cannons on the going shopping." There is a shuffling sound and the crew catches pieces of a conversation between the two swordsmen. "You mean we? Prove what? Don't mean, the hell." The Den Den Mushi stops glowing as the line goes dead. "This is crazy." Usopp's eyes dart around to the others settling in to watch the remainder of the tournament. Pulling a piece of paper he jots down several notes on how the cannons work. Folding the paper in half, he rushes across the room to Jimmy Scoops and hands it to him. "Take this to the boys. They'll know what to do with it." Nodding, Jimmy takes the paper and rises to his feet. Shoving the note into his pocket, he hurries to the locker room door and throws it open, chasing after the others. Leaping to her feet, Rika races across the room. She is flung into the air as the battle raging outside shakes the room. Landing with a thud on the platform, she picks herself up and stumbles to her corner. "Woo, that was crazy." Walking briskly across the room, Mary braces himself as the ship rolls under the impact of the Sea Kings. He watches as Rika is launched onto the platform. Once the shaking subsides, he climbs up on the opposite side. Looking at Jin, he calls out, "It's time. Get ready." Jin raises his hand into the air. "Get set, go." As Jin drops his hand, the wall behind Zoro explodes and a long tentacle slides through the opening. Drawing his sword, Zoro slices into the tentacle. They hear a screech of pain before the appendage is withdrawn, leaving a massive hole. The sound of cannon fire can now be heard clearly as the crew on the deck desperately fends off the attacking creatures. Whipping around toward the platform, Zoro yells, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and fight." Needing no further prompting, Rika dashes across the platform at Mary. With a scream, she slashes at his chest with her short sword. Her opponent deflects the blow with a well-timed strike from his brass knuckles. Undeterred, Rika spins clockwise, slicing through the air with her longsword. The blade lacerates Mary's suit jacket, sending buttons flying. It continues through the thin material of his shirt before meeting resistance as it is embedded in his abdominal muscles. Yanking the blade free sends flecks of blood into the air. She leaps backward, putting some distance between them. A cute smile spreads across her face as blood drips from the tip of her sword onto the platform. "First strike for me. You gotta try harder than that, Mary." Gia, groaning in pain, Mary grabs at his side. His fingers are coated in sticky blood as he pulls his hand away from the wound and stares in wonder at the red liquid coating his palm. She's so fast. Catching sight of movement between his fingers, he sees the girl dashing toward him preparing another strike. At this time, clenching both fists around his iron knuckles, he feels sparks of electricity dance down his arms toward the weapons, which begin to glow. An electrical arc leaps across the bridge of his knuckles and he stares down the approaching youngster. There is a whooshing sound from the hole in the wall when suddenly the room shakes, launching Mary and Rika into the air. Rika's momentum continues to carry her toward Mary. She is so disoriented by the rocking of the room that she forgets for a moment about the fight and tries to brace herself to land. Unfortunately for her, Mary was less disoriented. Twisting his body to face her, he slams his fist into the small of her back. The electrical discharge from his strike courses through her body and she smashes into the platform. Her heart stops for a moment before the sound of the explosive attack hits her ears and it resumes beating. Disoriented, it takes her a few moments to assess seizing her hands. She gasps, realizing that the handles of her blades are not where they should be. Glancing around, she sees that the weapons have been flung to either side of the platform. Working her arms under herself, she attempts to push her small frame off the ground but is stopped as a shoe is pressed against her back. A tear runs down her cheek and she collapses back into the ground. It's not fair. If it wasn't for the stupid Sea Kings, one could have won. Pressing down on Rika's back, Mary takes in the young girl's sad state. Nostalgia washes over him as her tears remind him of a young Kaya. He shakes his head to dispel the thought. This is Rika, not Kaya. Get a hold of yourself. Swallowing hard, he increases the pressure with his foot. Do you surrender? It's just not fair. It takes Rika several moments to wrestle with the feelings of injustice before relenting with a nod. She squeaks out in a small voice, I give up. The winner is Mary, calls out Jin, racing over to the pair. Seeing the gash on Mary's chest, he says in a low voice, go see Kaya to get that taken care of. I'll handle Rika. Nodding, Mary places his hands over his wound and turns to Kaya, who has already gotten out a bandage and medical tape. Walking over to the side of the platform, he leaps down and approaches the young woman, who quickly bandages his wound. Thanks. You don't have to thank me. Forcing a smile, Kaya looks up into her former butler's brown eyes. Please try to be more careful. Placing the last piece of medical tape in place, she gently traces her fingertips over the bandage while looking into his eyes. I know you are strong, but I don't know what I'd do without you. Scooping the young girl into his arms, Jin examines her small frame. The back of her shirt was burnt through, but other than some minor bruising around the impact site, she seemed to be in good shape. Placing 2 fingers onto the bruised skin, he presses down gently. How does that? The room again shakes and he tightly grips the girl as they are thrown into the air. Landing on the platform, he bends his legs to absorb the shock. Relaxing his hold, he again presses his fingers against the girl's skin. Does this hurt? Shaking her head, tears well up in Rika's eyes. It hurts, but I must be brave. The others are counting on me to fight these monsters. She wiggles out of Jin's hold. As her feet touch the platform, she looks up at the man and tries to subtly wipe the tears from her eyes. I'm okay. Just let me get my sword so I can go up and... It's okay. Catching hold of the girl's wrist as she turns to chase after her swords, Jin says calmly, this doesn't have to be your fight. Chewing on her bottom lip, Rika fights back another wave of tears. She pulls her hand free and walks briskly to where her longsword fell. It is. Lifting the blade off the ground, she slides it into its sheath and turns to face Jin. Stubbornness wells up in her small body. This crew is my family and it's my job to keep them safe. Spotting the other sword, she darts for it. Snagging the blade off the ground and sheathing it, she leaps from the platform. Not bothering to look at the others, she throws open the locker door and races to join her friends on the upper deck.